Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 47. Melinda Larkinson. In a blink, the pod changed, from the forest training area to an instant torrent. She sighed gloomily as the rain coming down almost completely washed out her vision. She could barely see more than a mech's length in front of her. The rain was so thick. Ah, damn it, why did we get torrential rain? The voice came over the team comm, and instantly a dozen more joined, and then more. Rolling her eyes at the lack of comm discipline, something the guard had already trained her on hard. Even if she was just a trainee. There was a request for command, and Melinda accepted, the request instantly going through, and a chirp in her ear as all other comms were silenced for a moment. The Crown pilot had taken over. "Good evening, pilots. I'll be your commander for today. I'm Ajax now. Obviously, we have an issue to deal with, but we'll work through it. First off, this is a city map, so we need to start scouting. I'm designating some of the light mechs and sending them to specific points. Yes, I know you hate being ordered around. Do it anyways. Running around at full tilt in this rain will more likely have you run right into the enemy than actually ambush anyone." His orders went out. The highest rank pilot had taken command, and now it was just a choice if anyone would listen. Melinda rolled her eyes. Already on the radar, a dozen or so mechs were rushing off to do their own thing. Lone wolves would never learn. Instead, Melinda accepted the formation request, and she was put together with a few other melee mechs. A blitz squad. Nice. She could work with that, switching to the formation comm as she started moving. "I'm Mech Guard. Nice to meet you all." She greeted as she found her squad and joined up. "A kid? All right, listen up. I'm slumming it a bit, but I'm a merc playing around showing off a bit. So follow my orders, and don't get killed doing something stupid." The voice of an older man from a powerful-looking Stryker mech. It had some kind of autogun built into one arm, almost like a hero mech. "Roger." She agreed mostly because it was pointless to argue, and then her comm chirped again. A command order. Her squad was meant to move forward. She settled in behind the Stryker, her spear held loosely to her side, trying to keep it low, as they moved through the absolute torrential rain and finally came in between buildings. But not industrial plants, which would offer cover, but nothing but civilian housing. Most of the buildings were small, a few were apartment blocks, which at least were high enough for some minimal visible cover, but, well, the rain already covered that. So down the road the 5 mechs traveled. Melinda mostly focused forward, leaving the other 3 behind her to their own work. Melinda wasn't in charge, so she should focus forward. As she walked, she felt her hands clench around the spear. In Platinum League, she was fighting not just against pilots on Bentheim, but from all over the system, which meant she was fighting with the best in a way. Sure, a real pilot would trash almost all of the Iron Spirit pilots, but these were the best of the best in Iron Spirit. She grinned for some reason, despite always knowing that. Despite usually not caring other than to register them as a threat. Her mech's grip on the spear shifted. It was reflex, and she noted just how dexterous her hands were. She wanted to fight them, the best, the strongest. She was eager for a good fight. She felt her mouth split into a grin at the thought as she considered the battle to come. Help! A call over comms from ahead, and the Stryker mech accelerated, Melinda easily matching pace, but 2 of the mechs behind them couldn't keep up. Then, within one moment to the next, a bright laser turned the rain into steam, almost startling her as she realized she was already in a fight. This rain was awful. She charged to the side as the Stryker opened up with its gun, a full auto shotgun that could be heard even over the pounding rain as it just unloaded. Impressive gun. She twirled her spear as she raced forward, and just as she had heard before, she didn't see the enemy until she almost ran into him. A rifleman. She grinned at the chance it was backing up, probably trying to find a better firing position, and she was on it in an instant, almost laughing as her spear swept out, pushing the rifle barrel away as the laser fired, missing her by a mile, and then even as the rifleman adjusted, so did she. Missile launchers on the shoulders? She juked to the side, spinning her spear and lashing out. The blade catching one of the launchers, causing the missiles to go wildly off course, while the other didn't even fire in the right direction as the rifleman was knocked aside. Too much water messing with the targeting systems. Then she simply attacked, spear flashing in a dance, one stab to the left arm, which was avoided, so she simply redirected, and her spear lashed out, slamming into the mech's right arm, doing far more. The rifleman instantly realized he was dead as he did the craziest thing. He tried to leap at her to try and pin her down. She was Melinda Larkinson. She spun her spear around her, slamming into the mech's chest, and then, as it was off balance, she slammed forward. Her spear normally wouldn't pierce extremely deeply, but the rifleman was lightly armored. Then her spear jolted lightly in her hand, and as she pulled away, she could see flames brightly shining from the rifleman's chest. Huh. The rifleman crumpled, the fire still going. That was interesting, but unfortunately the flames weren't going to do much in this weather. She moved on, trying to regroup with her team, only to find chaos. In the time it had taken for her to take out the first enemy, her team had run into more, and there were more teams grouping, allied and enemy. At least that was all she could assume. But she surged forward, Ku leaning forward, the mech shifting into a galloping trot as she moved through the storm towards what little signals she was getting through were telling her were enemies. And then it was on. Between 1 second and another, 2 mechs were right there in her sight, but she didn't slow. She jerked her legs and just rode the muddy ground, slipping right past them as she turned. Her spear lashed out, once, twice, and then she spun, battering away the sword of the other mech that had turned to try and lash out at her. The first mech now, with 2 punctures in its rear armor, was stumbling, flames licking out from the wounds. Heh. Okay, Ves, Melinda thought, I get the concept of the spear now. She juked, spear spinning, sending rain thundering away with how fast she could throw it around. Her arms felt almost natural with how much range of motion she had. And not just range of motion, but strength. She blocked a sword strike, nearly sending the swordsman back a bit. He wasn't a swordsman mech, but some kind of hero. It brought up its other arm trying to fire, but by doing so, the pilot opened up that entire side of its body to her. Spear, seemingly out of position, adjusted and then flung forward from behind her back, the spear head slamming into the stubby sort of laser pistol attached to the mech's left hand and sinking deep even as the other pilot flinched and tried to pull back. And then the flames lit up the entire fist, and Melinda could see the limb growing weak. Ha! A nail must have hit a power line. She charged forward only to stop and jerk back as a heavy fire started filling the space she would have been. The other mech was weak but not out. 2 on 1? Fine. She could take out 2 crippled mechs. She was a Larkinson. A laughing howl felt like pulling out of her throat, but she knew better than to let her breathing change too much in battle. So she charged forward, the mud only adding to her flexibility as she used it to slide when needed as she launched a barrage of attacks at the 2 mechs, duking to keep the hero mech between her and the weakened ranged mech. The one-armed mech simply didn't have the power or flexibility. Its sword blows were weak, and its range of motion was so limited she could bash the sword out of position and then take advantage of it to stab into its armor. The armor was tough, though, and spears took time to tear through armor so dense. Then it struck her as she backed up, spear at her side held in 2 hands. She was aiming for the wrong mech. She grinned wolfishly and charged absolutely full tilt, practically bent over as she surged through the mud. The hero mech was caught off guard, and his response was a glancing blow to her left shoulder, which she ignored, because it did nothing to her armor, didn't even scratch her pauldron. Then she slammed into the mech full tilt, pushing both of them back, and her right hand surged, her spear slipping in between the mech's hip and left arm, and right into the ranged mech's chest, the mech that hadn't been preparing for an attack, and it caught them completely off guard. She jerked back, unlike the hero that was tilting completely over, falling back into the mud. Her right arm jerked, definitely wasn't good for the mech, but she used it to stop her charge, ending up on her feet, in front of a now-pierced ranged mech and a fallen hero mech. She leapt, slamming down onto the hero spear, still locked into the ranged mech, as she used the force to pierce even deeper, sending the ranged mech into the mud and crushing the hero deep. Even if that hero mech was still in fighting shape, it might not be able to pull itself out of the mud with only one functioning arm. She tore the spear out and then aimed it down, ensuring that the other arm was disabled by a secure stab into the shoulder. Spinning the spear, shearing off even more of the mech's shoulder, she rose to her full height and looked around. She could see lasers and explosions, missiles dumbfired or not exploding around her. She would be a wolf then, hunting from the sides, or since she could go help her team. A hunting dog, there to tear at the throats of enemies not paying attention. She laughed, finally letting that howl that was bursting out of her chest go as she took off into the rain. Nyea flood Ajax. Ajax grimaced as the rain once more disrupted comms. What a mess. He hated this kind of fighting, but it was possible, and so it was good training. He checked his sensor screen, and once more dots would appear and disappear and flicker. Didn't matter what he used. Heat, vibration, even radar was getting false returns thanks to the buildings. He'd been raging at a dot on his screen while using the radar, only to finally catch up to the dot that hadn't moved from the match start and realize it was a metal tower sitting there in the rain. Sometimes being commander was a dumb job. Either way, he did his best in guiding his team. The only real info he got from the game that was word of God was how many of his team were still alive. 23, which was fairly good after the first 10 minutes of a match. Most pilots, even in Platinum, just went full out trying to get one kill, since if they did at least one kill at this point, it would balance out their costs for the match. Idiots, but some people were like that. He checked the front line once again and grimaced. The enemy commander, or maybe just most of the enemy team, had decided to just charge into the center line when the match started. It had overwhelmed the scouting elements and the blitz team he had put together, and he'd had to scramble to send more to try and stem their rush. Blitzing with at least 20 mechs was dangerous, but effective especially in this weather where ranged mechs were fairly useless. At least most of the pilots had listened to him, and by this point the ones that weren't were already back at the lobby. He raised his shield. The night mech he piloted wouldn't fall to any random attacks, which meant he could focus more on command. Something his father had told him he'd need the training for if he ever wanted to command in the mech corps. But it was getting past time for that. He was moving towards the front to try and help break through, issuing a few final orders for some ranged mechs and a few other mechs around the area he would reach to meet up. A solid team would be more efficient than a bunch of solo mechs. He could see with a bit of flickering a fight ahead of him. 2-on-1, and his team was the one. He could fix that. He charged forward and saw a mech's rear. An enemy. It started turning, seemingly just picking up on him, but he was moving full tilt, not that his mech was very fast, but with the rain. He slammed into the mech. It had managed to turn sideways, but not more than that, and he looked down. Oh, the mech was already disabled. Cuts and carved wounds that were still burning looked up at him. He glanced up. He'd walked into a battleground. A single ally had taken out. Half a dozen enemies, the mechs laying around flames burning in their wounds, and a blue spearman mech shifting. One of its arms was missing, the left, but it hardly seemed to matter, as the mech spun, using its neck to let the spear it carried whip around and slam into its opponent's head, disrupting its sensors. Then casually it lashed out, kicking the enemy, causing the poor swordsman onto its back. A flick and the blood-red spear spun around and then was stabbed forward. Geez, was this a pro? That wasn't the moves of an amateur spearman. Good work. Any other enemies around? Thanks. No, this sector is clear. Hey, hold on for a sec, she demanded as she walked over, holding out her spear suddenly. Hold this for me, would you? I lost an arm and can't reload it anymore. Reload? He asked, but pushed his sword into the mud and grabbed the spear. He watched as the mech grabbed something from its waist and then flicked open the spear, which shot out a cartridge of some sort, and she slipped another one in. She took the spear back a moment later, and with a jerk, the opening she'd loaded disappeared into the mech. Thanks, I'm Mech Guard. Where are we hunting now? Ah, Ajax, we're gathering up for a final rush. All right, I'll stick to the outskirts. If I can ambush an engaged enemy, that'll be best. Her mech jerked the missing arm. I'm too damaged to go head-to-head anymore. Roger that. Stick to the outskirts and harry. Well, when you give a hunting dog like me an order, what else can I do but howl? She laughed, practically howling in fact, as she suddenly spun and ran off into the rain. Who the hell was she? Mech Guard. That name didn't fit her at all. Melinda Larkinson. The match ended with her team's victory, but as the final reward screen popped up, Melinda was suddenly a bit jittery. She disengaged from the pod and just breathed as she stepped out into the training room's bright lights. That wasn't like her. She didn't pilot like that. She kept herself calm and collected and fought with discipline, just like Uncle Ark had always taught her. But that? Wild. She'd been a wild woman, rushing around, bull-rushing opponents, laughing as she sacrificed an arm to secure a kill. Yet, the part that was making her jittery was the simple fact it had all felt right. She still played Iron Spirit, but only on her own time until now. The guard pods were more for real training. They were much more advanced than the crap she used to use at the game stores. Was that it? Was the sense of being in a mech so much cleaner here that let her act like that? No. That was just weird. Good, weird. She shook herself maybe a bit too much like a dog and then slapped her cheeks. It was exhilarating and effective. She'd fought like a demon, and the enemy pilots had fallen before her. She'd survived the entire match, her Q's armor torn apart, missing an arm and her systems sluggish, but she'd made it all the way through. That mech, Q Chulin. It wasn't normal. What had Ves done? How? It was like riding a wild animal, but the more you ride it, the more in tune you become. She wasn't even a spear specialist, but she had learned while piloting. She'd tried moves she never would have thought she could pull off, and they had worked or not worked, and either way it had felt right. She stood there for a while, just sort of rubbing her face, trying to figure out what to do. She needed to call Ves and Grandpa, and probably Ark. That mech was... She didn't regret spending so much on it. That was what she decided. I yawned as I woke up, groaning a bit as I sat up in bed. It had been a good sleep, exactly what I needed to let my overworked brain calm down. Q was complete, and now I get to decide on what to do next. Assembly Journeyman was a massive upgrade, and I knew it would reinforce every other part of my design. While it would be less useful in some ways, once I got big enough, I wasn't actively building all the mechs myself. It wasn't like the knowledge was useless. Designing a mech that was impossible to assemble for just a simple mech tech was pointless. No, making the design simple or adjusting things to make repair easier was far more valuable in the long run than just making a mech. I stood up as Corey meowed at me from the bed, her body spreading out and stretching as she woke up slower, and demanded I slow down. "Okay, Corey, take your time," I offered as I headed for the bathroom instead of out of the room. A few minutes of cleaning up, teeth sparkling and ready for the day. I picked up my cat and threw her over my shoulders, which was Corey's favorite spot. The compound, as it always was every morning, was already distantly loud. Kids making noise and running around. School today would mean the noise would only increase soon as they started actively heading out. I hit the dining room and took my seat, happily grabbing some food and digging in when Grandpa Benjamin walked in, his eyes instantly locking onto mine. "I'd like a word with you after breakfast, son." "Yes, Grandpa." I instantly replied, and that was that. But afterwards he was grinning as he led me out to his office. I got a message from Melinda. It was late, but she was a bit frantic. Apparently she was very impressed with your mech. Sent me data on a battle she did in that game and was very descriptive of what happened. She mentioned piloting the mech was weird. Weird, I said, but not a question. I knew what she was feeling. The original Melinda had gotten fairly bloodwrathy piloting the Mark Antony, the original Ves's CA-1 variant, and if I remember correctly, that was before he had managed a B in X Factor. A whole jump to the next level, and Melinda probably had reacted. I wonder why I hadn't heard much about that until now. It wasn't like it was my first B X Factor. Had I really looked on the forums for discussion about it, though? No. Heh, I felt like a moron. People probably were talking about it. Oh well, it didn't matter. The feeling would be reduced in a virtual mech, and I hadn't built a real mech to properly show off the mech's aura. That would be fun. You do know what I'm talking about. Good. Melinda was quite interesting. Freaking out a bit? A little. He agreed, smiling at me slightly. Well, she's experiencing my design philosophy. At least as little of it I have managed to figure out before. My mechs are partners there to help their pilots after all. And that's what she was experiencing? Yep, Melinda must get along with the Q Chulin really well for her to feel that, even in Iron Spirit. Well, you should probably call her in a few hours when she should be awake, and maybe warn her next time. Sorry, I offered despite chuckling a little. I was a bit sorry. But you said she sent you footage. She did, here. Unfortunately, I don't have time this morning to watch it, but I'm sure if you put it on in the living room, everyone will enjoy it. I'll do that. Thanks, Grandpa. You're growing, Ves. To make a mech even Melinda says is impressive is no small feat. I'll keep growing too. I'm nowhere close to satisfied yet, I told him. I hadn't gotten to touch nearly enough mechs after all. Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 48. Melinda is the best, Kelly argued, and I pouted at the little girl because the mech is what let Melinda do that. Don't you think the mech is the best? Melinda is the best. She could do that in any stinky mech. Siz stinky, I gasped, foe grabbing my chest as if I was having a heart attack. It's dumb. Melinda is the best. Melinda is the best. I agreed sadly, and Kelly nodded her victory complete as she turned back to the screen. I'd spent the entire day just watching the video Melinda had sent, and actually stopping to go look over the reviews of my mechs. While Q didn't have much yet, some of my most recent mechs did have comments here and there, talking about how weird the mechs felt to pilot. Or in some cases, how weird it was to face them. Even the enemies had sometimes felt something from the mechs in combat. Either way, it was noticeable, especially with the mechs already hitting BX factor. Honestly, it was only a good thing. Probably. Design philosophy was rare in apprentice mech design, but not unheard of, and weird philosophies were known by the MTA. So honestly, it was just what it was. When I finally built a real mech, people would notice, and that would be that. Until then, I was still more worried about the mech's design themselves rather than the X factor. A strong X factor didn't override the power of a mech itself. They needed to be in synergy, which I think the Q was a good example of. A mech utterly focused on the spear, and a spirit there to push the pilot forward, letting the spear used truly be shown. Either way, Q was complete for now, which meant it was time to start the next project. My jerk reaction was to say, Berserker. Hercules would be perfectly represented by the CA2. Powerful, durable, and unstoppable, but I wasn't there yet. To properly create Berserker, I'd need to be on the top of my game. I'd need at least Metallurgy Journeyman, along with some further muscle enhancement and more. No, I needed some more DP first. Saber, Mordred, or Artoria? Assassin was no good, at least for now. I'd need to massively increase my knowledge of speed and movement to get an assassin out of the CA2. Sitting there while watching Melinda fight left me feeling I wasn't sure. I could do a few designs to farm DP. No, that still left me with a bitter taste in my mouth. When I did that to Archer, it just isn't what I want to do. Maybe in the future if I absolutely have to, but for now. Pick a design and start doing it, I decided. There was no point in getting stuck on what I wanted to build, because I wanted to build it all. Saber. I would make a saber. Artoria? Well, definitely not Mordred. I wasn't ready to make the CA1 into a proper hero mech. I'd run into the same problems the original designer had. No, start simple. I'd already done Q, which was as simple as it could come in some ways. Fully focused on internal systems. Now Artoria, it wasn't like these would be the final versions anyways. So, Artoria the Saber, powerful blows, but flexible like Q, but more than that, a noble phantasm worthy of her. With the CA1's original sword, I'd have some excellent materials, but would it be worthy of Saber? No, I was being stupid. I could only make what I could make. So, a sword. As good as I could, but I'd need something to set it apart. Thermal modules? No, not as such. The problem still remained. Modern armor was still fairly good at mitigating something like that. Sure, it would do some additional damage if it went through the armor, but that was a lot of extra weight and equipment for a negligible advantage. If you stabbed through the armor, you were already doing a lot of damage. Maybe I could make it sharper, stronger. Sure, but would that equal to a noble phantasm? I looked away from the match. Melinda's amazing showing was awe-inspiring, but at this moment I wasn't feeling very awed. I was instead feeling very overwhelmed. Running my hand over my face, I took a breath. I couldn't make an unmatched sword. I could make a very good sword for a one-star mech, and I could make a functional, even above-average sword for a modern mech. But something like Excalibur? Very unlikely. Once again, I wish I had Ketis as an apprentice. Huh, I guess the original path had some benefits even if I thought his choices were wrong. No point in crying over not having her talents, and again, I needed to stop shooting for perfect. I looked at Corey snoozing in my lap, then at the kids around me cheering on their cousin as she crushed mech after mech. Let's say I want to make an Excalibur for now. What would be the most important thing? Sharpness, durability, or a gimmick? If I asked Artoria herself, I blinked and nearly slapped myself. I closed my eyes and breathed, and that sense of the spirits returned to me. They were getting more powerful, more of them connected and sharing energy, and more pilots. Artoria Saber and Excalibur. For a blade for your body, what is most important for you? I projected the question, and in return, I felt the sense of the spirits communicating. Then in a flash it hit me. The first real communication between the spirits and me, the first connection beyond just creation and use. A single thought, an image, or maybe an impression. It was deeper than the last time I'd tried asking one of the spirits something, stronger, more firm. A sword. All of it mattered, and none of it, but a sword was a sword. It was confusing, but I understood. What good was a swordsman without a sword? What use was a gimmick if the sword didn't cut? How good the sword cut mattered not at all if it broke. A sword was a sword, I could do that. Ves, look, Melinda won, Kelly called out to the combined cheer of most of the kids. She did, isn't she? And my mech super cool? Yeah, Kelly agreed this time, and I smiled. That was it, right? It wasn't one or the other, but both. Q wasn't cool because of what I had done, he was cool because of what the pilots could do with him. A sword without a user was worthless. Yet, a mech could bring out something in the pilot. So the best sword? The best sword was the one that could bring out the most in the user. I had my answer. Ves, how's it coming? Almost done, sir, I called back as I wiggled half in the cockpit. I was securing some of the connections between mech and cockpit now. As usual, the cockpit was mostly a standard affair. Sure, designers sometimes did some alterations to them, but with the rules on neural interfaces, only a small handful of designers knew anything about them. So they were just off-the-shelf components that were almost never touched, which meant most cockpits were also fairly standard. Finishing up the connections, I closed the panel and flipped the switch with the cockpit powering on. It would run the checks and should find everything working as intended. That should mean the repairs are done. I pulled back and leaned out of the cockpit. All done. Good, Marcus called back. The spear guard I'd been working on repairing had been an emergency repair. Basically, the mech hadn't been working after purchase, despite all the standard testing, and had been returned. I'd found the problem, and thankfully it hadn't been us. Either way, Marcus had agreed to repair it, so I'd taken over that and found the issue. Climbing back onto the gantry, I jogged down the steps and met Marcus, who was looking at the mech. Good job. You figured out the problem like a pro. Honestly, I was planning on giving you the task to give you a taste of how hard it can be to diagnose an issue, but I should have known you'd figure it out. Huh. I just followed the diagnosis instructions in your manual. I did read it while working on the spear guard after all. Well, I can't blame you for that. Take some advice from me, Ves. Some designers get arrogant about their mechs, think they're above the most basic work, repair. But the knowledge of how to diagnose a problem with a damaged mech is worth its weight in the most valuable exotic in the galaxy. I'll keep that in mind, sir. He smirked at my eager answer and then nodded. I spoke to Isaac, mentioned you finished your little pyromaniac weapon, showed it to him. You showed him Q? Just the weapon. Sorry, kid, I'm not going to send your design to a well-respected man like Isaac, but he laughed when I showed him your spear. Said he was proud to have inspired the idea a little. That's a big compliment. You should send him a real thank you sometime soon. Oh, I will. Do you have his number or an address? I'll send you his Ansel alumni address. You can send him a message there. So what now? Gonna try to figure out how to produce one of your mechs? The Q. No, the price point is completely off for the Republic. I'm working on my next mech now. He blinked at me and just chuffed. You can take a while to process what you've learned from building a last-gen mech. Maybe study some more. I did. I've learned a lot from Q, and I've been studying every day. I agreed with his point, but he still sent me a look like I was being silly. You know, now that you are getting some data on the performance of your mech, you could be doing some updates. Plan for a Mark II instead of trying for something brand new. That's true, I agreed, but then I shrugged. But while I could make some improvements now, I'd rather work on a few other projects first, and then come back with new insights and a refreshed perspective. I was pretty burned out on Q when I finished him. Well, not how I go about it, but you have your own way. Thanks, Marcus. I really appreciate all the advice you give me. Honest, I said, and he looked at me with a little smirk for a minute before shaking his head. I'm barely doing anything, kid, but if you want to thank me, keep working as quick as that. I might be paying you now, but finding good workers is hard. Keep it up. Yes, sir. Ves, you little brat, what the heck was that? Melinda yelled at me the moment I answered the comm. It had been a few days, and we'd mostly been playing comm tag with each other. I'd be working when she called, or she'd be training. Either way, it was great to finally get a hold of her. Hang, before you start yelling, and before I answer that. Do you like it or not? I asked the most important question. Like it? The feeling the Q has. Is he a bit much, or did you like the feeling it gave? Like it? You little brat, I love it. Now answer me. What is it? It's hard to explain. It's not dangerous or anything. Q was approved by the MTA, you know? Okay, great, I don't care. Now what is it? Well, I'm calling it aura for now. It's the synergy of the mech's purpose and the pilot's intentions. Or maybe it might be better to say the connection between mech and pilot. I wondered how to best explain it. Despite having such a powerful X factor, I hadn't really done much explaining about them in my store page yet. That doesn't explain anything. Listen, just treat Q like a partner. He'll support you in ways you normally can't, and in turn you're his pilot. You support him in ways he can't. I explained, and I watched as Melinda's eyes shifted. Oh, I knew that look. Ves Larkinson, you better explain it better than that, or I'll head right home and tan your ass, she shouted, and I winced. I had vivid memories of big sis Melinda doing just that when Ves was little and being bad. But I shook that off. I was right. Okay, for one, you're on bent time, and in training you can't. 2, I'm trying, it's kinda hard to explain. And 3, you already said you liked it, and as such you can't blame me, I'm innocent of any crime. I said, counting my fingers to the number as I spoke in view of the comm. That is such bullshit, she barked, and then she just sighed, slumping a bit. It's weird, Ves. I've never seen anything like it. Never heard of anything like it. I've never been so in tune with a mech before. I did some training in real mechs today. You know what my trainers all said? What? They saw a big improvement. She told me, and I smiled brightly at the news. That's amazing. Improvement, how exactly? I asked, practically ready to write it all down, because that was big. Just in the way I move in the mechs. I feel, whenever I'm in a mech now, I just have a better sense of balance in them. I spent so much time slipping around in the mud in the Q lane that I've just felt a difference. It was like all that motive training just clicked. That's impressive for just one round. I hadn't expected you to see an improvement like that, especially outside the mech, I whispered. And Melinda snorted. One match. I've been addicted, Ves. Been in Iron Spirit every minute outside of my youth guard training. Ugh, I can't believe I'm getting back into that game. I'm not 10 anymore. Hey, if you showed real improvement by piloting the Q, that's not something to put down. Yeah, well, it's still just a game. You gonna do your big sis Melinda a favor and give me a real one? She said, but we both laughed at that. She was joking, but I was still pleased to hear it. If I ever get to make a Q Chullin for real, I'll give you the first one if I can afford it. If I don't get you interested in other mechs. Q is just the first variant. I'm already working on a swordsman version, and you were always more into swords, right? They're good for street fighting, although spears are too. Ugh, I don't even know anymore, Ves. I've felt so weird since I piloted your mech. Okay, seriously. What is going on with that? Okay, let me see if I can explain it. Mech designers have something called a design philosophy. It's basically the focus we all have on mechs. For instance, you've heard of senior mech designer Ivy Miller, right? She's famous for her ejection seats. Oh yeah, she makes a lot of the ejection systems for the mech cores. Right, they're so good it helps save a lot of lives. That's her design philosophy. She's amazing at it. My design philosophy is what you experienced with Kao. That feeling of the mech supporting you. That doesn't really explain it at all, Ves. I mean, if I worked on nothing but building a gun for 20 years, I'd be good at it too. I wouldn't suddenly have my guns come alive at me. Maybe you would, I muttered but shook my head. It's just how it is. I can't really explain it any better. Just like expert pilots, mech designers can resonate with the mechs they design and make them react like that, or make their escape pods work better. That explanation I offered, taken and mulled over for a while, before she just sighed, shaking her head. Whatever. I'll stop grilling you if the MTA is okay with it. It's really amazing, Ves, your mech. I'm super awed that you put something so good together. You're going to become famous someday. We'll all be famous, I said instead. The whole Larkinson family. I'll build mechs that let us really show the galaxy what we can do. That's sweet, Ves. Okay, fine, I'll stop being scary at you, and I won't even spank you next time I see you. That's a relief. And I guess I can send over these recordings of my battles. She trailed off and I perked up. Please, that would be awesome. I begged, and she laughed, and I got an alert as she started sending them. Thank you, Melinda. Everyone really enjoyed that battle you sent Grandpa, you know. We had it up on repeat in the living room, and it's been hard to get the kids to watch anything else. Wow. What? She yelped, ears going a bit red. You've all been watching it? I sent that just to Grandpa, and I knew you'd see it. Not everyone. Yeah, everyone's seen it. Oh no. She moaned into her hands, and I just laughed, but she shook herself and glared at me. Don't laugh. Do you know what happens when those old-timers see any young pilot? Endless hours of them talking about what we need to improve on. They never stop, Ves. You're lucky you never had to suffer them. Sorry. She stopped herself, catching what she had just said, but I just shook her head. That sounds nice and unpleasant. I get it. I'm not offended, don't worry, Melinda. Yeah, I guess you are, she said, smiling at me. Then she looked up and sighed. Look, I have to go. Ves, take care of yourself and get me a better explanation, okay? I've already explained it. Bye. Melinda, I've already explained. She hung up. I grumbled at her. That last bit was purely to mess with me. Still, she had such a strong reaction to Q. That wasn't something I had properly expected. I might need to talk to Marcus, or maybe the MTA about it. Unlike Ves, I wasn't going to live in fear of the MTA since they already knew all about X-Factor stuff and wanted more uses. They weren't going to stamp me out like Ves had feared at the start. But maybe asking about it like I didn't know. Probably for the best. Either way. Q had gone above my expectations. He'd actually helped Melinda even outside of his cockpit. I knew Kitty, Linda, and Valerie had mentioned the feeling their mechs gave them while I had talked to them, but I hadn't really thought about how much it was already impacting them. Good. Hopefully, no, I was going to say it was a good thing. The spirits were not malicious, and they gained as the pilot did, so the pilot benefited as well. Good. And, for the next Artoria, I was going to weaponize it. Or try to. Melinda's match video had given me the idea, really. An aspect of mech combat I hadn't really considered yet, but would be incredibly useful. Command. As I worked, as I studied and took my classes, I mused over what I could do, and in the end I decided there was a path forward that might just work. Synergistic spirits. So far I'd designed noble phantasms, which had boosted the overall X-factor of a mech, but what if instead of just being random spirits doing random things? What if I synced all three spirits towards a single goal? Artoria the king, the sword of kingship, and a crown, perhaps some other symbol. Either way, all three symbols representing kingship, of leadership, focused completely on that concept. Would that boost the X-factor and create a mech made for command? I'd have to boost the communications and sensor systems. Instead of a pure swordsman mech, it would have a lot of additional systems meant to keep a commander in control. An Artoria for a new battlefield. Not the king on the ground swinging her blade, but the king atop the hill. The symbol of promised victory made flesh. Of course, that meant I needed to start working on the first noble phantasm. The easiest one, probably. Excalibur? No. Caliburn, the sword pulled from the stone and heralding a king. A new spirit burst to life connected to Artoria, this one similar and yet different from its sister sword spirit. A beautiful blade, blue and gold inlay, a smaller blade and yet no less powerful. The blade of a king. I focused that aspect into it as much as I could. Willed it to accept its role. Only a true leader could properly use the blade. Now I just needed to make it. Opening the design software and bringing up the CA1's original sword. I instantly threw it away. The materials were high-end, but I could do better. Would it be good enough? I don't know. But it would be better. Durable and sharp, but more importantly, a sword. Without something like the Gay-Bolg's nail system, at least I could reinforce it to the maximum. Slowly I worked, using everything I had learned, honing the blade, forming the structure, reinforcing the materials, shaping it into the blade from my memories. Mech Otaku's touch. Chapter 49. Hey Ves. What? I looked up as my door was banged on heavily. I walked over and opened it. Hey, we're all going to an event tonight. You should come too. Yes, hello Michael. Nice to see you, cousin. How am I, you ask? Very good, actually. I'm Ao. Hey, I grumbled as I rubbed my arm as Michael punched me. The slightly older teen wasn't a pilot. Like me, he was one of the Larkinson norms, but he was cool enough. Normal. Okay, Ves, blah blah blah. Whatever, you've been hanging out in your room for like months, so you're going out with the rest of us. He offered, sticking a thumb towards his face while smiling brightly. Uh-huh. I responded completely flat. Don't give me that look. You do. So we're all heading to an event tonight, so get ready. And why would I want to go to an event? Michael, I'm kinda in the middle of something. It's a live mech arena battle. And since it has mechs, I definitely want to go, I responded cheerfully, and he smirked at me like he had me figured out. Thought so. All right, there will be 10 of us, only the older teens and stuff. No kids, but not all of us have tickets. He looked at me. I looked at him. Finally, he looked a bit awkward at me. So, will you help cover the cost? Oh, are you finally asking me and revealing why you actually want me to go? I replied snarkily, and he winced. Guess so. You do need to get out more, he said weakly. Yeah, true. Okay, yeah, I can help cover the tickets. When are we leaving? Half an hour? Geez, give me time to get ready, why don't you? All right, let me get dressed. I grumbled, slamming my door and rushing around. Mech arena fight. Fun! Transport was thankfully not public this time. 3 of the older Larkinson teens could drive, and so we all climbed into a few cars borrowed from parents with stern warnings not to crash. And then we were off. I thankfully got a front seat, despite being one of the youngest. There had been grumbles, but a few nudges and pointing out that I was helping to pay for everyone. Honestly, I was paying for basically everyone, but it was nothing. Besides, I could use some inspiration, and watching some mech battles in person sounded awesome. Michael was driving the car I was in, and he was chattering less about the mechs and more about his girlfriend. So I won't be around once we get there. Veronica and I already have tickets, so we're sitting next to each other. Hey, asshole, stop rubbing it in. The shout from behind us had most of the car laughing as Michael pouted, and amused nudges happened in the back seat, teasing the poor older boy without a date. I just sighed happily that I didn't have a yandere hexer trying to claim me. The stadium was huge when we finally arrived, and I was quickly pushed forward to the tickets as I paid for the passes, and we moved into the large lines heading into the arena. There, most of the family split off, although we were responsible enough to share comm numbers, but I was a bit left out, as most of the rest of the family had their cliques. But unfortunately, I wasn't so lucky to get away from everyone. Looks like it's just us, Ves. Yep. I confirmed, just stopping from popping the P on the word as I felt awkward. Ves Larkinson. My cousin. A few years older than me, but there was one problem. In the future, this guy would betray me, sell me to the Friday men, and basically destroy a large amount of trust the family had in each other. Also, he ended up hating me. Well, other Ves. Still, I knew he hadn't yet, that he wasn't that person, that things might not go that way, and yet, It was hard to not feel a bit uncomfortable with the other boy. He was actually sticking to me, being responsible and stuff. Awkward. Come on, let's grab some drinks before the battles start. He offered and I nodded. Ganso was, in a lot of ways, he was what the original Ves wanted to be. Confident, skilled, and most importantly, a pilot. I wonder if he'd be piloting my mechs before the war. Maybe. Weird. I shook it off, and we hit a concession stand, very quickly ordering 2 drinks and a few snacks before we were moved along. We headed up into our seats. The arena wasn't like a football arena. This was a mech arena. It was huge and entirely covered top to bottom. Our seats were on the 17th floor, which put us at an angle, and as we arrived, we were almost looking straight down at the arena. Not the best seats, but at least we'd get to see everything. The sight still was a bit weird. Only the ship-style gravity generators kept us on our feet and not falling hundreds of feet to the arena floor. I settled in, and thankfully Ganso, despite having followed me, wasn't sitting right next to me. So I took a sip of the soda I'd bought and threw a few sweet, crunchy, nut-like treats into my mouth and just, oh nice. I pulled out my comm and loaded the arena's broadcast, and suddenly, like many others around, I was watching pre-match banter and chatter from the pilots. The arena might be empty, but the pilots were shit-talking. Oh, was this basically wrestling, but in mech form? I watched one of the pilots act almost like he was some immortal monster. Oh god, it was. Cool, that should mean the fight would be awesome. And then Whirlwind absolutely thrashed Militant with his repeater cannon. I agreed as we stepped out of the cars finally back home. It had been a fun match, over-the-top stunts in mechs, massive destruction and battle after battle. Seeing an entire fusillade of missiles from above had been awesome. And to my relief, it wasn't as fake as wrestling. It might be a bit hammed up by the pilots, but the actual battles were real, and raising the pilots' rank during the matches, according to the system the mech arenas used, was important to them. Either way, it was awesome, and there had been a lot of people watching, not just in the arena, but back at home. Well worth the small price for the tickets. I want to pilot a mech like that, Ganso explained, the serious boy gushing about the battles. Still, seriously, why me? Why not gush to Michael or Melissa? It was pretty awesome, I said to Ganso, trying to avoid feeling awkward around him. Yeah, it was. Ves, thanks. I appreciate you letting us all go. Been wanting to do that for years, but my allowance isn't enough for a ticket. Spend too much on Iron Spirit? Yeah, he admitted, a bit embarrassed. It's fine, I get it. Pilots have a lot of expenses. Yeah, exactly. Us pilots spend a lot on training because it's important. I'm glad you know that Ves, unlike some of the other Norm cousins, complaining about the allowance all the time. He grumbled, and I side-eyed him. Yeah, they complain because pilots get an allowance from the family. Norm kids like me only got something from their parents. Of course, kids would find it unfair. I sighed. All right, I've had enough people for the day. All right, I'm heading to my room. Have a good night, Ganso. You too, Ves, he called out as we split up, finally free from him. I flopped on the bed and Corey meowed at me. I know, girl. Sorry I didn't take you. I'll start taking you everywhere soon. You're my bodyguard after all. Meow. She confirmed and walked over and batted at my forehead with her paw, probably to tell me I was bad for leaving her. Once she was done and she lay down next to me, I took in what I had seen. It had been fun, but also, mechs were so cool. The battle had been intense, giant weapons of war, and after 400 years of conflict and use, the skill ceiling was intense. It confirmed for me a simple fact. A powerful mech was good, but a skill pilot was just as important. My spirits needed to be even better at guiding their pilots. The synergy between them needed to increase. No, even more than that. My mechs needed to learn from the best pilots. I know the spirits had a certain mentality to start with. It wasn't even that they knew things, it was just they had a different perspective. They understood their reach in the mechs better than a brand new pilot. They were seeing out of the sensors, noticing things the pilot wasn't. But they were learning from their pilots, taking in new skills and abilities, and yet, the spirits could teach, could guide. I needed the best pilots I could to pilot my mechs, and I needed to work on ways for the spirit to guide pilots. I needed to give the spirits ways to communicate. A random urge or feeling might be accepted by a pilot, but if the mech starts trying to teach a pilot, they're not just going to accept it. But if the mech was able to talk, was able to actually communicate, imagine the pilot listening as their mech spoke to them. What had Ves called it? Man-machine interface. He had never really bothered with what I was considering just power up the spirit even more. Who cares if the pilot accepts the spirit or not? Order them to do it anyway, and just let that solve the problem. But communication was a massive synergy. Creatures that could communicate to each other were the most effective creatures to exist. How can I let a spirit speak? The idea was there, but the ability, that was just utterly beyond me. Ugh! I rubbed my eyes as I decided to just relax for a while. It was an idea for the future. Until then, I had to work on making the spirit connection to the pilot more accepted. With the X factor already hitting B rank, it would be extremely noticeable to pilots. The sword was formed. It wasn't the best sword. It wasn't some wonderful masterwork. But it was a fine sword. Golden lines traced up the hilt, practically glowing. A sword fit for a king. And the spirit had no issues with it. Caliburn slipped into the image, joined it, and if it all worked well, to see the sword would be to see a king. Getting the aura right was, well, to be honest, it was a lot of hoping really hard more than anything, but powered by the throne, the spirit was able to grow into the concept I kept impressing on it. With the first draft done, I moved on to the next part. I had considered a few things, a shield, a standard, but it had been the cost that really determined what I needed next. So there was only one path for that. I made a call. It took a bit for the call to go through, but then finally Max Liu appeared on the screen. Mr. Larkinson, a pleasure to see you again. How are you doing? Very well, Mr. Liu. I've been working on a new mech design, but it's doing something a bit outside of my experience. Well, I was hoping to ask you some questions and get some suggestions on some of the Ansel licenses. Oh, well, these are my office hours, so go ahead. I want to hear this. Okay, so, I want to make a mech built around command and control, but honestly, I don't really know much about signals and transmission. I was hoping you'd have some suggestions about which licenses would work best. Ah, now that's an interesting idea. Command mechs aren't very popular. Not for our mech core, after all. I know using ships or ground stations. Well, or space stations in general for command is the norm, but I'm still making mechs mostly for Iron Spirit. I watched my cousin play around, and I noticed the command of the forces in the game was a bit... I waved my hand side to side. Huh. Well, you certainly aren't the first of my students to come talk to me about Iron Spirit-focused mechs, although you shouldn't fall into the habit of focusing on it. The game isn't real after all. I know, but also basically all of our pilots start with that game. If we can make mechs that teach them good skills for when they get older, that would be incredibly useful, I explained, and Max smirked as he nodded along. This is a bit of a side tangent to your request, but no fear, I'm pulling up a few licenses I think might work, but I want to comment on that. You aren't the first to think that, or the first to attempt to do something about it. But the honest truth, Ves, Iron Spirit is just good enough to teach a pilot how to handle a mech, to teach them the very basics of moving and fighting. What it's terrible at is teaching children how to fight in the real world. Too much just doesn't get translated over. I nodded slowly at his explanation, and he was probably right. It would be insane to think no mech designer ever had the same thought. Make a mech for Iron Spirit that would train pilots, and probably predispose those pilots towards purchasing the real mech after. But those mechs wouldn't come pre-built with spirits and a high X factor. I'll keep that in mind, Professor. Good. And feel free to ignore me completely, Ves. You shouldn't let others' beliefs stymie your path forward. Who knows, maybe your focus on virtual mechs will create a breakthrough for you, he asked, smiling to himself in a way that told me he was thinking about my design philosophy. Oh, probably not. Well, outside the obvious experience. Anyway, thank you for the advice. So the licenses? Yes, all right, I looked through the sensor equipment licenses, and while some of them would give you some effectiveness, you really have two main choices, cheap or expensive. My comm chirped as I received 2 files, and I opened them up and started looking them over. Yeah, I see what he meant. Cheap or effective is right. I muttered. One set of licenses was for a CMDR-2 Neopoint laser comm system. It shot a laser communication at another mech, which would let you guarantee a very stable connection. Of course, it needed to be shot either close enough to the other mech for the transmission to reach, or better yet, directly at the other mech. Cheap, stable, and functional, but the obvious issue is obvious. The other wasn't actually a communication system at all, but actually the opposite. Com Disruptor Pack Mark 15. A simple name for a very expensive piece of equipment. You are obviously looking at the Com Disruptor. Most other mech designers wouldn't even dream of it. Too expensive, of course. I see that. The entire conceit of the disruptor was using a rare exotic that sent out pulses that would disrupt enemy communications. And allied technically. But the Mark 15 had an inbuilt communication package which would help all allied mechs in the area stay in communication. It also would drastically counter enemy disruption. It was incredibly good, but the reason it was an Ansel license and not used on the bright market. The exotic in need was incredibly rare, incredibly expensive, and power-hungry. Basically, the Bright Republic just outright couldn't afford to make the damned thing. It was basically a prototype based on exotics we don't have. A boondoggle, maybe a path to future better tech if the number of versions told me anything. Someone definitely had a pet project. So, yeah, it was everything I would want, but it would jack up the price of my mech like crazy. I'll send you a few other options. That won't be nearly as good. I'm afraid for all that Ansel is the best university in the Republic, our signal focus is more skewed towards anti-missile systems. That I'm aware of. Thank you, Professor. Think nothing of it. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. The comm ended, and I was left staring. What to do? This might be the component I needed, but it was already fairly refined. There was no modifying it I could do without a massive point cost, and so, how could I turn it into a noble phantasm? Staring at nothing again, Ves? Yep, I confirmed, staring out over the yard. I looked up to see Uncle T. The older man was out for a walk. The slight limp he still carried from the war meant it wasn't an easy time for him. Designing a new mech is a pain in the ass, I said, not even trying to hide my language. Uncle T looking at me for a long while before breaking into a slightly broken smirk. From what I hear, that's an honest fact. Facing some trouble? More striker mech issues? Not this time. Command mech. He whistled at my words. That's a rare type, not much use out here. But not worthless, that's for sure. What's your problem? So I watched Melinda's matches while piloting my Q Chullin. Saw them. The girl still leads too much with her left foot. Keep warning her about that. Right, and I noticed how much trouble she had with command mechs. Half the team just does whatever they want. Ah, that's right. Heh. Back in my day, you couldn't get a proper command to get anything done. We called them Vesian infiltrators. It was a bit of a joke back then. There was a battle that became famous where the Vesians hacked our comms and were able to issue orders. It became a bit of a joke to us kids. He trailed off seriously. It might have been a joke to them, but I doubt it was to the adults. Yikes. Anyway, we never listened to the commander. All of us grew up on stories of lone mech pilots ignoring the Vesian commands and winning a battle by their own strength. Yikes. Yep, it was a mess. Well, I wanted to make a mech that helped with that. Clearer comms disrupt enemy comms, just help the battle. You know, there was only one thing that got little shits like us to work together when we were that young, and it wasn't clear commands. We ignored those just as well. What did make you listen? Respect. Didn't matter if we could hear him or not. If you looked over and a pilot you respected pointed towards the enemy, you charged the fucking enemy. He said, winking as he cussed, and I smiled in turn. Respect, huh? That was already the plan, but I needed a noble phantasm to help commune. I'm a damned idiot, I whispered. Corey perked up the moment I spoke as I leaned back and slapped my forehead. I'm so fucking stupid. Hey now, don't copy my language. You'll get my ass flamed right along with you. Uncle T grumbled, but he looked on amused as Corey climbed up my chest and started beating at my cheeks. Yes, Corey, I understand I shouldn't call myself an idiot. Thank you. I won't anymore. I told her, which finally got her to stop. Cute cat. She is right. Figured something out. Yeah, I was trying to turn the communication systems into an important piece of the mech, but it's not. It never was. Getting clear comms was useful, but the real value of King Artoria was never clear communication, it was giving orders. I didn't need a shield. Or a standard. Well, that would be good, but there was only one symbol I needed to boost that aura of being a king. A crown. What better symbols for a king were there? A sword and a crown. The goal was to try and boost the aura, then everything else was unneeded. I didn't need to make the noble phantasm into an electrical or mechanical system. It just needed to hold the spirit and boost that forward. King Artoria was going to be the first mech that fought through spirit rather than physical. It would be different, and even if it didn't sell or something that didn't matter. What mattered was if I could do it. I pulled up the comm and started to work, even as Uncle T huffed in laughter at my hyperfocus and continued on. A crown, the symbol of a king, bestowed not through divine means, but by the people. If the sword was the symbol of divine right, then the crown was the mandate of the people. Together they should drag even the most recalcitrant young mech pilot into heeding orders. Well, that was the hope anyways. Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 50. I kinda doubted the MTA would be very impressed with what they might just see as a crown component, but well, they'd have to get used to my design philosophy eventually. Once the spirit was created and attached to Artoria, I simply went into the design and created a crown out of the same materials as the CA-1's armor, painting it gold and adding a few alterations to give it the look of a jeweled crown. The large crest would rise up a bit on the front of the mech's head. It wasn't Gundam V-wings, but it mimicked it a little, and then I completed it. The spirit settled in, the object was created. There was one thing I really wondered. Okay, system, tell me what you think, okay? I know this one is weird. Design evaluation, Coron Artoria component. Component type, mech accessory. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, accessory. Aesthetics, A endurance, S plus firepower, F minus flexibility, minus integrity. BX, factor C. Project involvement, 100%. Overall evaluation, a purely spiritual component, an apparently useless piece of metal in the shape of the crown of a king, designed to improve the natural effect of a mech threaded with X-Factor. This accessory moves beyond engineering into something more. A pure thread of X-Factor runs through this component, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X-Factor. I breathed out as I looked it over. The system was fairly blank about the component, almost oddly so. Only a single negative mention, and it was fairly mild. I think I had impressed it a little, and with that I was a chunk of DP towards journeyman metallurgy. But only a chunk. I sighed and pulled up the other file. And this one. Design evaluation, Caliburn sword component. Component type, mech sword. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, mech sword. Aesthetics, A endurance, S firepower, C plus flexibility, C integrity, BX factor, C. Project involvement, 100%. Overall evaluation, a mech, a bare-bones weapon that would pretentiously sit in a mech hangar overlooked, if not for the spiritual construct, designed to improve the natural effect of a mech threaded with X-Factor. This sword moves beyond engineering into something more. A pure thread of X-Factor runs through this component, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X-Factor. Again, the same comment. Not any different from Gay Bolg or Excalibur I'd designed, but I hadn't just stuffed a spirit into a weapon and moved on. Sure, Gay Bolg had been given a bloodthirsty edge, but it had been alone. Just the spirit had that imprint. What would have happened if Ku had also been designed to have a bloodthirsty aura? Even without the system almost telling me so, I realized I was onto something big. Combined aura. Hadn't the original Ves's Doom Guard worked better in a group too? And that was entire mechs that were still separate from each other. This was a single mech with multiple spirits working in concert. "I've gone about this all wrong," I whispered. "I couldn't just fit this onto Artoria Saber and be happy." I closed my eyes. I'd never tried this before, but I had to. Artoria as she was wouldn't work. I needed a new version of her, just like I had done between Saber and Lancer Artoria. I needed Artoria Ruler, King Artoria. I created the new class in my mind, imagined the throne sprouting a new limb, and then the new spirit was born. Please tell me I can do this. And I imagined moving the spirits over. Coron Artoria and Caliburn shifted, and easily simply slipped into their new location. I sighed in relief that it had worked so easily. Artoria Ruler, where Saber was the king on foot, battling it out, and Lancer was the king with a different path, on horseback with a different weight on her shoulders. Ruler was the perfect king, perhaps fragmentary, perhaps fragile in her own way. The images of Artoria in Fate, when she wore her cloak, when she stood silent, cold and commanding, unable to connect with others. That was King Artoria, the one who commands. In her past, she could never connect with her people, always separate. But now, as a partner, as a mech, she finally could connect to others and share her feelings and theirs. She could rule without confusion. That was my image of Artoria. Now, just to see if it was enough, I considered sending both Coron Artoria and Caliburn into the MTA, but I kinda wanted to get metallurgy up and make them even better with an update, so I held off. It totally wasn't because I was nervous how the MTA would react to the Coron Artoria. A completely useless component in their eyes. It didn't matter overly much. I could still attach it to King Artoria and submit it as a whole, but it was a separate component, and it deserved to be acknowledged as such. Still, for now, I would hold off, as I began pulling up the base CA2 and figuring out what to do. Obviously, I still wanted Artoria to be a competent swordsman, if nothing else. She shouldn't hold back her team despite her leadership, but do I add the Com Disruptor Pack Mark 15? It would be an extreme boost to what the goal was for the mech, but it would be at the cost of some combat ability. The power drain alone would leave the mech anemic if combat found it. Did I even need to use it? Should I focus on simply engineering a fine mech while using the X factor as the main punch? It was definitely worth considering both ways. Without the Com Disruptor, King Artoria would be a command mech with only the benefit of aura to push her towards that. Otherwise, she'd be just a bog-standard swordsman mech. With it, how would it combine? Would it synergize or just be redundant? In the end, as an iron spirit mech, there was no real loss to pushing things. I added it. Sure, it was heavy and a massive energy drain, but it wasn't like it needed to be on all the time, and Artoria could help guide her pilot. Hopefully. Now, take the CA2 and this was going to be a lot of work. I ran a hand through my hair as I looked at the base mech image. It didn't fit Artoria at all, and I was going to get made fun of for making a girl mech again, wasn't I? Other than classes and my job at the mech works, I was focused on building King Artoria. The stupid compressed armor was as always a bit of a pain to work with. I'd need to get the knowledge of how to do it myself soon. It would give me more flexibility in her design, but the internals were always first, except there were two adjustments. One, I was altering the exterior of the mech a bit more to try and give her a bit more of a girlish figure. And two, the Com Disruptor Pack Mark 15 needed to be installed, and it was a bit of a pain since it was a power hog. Luckily, unlike, say, the original CA1's lasers, the pack was literally a pack and would go on the back. Unfortunately, the actual design of it was pretty bad, and I needed to reinforce it with compressed armor to properly give it all the defense it needed. Still, I'd mostly made the internal adjustments, which had necessitated some musculature changes. Not my favorite thing, since it meant I had to go through the entire mech to change things. But it was fine. It was interesting, and I wanted to do everything I could to make King Artoria feel like a king stepping onto the battlefield, which meant I was also altering her boots. Hopefully every step would properly ring out as she walked. There would be no stealth for Artoria. No, her presence was there to be noticed. Days passed, and then a week, and it was honestly heaven. When I wasn't actively putting mechs together, I was learning about them, and when I wasn't doing that, I was designing them. Could my life be more perfect? Well, yeah, if I could pilot my mechs, that would make it just that much better, but no use crying over spilled milk. Yet time was continuing on. Yeez! The shriek of a young Larkinson went through the compound, and I looked up from my room, as I put the designer to the side and poked my head out to see what was going on. The answer was fairly normal with the family. A day I remember clearly as well. Raella Larkinson had turned 10 today, and it turned out she was a potentate. Another Larkinson pilot, and everyone was cheering for the little girl running through the compound finding her favorite members of the family to tell them directly. It was nostalgic and a bit sad. Ves had returned shell-shocked and broken. Honestly, the more interesting fact was I actually recognized the girl, not by name as such. It had been a while since I remembered every character from the book. But her exuberance struck me, and that connected the name and face to the character. Raella Larkinson would finish the Mech Academy and join a Mech athlete team. Take part in the Mech Games, which honestly weren't that interesting to me, but she must love them. Until she punched a former teammate. It was something like that. She went full-on angry woman and ended up more like a pirate after becoming the original Ves's second bodyguard besides Melkor. She'd ended up fighting in the underground mech arena. It was kinda a shame in some ways, to have a talented Larkinson fall to that. I guess she needed discipline, but the normal Larkinson training didn't work. I felt my lips twitch a little. Maybe a spirit would help tame her wildness, or maybe I could just help in other ways. As long as she didn't punch her former teammate, she'd probably stay a mech athlete. Either way, Raella Larkinson, I hope you find a brighter future than underground pit fights and dating that total creep. Ugh. I shuddered. I couldn't even remember the moron's name, but he'd been such a creep he made the original Ves put a codpiece on his mech to show off how large he was. Oh, and he was also a psycho that killed his own family and was a member of the Bentheim Liberation Movement. Which was bad. Those guys were also psychos that killed people. Yeah. If I could just avoid ever dealing with that, it'd be great. I'll do my best to be very careful on Bentheim if I ever go. Private security transport at the least. Shaking it off, I noticed Raella noticed me, and to my surprise she raced right up to me. Her dark black hair a sign of the Larkinson blood bobbing as she practically bounced across the room. "Uncle Ves, make me a mech. A big one with big guns and missiles," she demanded, and I could see her mother suddenly slap her face in embarrassment. I just smiled, though. She wasn't the first little kid to come up to me asking for a mech. "Well, you will be starting to play Iron Spirit, right?" I asked, smiling down at her as she looked me over suspiciously. "Yeah?" "How about I buy you one of my mechs?" I offered. "That would be easy enough." "I want the one Melinda had, the spear one." "Ah, well, that's a 5-star mech. You can't pilot it until you train a whole bunch." She pouted but nodded. "Then I'll become the best, and you can buy it for me." "I'll think about it, but for now, how about just a 1-star mech? Do you want to learn how to pilot a rifleman or maybe a swordsman mech?" "Both," she said cheerfully, and well, I wasn't sure Mordred was really the mech I wanted to give a little girl, but this was Raella. What was the worst that could happen? She becomes even more wild. "Sure, I have something like that." And time continued. Days turned into weeks. All the while I solved problems. "Okay, the stupid comm disruptor is too big," I grumbled, rubbing my face. Not only was it a university boondoggle and too expensive to ever exist in the Bright Republic, the stupid thing was also huge. Oh, and it drained power like it was running out of style. Thankfully, the power cells the CA1 came with were absolutely top of the line for last-gen parts and would help keep up the power consumption. It was fine. Short-term the pack would work, and that's all it needed too. Most Iron Spirit matches, even the larger 200 versus 200 matches, or bigger, usually didn't last that long, and at that size, taking time to retreat and get more power cells was fairly normal. It still felt bad to make something that would be purely Iron Spirit, though. Whatever, I'd make a version 2 with more advanced sensor systems someday and actually try to sell it or something. For now, it was all about integrating systems. The exotics of the pack weren't causing too many issues to the internals, but the pulses they sent out were disruptive of normal communication systems on board the mech, so I had to route the comm systems twice. And again, it was very heavy. The only good thing about the pack was it was detachable. If King Artoria got into a fight, she could disconnect the pack and act like a normal swordsman, which unfortunately meant I needed to balance the mech in two forms. This wasn't like Lancer, where she was going to rocket around and then shift into combat form. Artoria needed to walk and be mobile with and without the pack. Still, it was an interesting problem to be faced with, and I was wiring and rewiring the entire system constantly while also adjusting her musculature and connection points. She was still a Caesar Augustus, and without all the other nonsense, her arms would be powerful, more than powerful enough that in combat she'd be a serious threat. Of course, that caused another problem. It's always one problem after another, right, Corey? Meow. Thanks, I appreciate your support. She definitely hadn't meowed anything supportive at me, but I was going to take it anyway. The problem was Marcus Grine, or to be more accurate, his own design philosophy. I knew it could be invasive. Theories, I mean. There was a sort of spiritual contamination in coming into contact with them, and well, I wasn't going to say it wasn't somewhat worth it, but I also wasn't interested in walking his path. I kept fighting myself from going back to looking at Ku and copying some of the changes that he'd made. I didn't want to do that, as the more the urge hit me, the more uncomfortable I was by it. Marcus had a mech design that I actually appreciated, but I couldn't be his apprentice, and I shouldn't. I had my own path, and trying to copy him would damage that. Not that I wasn't integrating things I remembered offhand, but I wasn't going to try and copy his work. Inspired by his work was one thing, copying was not. Hopefully it was enough, and I should be fairly resistant to spiritual contamination thanks to my high spirituality, which was technically OG Ves again, and I could only hope I retained that. Whatever, not getting sidetracked. King Artoria was slowly coming together, powerful limbs, a fine sword, but all of it secondary to her aura of command. After completing the internals, I looked at her armor and spent a long time going over it, adding the sort of lines that would draw the eye and make anyone think she was more than just a soldier. It was all somewhat hampered by the difficulty in altering the CA1's compressed armor, and the knowledge I was going to upgrade to metallurgy and try to improve her even more with that. It hurt to know the days of work I'd done was all for basically nothing. No, not for nothing. Practice, training, implementation, and solid work to the system, showing I wasn't slacking off. Then, she was done. Much like the Ku, her internals were entirely towards integrity and performance. No bells and whistles, just a mech that had incredible strength and output. It crushed me not to add some sort of mana burst to her arms, but thrusters would drain power she was already going to struggle with. Besides, no thrusters meant her arms could have as high an integrity as I could. Arms were important for a swordsman mech after all. Okay, system, adding Caliburn and Coron Artoria. What do you think of King Artoria? Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Caesar Augustus, CA2HSR, King Artoria. Design evaluation, Caesar Augustus, CA2HSR, King Artoria. Variant name, Caesar Augustus, CA2HSR, King Artoria. Base model, Caesar Augustus. Original manufacturer, National Aeromotives. Weight classification, medium-heavy. Recommended role, command swordsman. Armor, A. Carrying capacity, C. Aesthetics, B to B-. Endurance, B to C-. Energy efficiency, B to D. Flexibility, F implies C. Firepower, F implies C+. Integrity, B. Mobility, C+. Spotting, C- to B. X factor, F- to B++. Project involvement, 100%. Deviance, 19.58%. Performance improvement, 91.49%. Overall evaluation, a last-gen landbound command swordsman. Top-of-the-line armor and an uninspired weapon, this mech was made to disrupt battlefield control rather than win the battle itself. An odd honed concept has been applied to this mech, just missing out on truly reaching its potential. A pure thread of X Factor runs through this mech, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a 10% performance improvement. You have received 1,000 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X Factor. I stilled. That was the first time a comment from the system ever truly struck me. A B++ X Factor. And yet, the system noticed it as well. King Artoria was one step below where it should be. I knew it. I could feel it. The spirit was surging in a way as all three spirits coexisted together, growing into something more, and yet, she was held back. The satisfaction of completing a mech, of getting DP, of all these weeks of design work. I waved a hand through the comm screen, turning the whole thing off and stomping to my feet. "It's wrong," I cursed as I started pacing, Corey jolting up at my tone as she watched me from the bed. It was all wrong, completely wrong. What had I done wrong? I'd put her together with all the care I could. She had two noble phantasms, purely spiritual and honed for a single thing, and yet it was like climbing a set of steps only to stumble and fall all the way back down at the last step. What happened? Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 51. "Everything all right there, son?" Benjamin called out as he walked up. "I don't want to talk about it," I grumbled, staring up through the leaves of the tree in the yard. "All right. I always liked this tree. Comforting old thing." "Me too," I replied after a moment, then sighed, acting like this was stupid. I sat up. I guess I finished a mech, not really though. It's like the first draft, the prototype, and I thought I was really onto something. Really onto something, Grandpa, I said, then only just kept myself from flopping over. I slowly got up and wiped myself down. Corey, staring at me from behind the tree, meowed plaintively, and I turned and gestured for her to come, so she loped over and leapt into my arms. "Silly girl, I'm not mad at you, I'm mad more at myself." "Is that the case?" "Yeah, I guess, if it had worked, it would have been something special, Grandpa, like really, really special. I had it, and I wasn't even realizing it was slipping through. I can try again. It's not over, but I'm very frustrated because I don't even know where I went wrong." "Ah, well." He raised an arm and I walked closer and he threw it over my shoulder and we started heading back to the compound. "I can't give much advice on mech design, but let me tell you, Ves, running into a problem where you don't even know where you went wrong. That happens to everyone. If you can't solve it, then try leaning on someone else, and if that doesn't work, take some time away. A failed mech design is a problem that doesn't need an immediate solution, right?" "Yeah, I guess." I sighed. I felt like I failed King Artoria, just one step further. I was just missing one thing. Sorry, I got pretty upset. Did I worry everyone? There was some confusion from the kids about why Uncle Ves looked like he died on the lawn. Puffed. I bit off the laughter, just shaking my head. Those brats. Well, they were worried. Your cat was too. Yeah. It's the first time Corey has ever really seen me upset. She didn't like when I was down about my abilities either, but my poor kitty was really looking out for me. Just don't be hard on yourself, son. You've already proven you have what it takes. You don't have to always be held up to that standard. Sometimes even the best fail. He tapped my shoulder, and I knew he was talking about himself. Yeah. Well, I can always offer a few chores if you... Wow, Grandpa, I feel so much better. Great pep talk. Gonna get back to work right now, I said as faux chippily as I could, earning a laugh which I shared a moment later. But I nodded at him. He had helped. It was nice to have a family. I headed back to my room to get a little privacy and just settle down, placing Corey back on my bed and petting her lightly. But I turned away instead of pulling up a comm screen. I couldn't look at the evaluation for King Artoria again right now, and the idea of doing schoolwork was no good. For the first time in this new life, I wanted something other than mechs. Considering how obsessed I am, that's a bad sign, I muttered, knowing myself that well. This failure had hit me hard. I had 2,000 DP. I could buy a no. I mean, I would, of course, but not right now. A nap sounded good. but I'd already been pouting outside for an hour or more, and I just needed to let my brain calm down. So instead I headed back out of the room, Corey following closely at my heels, her focus on me, showing she was still worried, and settled onto the couch in the living room. One of the other teenagers was watching some drama. But you know what? Some interpersonal relationship stuff sounded better to me than more mechs right now. What a jerk, I muttered, and Sarah nodded along with me. He is. How dare he dump her? Trash. Filth. He's the traitor he has to be. Some filthy Vesian come to break the hearts of beautiful, brighter damsels. Nah, he's not a traitor. Too obvious, I said back, and Sarah growled, acknowledging my point, but disliking it. This weird mix of soap opera and Korean drama was certainly an aesthetic. But the acting was good, and while there was no mech action despite being set during a war, it was fine. The drama hit a low point, and I was mostly focused on Corey, who was curled up on my chest. I'd laid down at some point, and she'd crawled on. Her intense staring at my face might be awkward, but she really was worried. So what's with you? Huh? Me? Yeah, you came out of your room looking kinda like the old you, the angry teen Ves, freaked everyone out. Oh geez, I rubbed my face. I screwed up on a mech, and I don't even know where I went wrong exactly. It caught me off guard. I got super angry because it was gonna be special. My explanation made her look at me. So you can't fix it? Maybe. Gotta figure out what happened first, but yeah. Okay? She looked at me confused, and I looked back. What? I've seen you out there on the porch working on some piece of armor or something for like hours. You never complained. Heck, half the time I think you're grinning like an idiot. That's mean. Also true, kid. So why has this got you so worked up? You like fixing issues, don't you? I just sighed. I know they wanted to help, but everyone asking me the same thing over and over was kinda annoying too. It's not that I can't fix it. I should be able to eventually. It's that I completely missed something. I still don't even know what. It's like, if I just made a mistake, no problem, but I made a mistake without even realizing it, and still can only realize I made a mistake from context. Ah, well. She looked at me for a bit. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna be mean, but I'll start with the nice part first. You're really smart, Ves. Like, mech design is supposed to be super mega hard, and you make it look easy. So honestly, you complaining that you finally ran into something that you just don't properly understand. Like, you haven't even finished school, little brother. Stop freaking so much. Skill issue, huh? Yeah, probably. Thanks, I said honestly, but then flopped back down and just grabbed Kor's cheeks and played with her for a bit. A little more time before I get back into figuring out my fuck-up was needed. Okay, so obviously the aesthetic is a problem, but it's not the only problem. This is a series of unfortunate choices, I think. Meow. Yeah. See, a king has to look their best. A king that doesn't? Well, that's not a true king. How are they supposed to grab attention? I explained to Corey, who meowed at me in response, although she was laying on her back and playing with a toy right now, so it wasn't like she was really listening. It was fine. She was my rubber ducky, basically. Something to explain the process to. I brought up King Artoria and looked from the evaluation to the mech. It was disjointed. The purpose was also skewed, but the pack was the wrong choice. But it's not because of the pack itself, it's something else. That was whatever nascent spiritual sense was telling me, the disruptor pack was itself entirely workable. A functioning component that didn't have any trace of an X factor. Which did make me realize I was doing something really weird with the noble phantasms. I'd never heard of a final component completed by a mech designer having an X factor in the book. It was entirely my own unique spin on it. Shaking that off, I focused once more. The pack was part of the problem, but it wasn't the pack itself. It was fine, but something... Ugh, there isn't an issue. Sure, the aesthetic hit isn't great, I should cover it up a bit more on the final version, but I shouldn't be feeling this massive clash. I groaned as I flopped back, then just rolled from side to side for a minute to get the energy out. What was causing this? The pack wasn't just a solid component, it would actually help King Artoria with her job. Shutting down the enemy comms, boosting allied comms. Heck, she could probably even send messages to the enemies through their comms. Straight up tell them to submit with kingly authority. It should work, but… No, stop. This wasn't an engineering problem. Obviously, the engineering was fine. This was an X-factor problem, a spiritual matter. Obviously, just looking at the engineering itself wouldn't give me an answer. I closed my eyes and breathed. King Artoria. What happened? I asked, sending my request through that liminal space, and then in turn I got… irritation. Oh, she wasn't happy either. Actually, was that why I had reacted so strongly? I was connected to the throne as well. Had the king's irritation traveled through it? No. Yes? Maybe in a sense, but probably also no. Fuck, I hate spiritual shit. This was so confusing. Shaking it off, I focused. What happened? I whispered, and finally I got it. A word, a concept, the notion passed through me. Fake? I didn't sit up, instead I continued to lay there and process. I mean, King Artoria certainly wasn't a faker, that was Archer's shtick. What did she mean, fake? She was a real mech. I could go out and build her right now, in Iron Spirit definitely. I mean, I couldn't do it in real life because of the pack exotics, but she was a game mech. Ah, fuck me, I cursed loudly. Loudly enough someone might have heard as I sat up. It's because I fucked up the X factor by considering her a virtual mech. My desires split. She stopped being a real mech and became a fake, and so I smudged my own image of her. I'd cut a corner to implement the pack because this version would be an Iron Spirit mech, but in doing so I'd accepted she'd never be real. It had never been an issue before, but I'd never been working on such a high level before. The synergized aura concepts meant any smudging had a much greater impact. I looked at the design. I reached up and with a hand press removed the disruptor pack. I could probably adjust the design to overcome the problem, but honestly, no, fuck it. I'd do something else. I'd come up with another solution. I was shit at communication systems, didn't even have the skill. But I could alter the pilot's voice or something at this rate to make them sound more kingly rather than bother with this. Nah. Of course, this meant I would have to do another remodel, but I was going to have to do that anyway. I looked at my stat page. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 2,592. Attributes, strength, 0.3, dexterity, 0.4, endurance, 0.3, intelligence, 1.1, creativity, 0.5, concentration, 1.1, neural aptitude, F, spirituality, 0.4, assembly, journeyman, 3D printer proficiency, 2, assembler proficiency, 2, business, incompetent, computer science, novice, electrical engineering, journeyman, structural pathway configuration, 2, mathematics, novice, mechanics, journeyman, speed tuning, 1, jury rigging, 1, artificial muscle enhancement, 1, metallurgy, apprentice, melee weapon honing, 1, metaphysics, novice, spiritual weapon creation, 1, spirit component synergy, 1, physics, apprentice, impact mitigation, 1, lightweight armor optimization, 1, directed energy weapon optimization, 1, melee weapon optimization, 1, medium weight armor optimization, 1, propulsion, apprentice. The obvious first thing was the design points, which meant I could upgrade metallurgy, but what happened to metaphysics? Novice and a new sub-skill. That was kinda huge, and looking it all over a new stat as well. Spirituality 0.4, huh? I guess the system was finally revealing the other side of the coin since I was basically hitting the spiritual stuff. Something like this had happened to the original Ves too, right? A reward for upgrading metaphysics, and of course Ves had gone charging after the concept after being rewarded. But I shook it off. It was a useful tool as part of the mech, but nothing more. A mech was a mech, and that was cool all on its own. Still, what a massive change over the course of this mech. While failing to properly up-jump King Artoria the first time, I'd come away with a lot of benefits from the failure. It made me stop and process what was happening, but I was still going to fix her. Metallurgy Journeyman 2000 DP. I purchased my upgrade without hesitation. Armor, weapons, even some of the internals. Better understanding of metallurgy would let me do massive improvements on any mech. So I lay there letting the knowledge flood through me, and there was no regret. Better alloying, ways to reinforce weak points, even a trick to melding exotics with metals that would let me save on exotics and get a better effect from the melding. Metallurgy was no joke when it came to making a mech. Meow. I'm okay now, Corey, I figured it out, but I do have a lot of work to do, I said, ready to immediately start redesigning the King Artoria. Meow! I blinked as she started smacking my face. What? What's wrong? I blinked as I sat up and she leapt off the bed and stalked to her food bowl and batted at it, glaring at me. I looked up at the setting sun coming through the window. Hadn't it just been noon? Oh crap, I forgot to give Corey her treats in my funk. I'm sorry, Corey, let me give you some extra exotics as an apology. I completely lost track of time. I apologized to her as I grabbed the exotic box and grabbed a few that she liked and dropped them in her bowl. Her eyes, as always, tracked the box. I kept the cheap exotics I bought for her to snack on. No, Corey, I hadn't messed up enough to give you the entire box. Although I really did need to hit another shop soon, it was getting a bit sparse. Either way, Corey dug in and I relaxed watching her chow down. I decided to start from the beginning. Instead of getting stuck trying to fix the problem, I decided to rebuild her from the ground up, which of course was going to take weeks. The alterations began quickly. I tore down the entire mech once again, and this time worked slowly up her skeleton, altering exotic layering and melding levels, and more importantly, how you meld the exotics in to slowly ramp up her skeleton's durability. It did alter her weight though, which meant once I finished one pass, I walked back through it and altered some of her joints to better handle the changed weight. With the backpack system gone, the rest of the work was wiring her up, re-adding her muscles onto the newly altered frame, and once more reinforcing the arms for maximum strength and flexibility. Days of work slowly building her up came to a head when I had a moment just as I was getting satisfied with the internals. I could still do something to help her communicate. The disruptor pack was out, and there was the laser comm, but other than having an Ahogi shoot comm lasers to yell at allied pilots. Okay, that idea was silly enough, I was kinda tempted, but it didn't feel very kingly. King Artoria was not a silly mech, even if it would be in character. No, she'd be annoyed at silliness like that, I just knew it. So, communication, battlefield communication, most of the time just normal comms would work, but jamming was an issue, so some sort of anti-jamming system. No, that was still too much. Artoria shouldn't be thinking about needing to communicate she was a king. She should just yell and be heard. Yell and be heard. I tilted my head sideways as I looked at the skeleton of the mech. That gave me an idea, but also made me consider what I was working with. I had a lot of energy to play with, way more than she'd normally need. Without the disruptor acting as a major power hog, she was more than just energy efficient, but almost too much so. I could add some systems back in. Should she be a hero mech? The idea had some merit, not only commanding, but able to lead from the front to shock troops. No, I shook my head. While Mordred was that sort, King Artoria was not. She was the type to be untouchable, and if someone foolish enough to face her came up, she'd cut them down. But that didn't mean it wasn't without some merit. If not a hero mech, then at least some ranged support. It would fit the idea of a king scoffing at idiots thinking they are untouchable at range. The CA-1 came with 2 sets of shoulder-mounted missile launchers. Each pod carried 6 missiles, but with the CA-1 there were no reloads. You had what it came with and nothing more. It wasn't a terrible addition to give King Artoria a bit more punch. But could I match the launchers to her aesthetics? Could I add them and still keep Artoria looking like a king? Should I even try, or should I just try and push the spiritual? No, that was just as bad as ignoring it. A mech was still a weapon of war, and King Artoria still needed to fight. A few very easy power port adjustments, and both shoulders would have power and connections for the mounted missile packs. Thankfully, they were designed to stick directly against the shoulders, looking more like large pauldrons than just some random additional weapon. I nodded satisfied at the idea, and then zoomed in on a component that barely ever got any attention. Why would it? It was one of the most off-the-shelf components in the mech world, more common in some ways than even a neural interface, as even construction mechs had one of these. The humble mech speaker, a small speaker built into the mech sensor suit that was made to yell at stupid technicians not fixing the mech fast enough, catcall enemies that refused to accept a comm request, or order civilians to get out of the way or be melted by flamethrower. In other words, mech pilots loved their speakers and everyone else just wanted them to shut the fuck up, which was perfect for a king. Obviously, the speaker tended to be fairly weak. Very few people wanted to hear a screaming mech pilot, whether in bloodlust or dying. But what if we shifted that on the head, a massive speaker, large enough that everyone on a battlefield could hear it? A king's voice. Ugh, that made me want to make it into a noble phantasm. Reasons for turning it into an NP. It might boost the X factor even more. Reasons for not doing it? King Artoria was already a fairly substantial drain on the throne. Giving her another NP would be a lot of strain, and I wasn't sure it was really needed. I felt good about this. I felt confident that Artoria could reach a rank X factor without another noble phantasm. I had to try. Who knows? Either way, having come up with the idea and looking at the speaker size, "Where do I put it?" I whispered. I couldn't armor it. I couldn't fit it into the mech anywhere. It would be too big since I wanted it large enough to properly sound across the battlefield. "Corey, if you had a big speaker, where would you want it?" "Meow," she said, and I nodded. Yeah, in the throat would be best, but that wouldn't work for obvious reasons. I looked at the speaker that I'd sized up, and it was already as wide as Artoria's entire headspace. I rubbed my eyes. I've spent more than a week just fixing up the internals again, and now I'm stuck on another problem. This really isn't an easy one for me, Corey. Meow. I smiled at her response to me talking, even if she wasn't really chatting back, just responding to keep me happy. Scooping her up, I put her on my lap to pet the mechanical kitty for a while as she wiggled around and stared up at me. Meow. You're telling me, at least I got to finish another CA one today. That's a couple million in the bank, which is still weird to say. Meow. I know, right? Still hasn't really hit me. I guess it's kinda ethereal since the money is already spent. I just haven't decided on what yet. Try to get a loan and get a 3D printer, or maybe rent one and try to make a mech. Meow. Yeah, I whispered. Both ideas were sound, but I couldn't exactly go ask for a loan at a bank. I was 15. I'd need Rincole or Benjamin to help, and I was still in school. Technically, the Ansel classes were interesting. Even if the business ones put me to sleep, I just wanted to make mechs. I looked down at Corey, both of my hands wrapped around her head as she wiggled a bit, but was mostly content with letting me play with her kitty face as I plotted. Meow. Yeah, I whispered back. Her face was kinda weird. I wonder where Corey kept her speaker system. It certainly wasn't in her throat. She devoured all sorts of crazy exotics in there. Then again, in her kitty throat, it was probably small enough not to interfere. Hey Corey, I asked as the idea solidified, have you ever roared like a lion before? Meow? No? Well, I think I have an idea. I pulled up the design system and a golden lion head with the speaker in between the jaws. Obviously it was too big, but a shoulder system. No, too big for that. And I already had the missile launcher idea, unless, what if I balanced it to be the same weight as the missile launcher, one missile pack and one shoulder, a golden lion roaring out the king's commands? Now that was certainly a kingly image. Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 52. Son, we do need to talk about your finances. I looked up at Benjamin's remarks and nodded slowly. Sure, Grandpa, what's up? Well, I do see the deposits, and I know how much you have. He explained and waved at the porch swing I'd been sitting on while taking some more Ansel classes. I scooted over, giving him space as he eased down and sighed as he took the load off. So obviously you have plans, but that's a lot of money, son, and it's only getting larger. I wanted to discuss with you some options. Sure, I do have some plans, but nothing locked in yet. Buy a 3D printer or save enough to rent one and buy all the materials I'll need to make a mech. Better plans than some your age would have made with that much money. You've been responsible with it, and it is yours. But there are a few other things we can do. I've been asking around a bit and came up with a few things. What's up, Grandpa? First would be investing it. The Larkinson Trust is quite competent at earning returns. Always a good thing. Indeed, but also slow, and I know you're looking to the future. So am I. We could discuss loans, even through the trust, to try and get you that printer you need. You mean it? Huh. It's something we'd have to look into. Costs, potentials, all of that. But I'm not against it. He offered with a smirk, which said a lot. Grandpa was the undisputed patriarch of the family, although that didn't mean he had all the say. The Larkinson steering committee was a real thing. Are you sure that would be well liked? I have a feeling most of the Larkinsons wouldn't appreciate so much money going to me, even in a loan. That's true. It would be a fight. There are other options as well. Renting, as you said, would be a fine option, but there are grants to young mech designers. I'd have to graduate university to apply for any of those. I reminded him, and he sent me a look. Then I hope you've been studying hard. Yep, Ansel courses were more interesting than public school. The rental idea is interesting. You thinking of making a mech and trying to sell it? Well, eventually, yeah. I think that's how it's going to have to start. It's a mix-up between buying a 3D printer and then desperately trying to pay that loan off, or cutting heavily into my profits on mechs sold by renting one until I've earned enough to buy one. Both have issues. Indeed, although making even one mech and selling it would be a fine showing of your talents to investors or to banks willing to give you a loan. You think I should try that? Save up enough to make a mech to sell it and prove I can do this? You seem confident enough, and in a few years I believe that would be the right path. His specific wording had me smiling. What if I'm ready sooner? Then you'd be ready sooner, he said, sending the same energy I'd given back at me. I will be. I'm advancing like crazy, and I might still be able to hit a major breakthrough with King Artoria. Oh? Heh, I guess that was a bit of a spoiler. A command mech. That is specifically fully functional and capable of being built, even if she'll be used in Iron Spirit. I in turn very specifically worded my own statement. Benjamin noticed, but other than an upraised eyebrow, he said nothing. So time is the answer? I guess so. Then I'd very much prefer we put at least some of what is coming in into a more secure account. We can tie it into the Larkinson Trust. If you would be willing that way, it won't just be sitting somewhere. But I honestly don't like the idea of you walking around so many millions just sitting there. Worried I'll spend it. Worried you'll use it or be forced to use it. He warned instead, and I sat up a bit, acknowledging it was no longer time for joking. Threats and violence? Always something to be concerned with, and you're young, with unrestricted access. Okay. Okay? Yeah, I don't mind if we want to do something. I mean, I could probably afford to build one of my mechs if I just spent it all right now, but that might not be wise, right? Banks will trust me a lot more if I need a loan, if my accounts are already full. Indeed, and having an investment will raise the credit the banks will attribute to you as well. Although I'd prefer if we can do it without a bank loan involved. Your age would mean any loan you take out would be predatory. Yeah? I agreed, and so Benjamin nodded and brought up some paperwork, showing me Larkinson Trust investments, and he walked me through a few suggestions on what to put the money into and where. Honestly, I was kinda shit with money, so I just followed what he said. A bit more than half of the CA1 income slipping into digital currency, but honestly, it wasn't unusual. Everyone chipped into the Larkinson Trust a bit, and it had a fairly nice income through the year as well. The clan owned many rental properties across the Republic, and all of that flowed into the trust. In the end, if I ever really needed cash, and I was ready to build, I had a feeling I'd be getting a loan from the estate anyways. I just needed to prepare myself, and more importantly, keep improving. I should check in with Max as well. As a resource assistant, he should know programs or grants I could be eligible for. A wise idea. Add me into any messages he sends back regarding that. I will, Grandpa. Good man. I'm proud of you. I was honestly dreading that. Money can often fill even good men with greed, and a greedy man will cling to their money even past common sense. Honestly, it was making me nervous more than anything. He slapped me on the shoulder and then rose up with a groan, once more on his way to whatever business he had to deal with. Well, I had an investment now. Nice. Right now back to class, and then back to King Artoria. I once more entered the flow state of just working, and working. Physically building mechs at the workshop, studying them through the Ansel classes, and designing them in every other moment in between. Finishing the internals, everything was hooked up, including the left shoulder missile launcher pod and the right arm Golden Lion speaker. The king's voice. I really wanted to make it into a noble phantasm. But, no, someday. I figure I'll make a sonic-based attack with it, but I just don't have the know-how on how to do that yet. Best to focus on simplicity and power. The powerful armor of the CA-1 had been a pain in the butt from the start. As I could only change so much of it, but with metallurgy once more advancing, I wasn't just adjusting it. I was able to, even more importantly, alter the thickness and flexibility of the armor pieces themselves to better adjust where needed. A chest plate needed to be rigid, but it also needed some flex so it didn't just shatter at every blow, and I was making those adjustments to every piece of armor. A different mix of the exotics in the construction process and forming alternate shapes that would retain the same protection without sacrificing massive chunks of the armor to any one blow. I was moving past even the original designer's ability here. He might be able to make compressed alloy armors, but I was actually good at forming the plates into a more cohesive whole. Jason had some serious education at his back, and probably a lot of bio-enhancements, but he'd still just been a slacker out of school. A slacker out of a first-rate university. No, probably not. I had a feeling something about the original story I'd heard both from the book and from this life was just wrong. The CA-1 was an exceptional third-rate mech, but it certainly wasn't a second-rate mech, much less a third. The idea was almost comical. Shaking it off, I focused on once more adding more and more to the armor, plating and adjusting the entire system for overwhelming coverage. A king clad in armor shouldn't fall after all, and slowly the armor came together, a week and then another. The amount of time wasted on the previous version, nothing compared to what I was doing for this one. A strong breastplate, shifting into a powerful-looking gorget. I'd always been a fan of a strong gorget. Even if it wasn't very useful for a mech, at least it would keep the neck better protected. Artoria's face was heavily modified. Optics shifted to the right sea blue, a blank, austere faceplate covering the sensors, the crown which hung over the forehead, giving the mech a regal appearance. Powerful. She looked powerful, ready to fight, and as I worked, she was getting there. Simulators were run over and over, for every weapon type, to find any chink in the armor, and even with all my skills there were some. I simply couldn't process enough information fast enough to handle balancing everything without making mistakes. So every pass I made, I cleared up more of them, raised the efficiency of the mech as a whole, at first entire percentage points, and then half a percentage, and then even less. But it was needed, because King Artoria needed this level of attention, which she was still off. The large left shoulder, which was the massive lion head, looked great, but it was missing something. It left her looking a little lopsided. Even if she could discharge the lion head, it was still a cape. She needed a cape. I quickly searched up the Ansel library for a mech cloth and found one that would work. Coloring the cape to the proper blue to match the rest of her color scheme, I fitted the cloak so it would leave the missile launcher system open, coming down from the lion head to drape over her left side. With a bit of work making the cloth easily detachable, I spent a bit of time modifying the cloth with the system. I wasn't exactly a tailor, but it wasn't overly complex with the design system I had. Soon the cloth had a fuzzy band around the top, further distorting the outline of lion head and shoulder, and even highlighting the lion's mane. With that, I looked at her. Okay, a few more passes. I whispered late that night, staring at her form slowly coming together. This time I could practically feel her X-factor surging. Meow! I was batted away as Corey leapt on my shoulders and smacked my hands away from the screen. Ah, right, bedtime first. Okay, Corey. Meow! The food slowly went up from the bowl to my mouth, but I was barely tasting it. She was almost ready. Despite getting a full night's sleep, I had slept fitfully, as I was too excited to properly lay down. Corey needed to lay on me to keep me from standing up and pacing around my room. What would she become? Ves, pass that for me, will ya? Huh, oh yeah, sure. I did as asked, but instead of letting me return to ruminate, I was interrupted. So how's things, Ves? Haven't seen a mech from you in a while. I almost finished my next one. Maybe today or tomorrow. I told Uncle Monroe. It turned out. I blinked, looking at the other Norm, and while he was family, a cousin, it was a bit suspicious he was interested. He hadn't been happy with all the attention the family had given me since I came to the compound. His own business had fallen through recently, and he was taking it hard. I wasn't holding it against him, but it was still a thing. He hummed and then continued. That's impressive. Another design, huh? Have you considered how you're going to run your business once you really get started? Tax laws and things. Not so much, but Grandpa Benjamin has talked to me about it, I said innocently, and he nodded, smiling. Well, Uncle Benjamin is a busy man. I might be able to help you with that. I'll keep that in mind, Uncle, but for now I'm just focusing on improving my knowledge. Good. I'll do some research and see what benefits you might be able to find. The Republic always wants more mech designers after all. Sure, that information will be helpful no matter what. Thanks, Uncle. I agreed again, and that was enough breakfast for me. Was he plotting something? He was an angry guy that wanted to prove he knew how to run a business. Maybe he did. Who knows what happened to his last one? Either way, I'll mention it to Grandpa Benjamin, and he'd take care of it, bringing Uncle Monroe in or not. I called out today instead of going into the mech works, not something I do very often, but I was so close. It was time to finish King Artoria and see if I had finally broken through. The mech stood there in my design menu, sharp armored lines and a stern visage, the lion head, cape and missile launcher giving her larger pauldrons in a way, making her look even more fierce, and Caliburn and Coron Artoria were atop her head. I breathed out. System, tell me what you think this time. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to rename your design? Caesar Augustus CA2HSR, King Artoria Mark II. Design evaluation, Caesar Augustus CA2HSR, King Artoria Mark II. Variant name, Caesar Augustus CA2HSR, King Artoria Mark II. Base model, Caesar Augustus. Original manufacturer, National Aeromotives. Weight classification, medium-heavy. Recommended role, Command Swordsman. Armor A to A+. Carrying capacity, C. Aesthetics, B- to A. Endurance, A-. Energy efficiency, D to A. Flexibility, C to C+. Firepower, C, plus to B-. Integrity, B to A. Mobility, C+. Spotting, B to C-. X factor, B++ to A-. Project involvement, 100%. Deviance, 24.78%. Performance improvement, 7.5%. Overall evaluation, a last-gen landbound command swordsman. Top-of-the-line armor and an uninspired weapon, this mech carries an outdated communication system to facilitate modern battlefield disruption. The X factor has been honed in a particular path, moving well beyond what it should be. The spirit of Artoria, a king, rests within this mech, conveying a regal authority. You have received 0 design points for updating this design. You have received 49,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. Huh. Ves? Huh. Ves, you alive there, kid? Huh. The hell? Ves? What? Oh, sorry, what's up? I asked, turning to look at Uncle T, who was doing his morning walks. I was asking you if something was wrong for a minute there, boy. You fried your brain. Oh, sorry, I just had a big thing. I finished another mech, and I had a breakthrough, I guess. Breakthroughs are good, he grumbled, eyeing me again before nodding and stalking off with his limping pace. I turned back to the system. My comm had turned off at some point as I was just staring at it stupefied. 49,000. DP design points, 49,620. I could learn everything. What the fuck do I do? I'd done it. I should be absolutely celebrating, cheering and running through the yard screaming like a madman. But honestly, I was just kinda empty. It was a complete shock. I had suspected I could. I'd thought it was on the way, but I'd managed to push into what could only be described as the real shit. An A-rank X factor would be completely unforgettable. Everyone would know that I had done some crazy shit. A 15-year-old making a mech do something so weird. I wasn't the only 15-year-old mech designer. I probably wasn't even the best 15-year-old mech designer. First-raters being simply built different, literally. But I doubted in all of human space, the trillions of people, the hundreds of thousands of planets. I doubt even one person had a design philosophy this noticeable at 15. At least not one that hadn't been impressed on them by a master or something. And I was about to drastically increase at everything. Or would I? I think this was finally the moment I had a real argument for leveling my stats. It had taken me way too long to design King Arturia, and the best way to mitigate that wasn't improving my skill, but improving my mind. Either way, it was more points than I'd ever imagined I could gain access to. It wasn't enough to raise a skill to senior, that would take 100,000 DP. But if I could make half of that on every mech, and if I could make the mechs faster, better, I could do it again. Hone another mech towards a single ability, and I'd have another windfall. There was almost no reason I wouldn't make mechs with an A-rank X factor. And I was sitting on a porch wondering what the fuck to do. But I could also buy all the skills. What kind of surge in mech efficiency am I about to see now? Even one skill can drastically improve my babies, and now I could have entire systemic alterations every mech. Fuck, that alone was going to raise some eyebrows. There was improving like I had before, and then there was basically mastering entire mech catalogs in a month. And yet, I wasn't going to stop. I wasn't going to hide what I could do. There would be trouble, yes, but it wasn't going to stop me. Speaking of trouble, though, hey system, you have a sleep mode, right? For doing things like updating yourself. A hibernation that basically disconnects us from each other, so not even someone else using a part of you would be able to tell we were connected, right? I waited a while, but the system didn't respond, just staying quiet on my wrist. Okay, well, there is another user, the polymath. If she ever comes close, if you ever get even a hint she's in the same star system as me, you'll need to disconnect and enter a hibernation mode, or she'll take you. I waited a bit longer, and just as I was expecting nothing to happen. Understood user. Well, that was the best I could really do. If the polymath really wanted, there was no way I could stop her. So problem solved. Except, what am I going to do with all this DP? I questioned, running my hands through my hair in frustration. I needed a plan. Mech Otaku's touch. Chapter 53. Okay, I could be reasonable and responsible or something like that, and save DP for some future emergency. Or I could just go on a buying spree. I told myself as I paced in my room, hiding inside as Corey watched me pace from the bed. Meow. Yeah, I know saving DP like that is stupid. Just don't put yourself in dangerous situations, and you'll be fine, right? I said, laughing as I pulled up the system. I was going to buy stuff. Like actual stuff. Nothing crazy like a 3D printer, but I could finally afford, well, everything. I was pacing, and I hadn't even built King Arturia yet. I still needed to submit her to the MTA. No, that can wait. I went and checked the store for something very specific. Stat candies. They seemed silly, but somewhere in human space, some first-rate state was selling these candies that would modify a human on consumption, and the system was happy to sell them to me. They could only raise a state to 2.0, but considering my highest state was 1.1, I could take 9 of them to raise my intelligence to max, and who knows what impact that would really have. I shook it off and focused. Let's do the math first. Obviously, intelligence needed to go up. I was already desperately struggling to process even the minute alterations on my mechs and how much that impacted things further on. So I needed that extra processing power. To get 9 candies, it would cost me 15,500. No, wait. Stupid idiot. 13,500. I didn't need to buy a 10th one for 2,000 DP because going from 1.9 to 2.0 was only 1.9 thousand DP. I should level my math skill up even more too. Okay, so 13,500. How much to raise all my mental skills? Oh, 45,000 DP. I shook my head. As much as I wanted to max everything, intelligence was the most important, and concentration and creativity could fall behind a bit. If I could make another mech with A-rank X factor, Then this would all be a moot point anyways. Okay, so, to raise my other two skills to 1.5, 28,000. It would cost 28,000 to do it. That would leave me with 21,620 DP. Fuck, that was still more than I'd ever even seen. I ran a hand across my cheeks as I paced in circles. Making a choice like this was so… Ugh, just do it. I quickly put in the order before I could hesitate anymore, and then relaxed as the little candies started appearing in front of me like they were beamed into reality. They each had little differences in their wrappers, but that was it. The stat candies were there. I should only take one or two at a time. I didn't want to suddenly go crazy or something. Oh shit. I looked around. My room was fairly secure, but there were a bunch of kids around. I have to hide these. Picking them all up, I found a pair of pants hanging up in my closet and stuffed them into the pockets. There. Now no one would find them, and I could just slowly take them. I grabbed two, an intelligence and creativity candy. Bottoms up. I took off the wrapping, noticing the almost hard-shell appearance, and put it in my mouth. I had a momentary taste of chocolate before my mouth tingled, almost burning. Then it seemed to shift back and up into my brain. Yeah, Ves, put brain gunk into your brain. Totally good plan. I told myself as it ached a little, not quite a headache, but a dull shifting sensation. I sat down next to Corey and she looked at me before relaxing as I untensed from the feeling. Done. I didn't feel that different, and yet I did feel different. Shaking it off, I took the second candy, and this one tasted fruity for a moment before the same thing happened. Great. Well, that's a relief, right, Corey? Meow. So now what? I whispered, while glancing at my comm. I knew what was next. I can buy some new skills. The temptation hit me, and I opened it up, and taking a few seconds, pulled Corey onto my lap so she could see and popped open the system. Oh man, it was all just there for the taking. Journeyman physics, or maybe level up an armor or weapon optimization, I asked Corey, who meowed while looking at the screen, but probably not really that interested. She was backing me up though. I did still want to utterly max out assembly skills as well. That would put me closer to Masterworks if Gloriana and Ves's future theory held any water. Then again, 15-year-old doing Masterworks. I'd likely get taken by the MTA whether I want to or not. I should definitely raise mathematics to journeyman too. That should combo with my intelligence increase very nicely. Ooh, there were just too many options. Should I try to hyper-specialize in something for my next mech, giving it some incredible quirk, or try and balance out everything? I wish I could just get a senior skill. Wow, I just realized how close I was to that. I could get a senior ranked skill before I even become an apprentice mech designer according to the system. Speaking of… Shifting the window, I looked at the quest window. Huh, it's empty, I whispered, surprised for a moment before I just sighed in relief instead of being upset. That's a relief. I was kinda worried I'd have to do a quest to find a master mech designer before I can become an apprentice. Not that apprentice is anything but a title and pointless anyways. Only journeyman and master really mattered spiritually. Well, and star designer of course, but senior was an entirely human rank given to long-term journeyman. It meant very little, honestly. Focus. So how do I become an apprentice? Shouldn't I already be at least at that level? Build a mech. The response surprised me and I jolted. Huh. But I have built a mech. I mean, sure, it was just the CA one and spear guard, but… Oh wait. You mean build one of my own mechs? I'll try to do that soon. Thanks. It didn't respond and I was satisfied with that. Again, the system calling me novice or apprentice wasn't really relevant to anything. Journeyman is the rank that mattered, and that wasn't given to me by a system, but by completing a design seed, or something like that. Whatever, I just wanted to build mechs. Shifting back, I looked at the options and realized I didn't have to choose everything right now. I couldn't, in fact. If I tried to plan out every purchase, I'd go insane. I'll get a journeyman skill now, as a treat. And because they were chunky purchases. Physics journeyman, 2000 DP. I nodded, already feeling excited, and my mind was suddenly flooded with all the little things. Thruster systems, energy systems, even some ways to adjust mech construction to ensure heavy impacts wouldn't shatter it. Physics was a very broad skill and incredibly valuable. I laid back and Corey flopped right with me, ending upon her back and staring up at me. Corey, I think we're doing okay. How about once I feel like my head isn't spinning, we go to the store and buy a whole bunch of treats for you? Meow. She licked her lips, cheerfully wiggling against me. After all, if I was going on a shopping spree, my #1 companion should get something too. I got back late, but no one commented on it. Normally I'd get a curfew talk, or at least adults looking at me disappointed, but I only got a glance and a nod from the few passing adults. Wait, had I shifted into one of the good kids that can do stuff without getting in trouble? Nice. The original Ves had been a troublemaker, so he never got away with stuff. Feeling like whistling, I headed for my room, still keeping Corey carefully away from the swinging bag in my right hand, as she was absolutely trying to sneak into it as I walked, tossing a nugget away from me, which sent her yowling after it. I carefully poured the rest into the exotics treat box and then cleaned up. It felt like nothing had changed, and yet everything was now different. A windfall so massive it shifted everything, and yet life went on. I kinda wanted to build King Artoria, but she still needed some MTA approval anyways. Oh right. I got up and gathered up the files, converted them, and then sent them through the same message system that I'd submitted all my MTA-approved components and mechs through. Then I just flopped on the bed. My brain was too busy to want to watch TV, and yet I wasn't tired enough to sleep. Core, no doubt sensing my tension, climbed on top of my chest, and soon I had her glowing eyes staring into mine as she rumbled out a purr and kneaded my chest lightly, and soon, as if planned, my eyes started dipping as her eyes dimmed. Thanks, Corey. The next morning I took another set of candies, creativity and intelligence again. And that same striking feeling leading back into my brain happened. It was uncomfortable, but thankfully that was the extent of it. And, yeah, I could feel it kinda working. It wasn't that I was suddenly a different person, but when I considered something, it was like I could think wider. Math problems didn't quickly turn into massive things. I could keep the process in mind as I worked much easier. And that was only 2 additional points. I headed out for the day, once again doing my best to hide the candies by closing my closet and the door to my room fully. And I almost considered putting something in front of the door or leaving Corey behind just to watch them. But that was just paranoia. I hadn't had any issues with the younger kids actually going in my room, and even if they did, why would they look at a pair of hanging pants? I forced myself to relax. No one was out to get me. Okay, except the ones that were, but I mean here and now. Paranoia was dumb and just made me more stressed. After a quick breakfast, I considered what to do. Classes? I probably should, even if I just wanted to skip the whole thing. I was off from the mech workshop for another few days, thanks to the break I took to finish King Artoria. So I had nothing to do. I got up. Hey Corey, want to go walk around town? I asked her, and she meowed, so that was that. Instead of sitting out on the porch, I headed out to the bus stops and headed into the commercial district. Stopping at shops this time, not just hunting for exotics or something, but just to walk around. I was in the future from one perspective, and even a third-rate state was amazing. I ended up actually buying something, which surprised me. It was a hologram emitter, kind of like what Marcus used in his office. While it wasn't nearly as high-end as his, it was still a very nice piece, and I could use it to see my mechs in a 3D environment a bit easier. Okay, so I honestly only bought it because the display model had some interactivity, and I was feeling like Tony Stark moving things around with it. Huh. The MCU had really turned to shit, but now I kinda wondered what happened to all the old media. Was it even the same dimension? Had there been an MCU on old Earth? I'd actually have to look it up. I knew most ancient history was similar enough. I hadn't noticed any weirdness. Caesar was still a thing, Rome was a thing, and all that. I really should try watching some more shows or something someday. I turned and headed for another shop. I'd passed it a few times. It was a mix between a movie store and a swag place. It might be the far future, but t-shirts with symbols from modern shows were still popular. Maybe we can find some cool shows, huh, Corey? Meow. I got back home and yawned as I came inside, only to see Auntie Lauria there coming to confront me. Auntie, Ves, is there a reason we got some packages in your name? She asked, eyebrow raised, and I nodded. Yeah, I went to the shopping center today and picked up a few things. You bought a lot of shows. She waved the pack of memory sticks that the shows were saved on at me. I also bought a holo projector to help with my mech design. I've been going kinda crazy and figured I can take a little time each day to relax. You know? I do. Okay, I won't try and mother you about your money. Buying a few things for yourself is fine, obviously. I was worried when I saw the other package, thought you went on a shopping spree. Just a little one, I assured her, and she nodded, leading me to the box with the holo projector, and I hefted it up and headed to my room. It didn't take long to get it set up, and my comm screen shifted into a hologram once I had it all synced up, which was really cool. You know, even if I never watched the shows or something, this was kinda worth it. I told Corey as I was now pacing around instead of sitting or laying staring at my comm. As I brought up my system and only then noticed the message. OMTA response. I checked it and then frowned. What do you mean declined? I argued as I stared at the message. Not the whole mech, but they'd refused the component license for Coron Artoria. I mean, okay, pushing aside the outrage, I knew they might not accept it. It's just a hunk of mech armor shaped into a crown. I understand that. But the message was vaguely threatening, telling me submitting junk to the MTA could have my license removed. I only had a student license as a mech designer, but that was bullshit. Coron Artoria was integral, and not accepting it as a separate component was wrong. And I could argue it would damage my design philosophy. I mean, it wouldn't cause fuck the MTA. They don't get to decide, but still. I considered what to do. There was no, counter to the MTA. They made decisions. There was no real neutral entity to reach out to. And no one in the brighter government could tell them what to do. Even the lowest MTA member would be above any third-rater. But I could just ignore it. I could just make King Artoria and let the aura speak for itself. But it annoyed me to be threatened when I was doing what I was supposed to. There was a single mention at the base of the message. A single counter to the hard no they had given me. Submit a full component for license arbitration. Arbitration, huh? And they meant an actually built component. Of course, it wasn't quite so crass as put your money where your mouth is, because I doubt the MTA cared. No, this was more. If you dared waste our time further, you better do it in person so we could destroy you. Probably, but the tone of the letter pissed me off. It was going to happen one day. One way or another. Why not? Why shouldn't I shove direct proof of my design philosophy into the hands of the MTA and make them accept it? It might actually be better. Of course, that meant I needed to make the damn thing. I narrowed my eyes. I had a potential solution for that. You want to make a component? That's right. I confirmed to Marcus the next time I was in the shop. It had been a few days, and I'd taken 2 candies a day, and honestly, it was getting noticeable. Brain expanded. Think good. But I don't think I had really changed much, or at least I hoped I hadn't. The MTA refused your component license. Ves, I'll be honest, the MTA knows what they are talking about when it comes to this. Is your component really worth this? Better to just accept what the MTA said. They're wrong, and it's an integral component to my next mech. I mean, sure, I can still build her, they aren't even accepting it's a component, but it is. It does something important, and so I need to build one to prove it. I'd prepared over the last few days, still buying skills slowly to make sure I didn't overdo it. I had purchased and then upgraded a sub-skill. Alloy Compression 1, 1000 DP. Alloy Compression 2, 2000 DP. This would let me make compressed armor, or in this case, the Coron Artoria with my own hands, as easily as Marcus did his own compressed armor for the spear guard. And I could just say I picked it up from him. Hehehehe. I don't know, Ves, I trust you on the floor, but I'll rent it. I might need help with transport as well. It's still going to be heavy. It won't take me long. It's only one component. No other building necessary. Please, Marcus. Well, I don't usually rent my facilities out, but we are in business together, and I guess I'll help you out. But if the MTA asks, I had nothing to do with it, he said, and for a moment I smiled at him because I thought he was joking. He was not joking. Sure, this is just me. All right, I won't stiff you, Ves. I'll let you use the old girl as long as you give her a thorough cleaning after. Deal. Oh, I'll need your alloy compressor too. He gave me a stern look at that. Do you even know how to use it? I do. I can prove it to you first. I offered hands up and he sighed. I'll need to confirm that one Ves, that machine cost me. Anyways, all right. Although I think you're being foolish about this. Picking a fight with the MTA is only going to get you in trouble. It's not a fight. They're just wrong, and so I need to show them. Right, that's what I said. He grumbled at me, then sighed. After our normal shift, I'll see if you can handle the compressor. Thank you, Marcus. I owe you one. A real one. If you need me to look over your work or add my design philosophy in or something, let me know. Ha, that's funny, kid. But maybe I'll keep that favor and trade it to another journeyman. You are good at the internals. All right, come on, clear out, get back to work. I have my own work to do. Yes, sir. All right. You know how to use a compressor? He said slowly, staring at the piece of armor for the CA1 I'd printed out. I'd made the entire plate and then compressed it. Perfectly, like I'd been doing it for years. Heck, I think I accidentally showed a few tricks Marcus didn't even know. So I can use your compressor. Kid, I'll be making you do more compressor work than you'd ever want after this. Yeah, you can use the compressor. You have the materials. I do. I ordered them this morning. They should already be here, I said, and Marcus grumbled. Hope you had the delivery marked. I did, Ves Larkinson, Lark Industries. All right, fine. Show me what you got. Start to finish, Ves. Make your component. Yes, sir, I agreed, rushing off to the storage lot and quickly found the materials. Honestly, it wasn't even hard. The armor the CA1 used was already being shipped in large quantities to the shop, and so all I had to do was order more from the same supplier and have it delivered to the same spot. Honestly, the supplier probably already had it ready and waiting. It was still expensive. I'd had to talk to Grandpa Benjamin about it, and he'd been very hesitant at first. Over 100,000 bright credits just for the armor material, plus shipping and probably a big jump on top since Marcus was already buying a lot of it up. It didn't matter. We moved it back into the shop, using the lift systems, bringing it in, and at Marcus's nod, I went to work, bringing the raw materials together in the printer. I bought 2 more upgrades this afternoon while working, all the better to try and make sure this worked. 3D printer proficiency, 3 800 DP. Assembler proficiency 3 800 DP. Cheap really and very, very important. With an almost preternatural grace, I ran the materials through, and out came the correctly shaped metal plates. They looked almost bloated still as it came out, slowly forming, and I used the assembler system to draw out the metal form, slowly making sure no issues would happen from the printer. Then, it was done. I brought the entire piece over to the compressor, and here came the tricky part. Slowly compressing the massive crown into a more mech-sized shape, the only finicky points were the attachment points that would go on the side of Artoria's head as the crown slipped on almost like a tiara and would lock in place. And that was partly why it was so important to be a component. If it was damaged, it would need to be replaced. It might run forever, but it wouldn't do much if it was heavily damaged. Slowly the compressor worked, shifting the metal until it came out cleanly, sharp lines, and a slowly growing aura. I could feel it, the sense of a king forming under my hands, and Marcus watching would likely notice it soon. It was late when the compressor finally stopped running, and I was wiping my forehead of sweat so focused on the task, I was definitely feeling the tension. With a quick adjustment, I moved the crown over to the painting station, and then, as the system ran through the colors I'd already added, the crown stood there, resting not on a king's brow, and yet... There, I whispered, feeling the utter sense of command the crown held. No MTA stooge could deny it was a mech component now. Ves, what is that? Mech Otaku's touch. Chapter 54. It's called Artoria, I said, simply, still staring at the massive hunk of metal and exotics. The feeling of something emanating off it was unmistakable. Okay, but I just saw you make it. There's nothing there, but I can feel that. Marcus added awkwardly, and I nodded, finally turning towards him. I told you the MTA were wrong. I can understand why, of course. If you don't do it right, you can't feel the aura. I'm gonna go with aura. Doesn't sound very scientific, though. Yeah, well, I'm not seeing any science right now either. It is science. It's repeatable and consistent. It's my design philosophy, I said, and he looked from the crown to me and then back. Hang on, I can't hold this conversation right here, he finally said and walked off. Okay, I followed him out of the construction rooms until he walked out onto the back lot. It was mostly where he dropped off materials or shipped out equipment. I can still feel it, he muttered, glaring back at the hangar, and I nodded. It's made for mechs. We only moved a few dozen feet. Right, of course. Okay, can you explain? No. Never mind. How the hell are you developing a design philosophy already? He grumbled at me, and that made me smile. I was pointed in a direction and told to figure it out. So I did. Right, little genius, I forgot. So it does that? Makes me feel like I'm standing in front of the President of the Republic or something? It's meant to be a kingly feeling. Majesty, basically. I made it as part of a command mech, to make sure teenagers will listen to the commander on a battlefield in Iron Spirit. But it works better in real life. Iron Spirit doesn't convey it correctly. All right, give me a minute. I'm still processing all this. He waved me off and started sort of pacing. I didn't respond verbally, just giving him a nod, letting him process. Instead, I turned around towards where the crown still rested. It was the most amazing thing, Aura's Glows, which was still a stupid name. It really was something you just felt. It was fascinating to experience, and I wondered what King Artoria would feel like fully constructed. An AX factor. It was already strong just at sea. Only her crown was already causing Marcus a lot of distress. An A rank wasn't just stronger, it should be qualitatively different. Exponentially greater, in fact. All right, Ves. All right. You've proven your point to me, so I get why you need to talk to the MTA. I was going to let you build your component and see what's up and try to talk you out of it. But this is... He trailed off, looking towards the hangar. Marcus. Nothing, just distracted. I'm not used to feeling something that I know isn't real. It's real, just not what you would normally be feeling. Semantics. Okay, I don't like you going into the MTA alone, but let me tell you some advice you need to keep in mind, okay? Sure, Marcus. First, don't be rude. Ever. Every member of the MTA is more important than you, on a scale you can't fathom. Treat them like you're talking to the president. Hell, treat them like you're talking to the one above the president. You will be, get it? Yes, sir. Good. I think you'll probably convince them here, but if you don't apologize for wasting their time and move on. But I think they'll feel that too. Anyways, if this is a design philosophy, which you're already showing... He rubbed a hand down his face and started pacing again, stalking as he cursed under his breath. You're only 15. Yeah? You don't properly get how big a deal that would be. Kid, if that's... You won't be staying in the Republic for long. The MTA will snatch you up. Or at least someone from the Friday Men will come by to bring you over. I like the Republic. Good, remember your old buddy Marcus when you're a second-rater and send me some business or something. I don't really plan on leaving Marcus. Don't be stupid, you can always come back to a third-rate state, but becoming a second-rater is huge, kid. Never mind, not my place to argue this with you. Just, why me? He grumbled. So be very careful with the MTA and polite. Anything else? Yeah, lots, but that's enough for now. Come on, let's get your component to the MTA building. You know this could almost be funny. Not very often we mech designers get to prove the MTA wrong about something. Despite what he had said before, Marcus helped me pack the crown on a moving vehicle and even drove it to the MTA site nearest his mech works. We delivered it, and then despite his help so far, he refused to come inside. It's one thing for me to help you get this here, it's another for me to enter in with you. You're a mech designer. Go in and prove it. I nodded slowly as I climbed out and headed inside. The large line of cubicles carrying women, seemingly just waiting for a request, was the same as before, and as I entered, I slipped into the line that I was guided into and only waited a few moments before I was called over. Purpose of the visit? Component arbitration, I offered, and the blonde-haired woman took a moment to look up from her screen to look at me. Her neck shifted, and she was suddenly looking down her nose at me. It wasn't an overt shift, but she was definitely not liking what I had just said. You understand the consequences of wasting the MTA's time with component arbitration? I do. Probably. Very well, hold. She looked back down and seemed to decide to just ignore me from then on. So I waited, standing perfectly still and trying to not make any noise, until finally a door next to her opened and out stepped a familiar face. The man that had watched over me building Mordred. He looked at me with a single look commanding I follow and turned back around. I hurried after, matching his steps from behind as he let me through the halls inside the building before we stepped into a large room. And there stood the coronatoria. He didn't say anything as he simply walked over to it and walked around, no doubt using tech far more advanced than anything I could hope to use right now to examine the item. So I just breathed out and waited. It is unmistakably similar to the mech you designed, yet there are no internal components, nothing that should be giving off this feeling. It's a component of my next mech, meant to boost the feeling you are getting as a whole. It was a breakthrough. The MTA program that denied your request, it was a mostly automated system that examines all incoming components submitted across all of human space, and then determines if they are thieves, new designs, or some trick trying to waste our time. Your Corone Artoria was flagged as the latter. After all, it was just a shaped piece of mech armor, he informed me, and I just remained quiet as he finished his walk around the crown and finally looked at me. Explain to me how this component creates the effect. I opened my mouth and then just, I don't really know, I offered, and he raised an eyebrow judging at me. So I swallowed. I know what inspired it, and I know what I've learned, but how it works? I just shrugged. And that was honestly true. Spirits, belief, Shanxia bullshit. The fuck did I know about any of that? All I really knew was mechs. I was kinda hoping the MTA might be able to tell me what it is actually. We will not, he said in response, but it wasn't harsh. Not because we wish to keep something from you, but because it might impact what you are doing negatively. Listen well, Mr. Larkinson. Every mech designer must follow their inspiration to create something unique. Continue to do so. I am approving your component license, although I am not opening it for the public. Oh, you are still too young for this work to do much for others. When you are a journeyman, that restriction can be removed at your request. Make it to that, and the MTA will have much more to discuss with you. Yes, sir. Then this arbitration is complete, your request is approved, the licensing system was incorrect. Well done, Mr. Larkinson. It's not very often I get to say those words. Thank you. I will flag your account in the future for any additional component licenses like this. Your determination for them may take longer. Now this arbitration is over. You can pick up your component from where you dropped it off. Mr. Larkinson, keep an eye on your inbox. A young talent such as yourself may find opportunities come to you in the future. I would highly suggest you be receptive to them. Good day. Thank you very much. I responded back and then quickly left the way I was guided out. That was kinda awkward. I honestly wasn't sure if it was good or bad, how he had reacted, or how I'd been treated. Was it because I was so young the MTA were looking to what I could do, or was it because of the design philosophy that they might want to cultivate? Who knows? Both probably. Either way, I'd succeeded and I felt better. It was like a burden was off my shoulders. I'd confirmed my coronatoria was in fact a mech component, even the MTA approved, so that would be huge. I walked outside and finally relaxed. The tension of being in front of the MTA was gone. Well, that had been a crazy adventure, but it all turned out okay in the end. And people always talked about adventures ending up with issues afterwards. Maybe they were just doing adventure wrong, because that had gone great. Definitely wouldn't be facing any repercussions for this in the future. Nope. I walked over to the truck where Marcus was still waiting, which kinda surprised me. He looked up at me and then seemed surprised to see me. Ves, how did it go? Great. They approved the license, said the system had made a mistake and everything. I told him, and he looked at me almost in shock for a moment before shaking his head. That's crazy. Been doing this for years, never heard the MTA admit to a mistake before. Well, they did. The guy who did the arbitration was nice. I've met him before. He approved my Mordred a while back. Anyways, they said I could pick up the crown, and there it is. Yep. All right, jump in. Let's get this done. I watched as Marcus backed the truck up, and the auto systems from the MTA lowered it instantly. The truck locked it down, and we started moving. Okay, kid. Well, I want to hear everything they said as accurately as you can remember it. But more importantly, where am I dropping this thing off at? Huh? The crown, kid. The massive chunk of metal that's still freaking me out. Remember? Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. Marcus just face-palmed at my revelation. I had no idea what to do with it. I'd ended up calling Grandpa Benjamin and explaining the problem, and after a bit we rented a warehouse, far away from Marcus's shop because he refused to store it on site. Then dropping it off and splitting from Marcus, I made it home. That had been an adventure, and now I was paying to store a piece of King Artoria that I had no idea what to do with. Marcus had offered to take it and melt it down, but it seemed wrong to do that. I should stop getting so attached to it, but still, the crown was nagging at me. I headed inside, tired from all the talking I'd had to do today. Marcus, the MTA, Grandpa, the warehouse rental. Flopping onto my bed, I smiled as Corey pattered over from where she'd been napping near the window and curled up next to me, starting to purr almost instantly. Good to see you too, girl. I had quite a day, you know. Meow. Yeah, I'll tell you all about it, I muttered, relaxing as I did just that. What a day between Mordred and now the Coron Artoria. The MTA definitely had someone reporting what weirdness I was doing, which was fine. Weird design philosophies were actually fairly common. I mean, the OG Ves hadn't even gotten a batted eye from the MTA about his glows. I was just unlucky because I was so young and submitting components instead of full mechs. That reminder was actually fairly reassuring, because the way that MTA guy had looked at me. I knew mech designers, MTA or not, often wanted to snatch up young talents. Although I said that with more menace than it really was. Mech designers that could start young and reach as far as I had were rare and usually continued to advance quickly, which wasn't always a guarantee. Someone would want me soon, either a master from the Friday Man or the MTA or someone. Hopefully kidnapping would be off the table. I know the MTA liked to say they protected mech designers, but well, the original Ves had gotten kidnapped and the MTA hadn't exactly stepped in. Well, they might have eventually, but still, I should get a new skill upgrade. Yeah, I should do that, huh, Corey? Meow. She replied, having wiggled into my side and was acting cute. She had no idea what I was saying, just meowing in response. There was a skill I really needed to upgrade without delay before I spent any more of my DP. Mathematics Apprentice 1000 DP. I purchased it and was a bit winded as I settled back to let the knowledge flood through me. Math, it was kinda a lot. Mathematics Journeyman 2K DP. The next morning, after taking 2 more candies, I purchased the next skill. That nearly knocked me on my ass, and I ended up kinda just sitting on the floor staring at my room's ceiling for a while. Math is a hell of a drug, I muttered, finally shaking out of my stupor as my stomach grumbled. Meow. I know calculus, I told Corey in my best Keanu Reeves impression. Meow. She responded uninterested. All right, I'll stop playing. The intellect candies had definitely done something noticeable by now. The information downloaded into my brain, it was like I was processing it better, faster. I could remember it clearer. It was nice. Even some of the older information and skills came to me clearer. I was able to think faster, numbers calculated in my head in an instant where before I would have to stop and try to figure it out. I was a math nerd now. Truly a power even the Jedi couldn't teach me, I whispered, and then shook myself again. I was a bit loony today, probably all the stress from the last day. As I headed around getting ready for the day, I checked the system. Design points, 12,046. That was still an absurd amount of points. I wasn't going to download any more for today. Journeyman math was kinda chonky, but the temptation was there. What did I need now? Well, I still needed to make King Artoria for Iron Spirit. It was all done now, which would take some time, but after that, What mech did I want to make? I felt there were infinite options, and I was wondering which would be best served by a powerful aura. Or should I try and make a new mech using a different concept entirely? Could I somehow shift the aura of spirit and noble phantasm for a more physical purpose? Could I make a sword cut sharper, purely though X-Factor? It was definitely worth attempting, and I wanted to. I have no idea how I'd go about something like that without draining more power from the spirit, though, I muttered. That was the problem with Ves's foresight spirit. It had been a massive drain to use the ability, but if I was making a mech, I didn't want it to have rare abilities that only happened once every 1,000 pilots or something. I wanted it to be consistent. Otherwise, why buy the dang mech? I shook it off. School could wait. Marcus could wait. I was going to build my new mech. Shifting to Iron Spirit, this time I used my new hologram emitter and was waving my hands through the screens to get to the right place. King Artoria, let's see what we can do. Buying the new assembly skills had really helped. Or my brain was just better now, probably both. I settled in and was simply zooming through the construction, each piece slowly shaped and formed into exactly what I needed them to do. The construction went so smoothly it was absurd, and more than that, the quality was really good. Whoever purchased King Artoria would definitely be satisfied. And then I finished. The blade slipped into her hands. I shifted her stance in the store, settling into the clasping hands, resting on the pommel blade, pointed into the earth pose. And even through the screen, I could feel it. A king was ready to guide pilots to victory. I pulled up the store page and winced at the price. Not quite as bad as Q, but still up there, way beyond what the normal Iron Spirit price point would be. Well, it didn't matter whether she gets used a lot or not. I was proud of her. With a few more key presses, I finalized the store page update and sent her off. Done, I whispered. It was a relief in some ways and unsatisfying in others. Creating a mech in Iron Spirit just doesn't feel as satisfying, I whispered to myself. I wanted to build her. I wanted to build a mech, any mech. Unfortunately, the CA1 parts were expensive. King Artoria was well beyond premium mech cost. There was no way I could easily buy the materials. For all the millions I had made, I was well behind on setting up a business. I looked over at my system, business incompetent, huh? Maybe I could figure something out with a boost. But did I want to spend my DP right now on business instead of trying to make my next mech? I'd need to get the business started eventually, but what was I more interested in? Being a young businessman or being a crazy teenager obsessed with mechs? My comm chirped before I could make a decision, and I grinned as Melinda's face popped up. Ves, you finished your next mech. I did. King Artoria, all done and approved by the MTA for Iron Spirit. That's amazing. Okay, tell me about this one. I'm looking at the page and well... She trailed off, kinda staring in confusion. The King Artoria is a swordsman mech. Strong armor, strong body, high endurance level, as it has no other weapon systems or components that really drain much, other than the missile launcher, which only carries its payload, and the speaker system. Yeah, I was wondering what was up with the lion motif. It's a king and a command mech. Instead of worrying about battlefield ECM or comm disruption, she can just yell really loud at her allies and get them moving. That's... Okay, sure, Ves. I guess it's a choice. What's with... Why does it feel so? That's the real trick. King Artoria is a massive breakthrough in my design. You felt it right. When piloting Ku, the mechs feel. Yeah, I asked you about it. It makes me... Never mind. Yeah, this has one too? Where Ku's aura is a bit more mishmash, King Artoria is honed to a single aspect. Majesty. She's the king. Ves, kings can't be women, that's queen. Tell her that, I said, pointing at my own comm screen, and Melinda went silent. Weird. Are you going to buy it? She'll have a very high performance level, and she's made to yell at teenagers to get them to do what you want. No, I don't have the credits. But don't worry, I already messaged... Yep, there it goes, she said, and I looked. King Artoria had sold. Looks like Uncle Cantor already got it. What? Ves, he buys one of all of your mechs, Melinda said, giggling at my shocked look. Why? So he can tell us all how they are. He makes a report about it and everything. I looked at her for a second, and then I felt that sort of irrational teenaged annoyance surge upwards. And why has no one told me I have an experienced pilot buying my mechs and doing reports on them? Wouldn't you think that I might like to see that? I snapped at her, and Melinda looked at me for a moment. Her. Oops. You think? Mech Otaku's touch. Chapter 55. I was stewing a bit when I hung up with Melinda. I'd asked Melinda a bunch of questions about her experience piloting Ku, but even she was just a beginner mech pilot in the grand scheme of things. Uncle Cantor, though, he was an actual member of the Mech Corps, or to be more accurate, a retired member. He had experience on actual battlefields, and he had been doing write-ups for the family about my mechs. And no one had told me. I swear these empty-headed Larkinsons. Stomping out of my room, I stomped across the entire compound into the adult area, my glare sending the few family members that crossed my path, giving me a wide berth, and then I knocked on his door. Uncle Cantor, you have some explaining to do, I called out, got even more looks, and a few peeked heads out of rooms as I waited at the door for him. The door opened, and the shorter man blinked at me. I did my best not to look at his burned face. It had been bad enough he'd been retired from the Corps when it all happened. Ves, don't Ves me. You've been buying my mechs, piloting them, and then telling the family how they pilot. Ah, Melinda told you, he said after a moment, and I felt my eyes narrow. It doesn't matter who told me. Listen, Ves, it wasn't like we were going behind your back, son. We just didn't want to, hurt your feelings. Feelings. I trailed off, looking at the man who was looking almost sheepish. Which, of course, is when I exploded, waving my hands into the air. Feelings? What do I care about feelings? You are an experienced mech pilot reviewing my mechs, and you never told me. What did I do wrong? What did you like? How do they feel? What could I change? These are questions worth their weight in high-end exotics for a mech designer. Ah, he says, I cried out, and I heard a few of the listeners giggling at my comment. You just got my King Artoria, I said to him, finger-pointing. I did. Wasn't going to wait for the more expensive version. Your mechs are getting pricey, kid. I know, I'm going all out trying to learn what I can with digital mechs. Price is not really my concern right now. But yeah, I know it's super expensive. The parts are so much. Anyways, we need to talk about her before you try her out. Do we? That's right. She's a command mech, so treat her like one. She's not a mech made for duels, so take her into the big battles and start ordering people around. It should work. Let me know what it feels like. No better yet. I expect a full report, I demanded, finger still waving at him. Do you? He drawled, giving me a look that I completely ignored. That's right. Also send me the reports about my old mechs, I demanded. Then nodded my work here done, I stomped off. I turned the corner down the hall and waited before I heard the laughter. Kid really chewed you out, Cantor. Geez, little drill sergeant, isn't he? He's certainly got the lungs for it, Cantor added, chuckling, and I laughed quietly too. Hard to stay angry when everyone is enjoying some fun. All right, well, I'm gonna go hide in my room for a bit. Ugh. As funny as it was, I was a bit irritated. All this time I could have had really high-end elite critique. Hitting the room, I settled back into what I was doing before Melinda called me. Looking over the system, I wished there was an easy option to figuring out what else I could do with the X Factor, but there wasn't. So, what did I want to build next? Leveling up 3D printer and assembly was tempting. Could never go wrong with just better construction. Then I sighed and decided to upgrade the skill that was kinda lagging behind. Business novice, 500 DP. And suddenly I had a lot of knowledge on market forces, how to find sales, and how to determine if a mech would even be profitable to sell. Kinda useless. Mechs would sell if they were good. I shrugged and decided to get some sleep. I'd buy the next tier when I woke up. Cantor Larkinson, slipping into the interface pod, was always done with a bit of a sight of relief. His pod was a medical one, helping him sit comfortably, and he felt himself relax a bit. He'd been on his foot all day, and his prosthetic was aching a bit. Opened his eyes now inside the virtual world. He walked freely here, not feeling the weight of his body or the problems he had to deal with. This was a higher-end pod than the stuff he'd used as a kid, giving him full integration. The family had bought it for him back when no one was sure if he would walk or move normally again. Turns out yes, but it wasn't exactly comfortable at times. He waved his hand and headed into Iron Spirit, walking along his hangar past all his mechs. It had really just become a hobby, something to keep him active, buying mechs mostly with the gold he collected. He was no mech athlete or anything, but he knew how to pilot and had real experience in war. It left him superior to nearly all the brats that were mostly using Iron Spirit. And then he came to a side hangar, one he'd opened just recently. His little cousin's mechs. He hadn't managed to snag an original until now, but honestly, only the most recent ones were expensive enough he felt the need. He walked down the line looking at Ves's little adventure. He'd taken them all out. Going down to 1-star mechs had been a bit of an amusing situation. Poor kids. Still, the mechs were odd. But he didn't care about odd, he cared about effective, and they were messy. But Ves had done well, he'd grown and learned, and Cantor was proud of him. He moved past the spot that was supposed to hold the Spearmen Mech Ku Chulin. Odd name, but it was a bit of an odd mech. He'd read Melinda's reports on it, he'd confirmed it himself. The mech simply felt different. Odd, some felt like he was wired into an adrenaline line, some like he was pumped full of ice water. That Archer of his was a bit of an odd duck compared to his other early mechs, but he'd liked the solid feeling it gave. And now, the weird feeling Ves's mechs gave had been unusual. He'd felt something like it before, when Ark was piloting, or the other expert pilots, but not quite the same thing. And then, King Artoria. He'd piloted the older Artoria mechs. He could see the same design shape, the off-armored panels near the legs, the color scheme. But standing in front of this mech, he stopped directly in front of it and just stared at it, and he was sure it was staring back. He'd read through the design document. Ves liked to put hints and things about the mechs in there, but this one had been simple: command the army. Well, Cantor wasn't sure he could. He felt like an ant in front of the mech, like it was staring and judging him, and it almost made his knees want to buckle. He was standing before a king. It made him want to snarl a bit. He was a brighter. He didn't have a damned king. He killed Vezian king worshippers, damn it. Ves, was this what you wanted? A fucking king? Dumb kid. Well, let's get in it. He grumbled and teleported up to the gantry and then slipped inside. The hatch closed behind him as he settled into the seat, and it shifted a bit to match his own seat. Well, let's get her started. He flipped a switch, accessed a mode, and the screen shifted from hangar to outside forest, the training grounds. He suddenly grunted as the mech came alive, reactor turned on, engine revved. In the training grounds, the mechs were always on with full power. And now it suddenly felt like something was crushing him. Where before he'd been examined, now he was being judged. The interface meant the feeling brought his mech down to its knees, despite the fact it was him feeling this. What the hell, Ves? He was gasping for air, and the feeling intensified. He was being judged. Fuck you, he spat out, and he forced himself to stand, the mech rising and standing straight. You won't beat me. He growled, and yet, the force faded. It was still there, a surge in his brain, but it was no longer pressure. He stood there breathing in and out, the mech pushing against his mind, urging him. He looked at the blade. It was planted down into the dirt as the mech had spawned in, clasping it like that. Draw the blade, huh? That what you want? Then he realized he was arguing with a mech. A virtual mech. It shocked him so much he hit the pod exit. The entire thing ended, that feeling pressing against him disappeared, and he was just laying in his pod, breathing harshly, sweat pouring down his forehead, despite the fact he literally hadn't even done anything. The fuck, Ves? He cursed, just laying there shocked at what he had felt, at what had happened. Now that it wasn't pushing against him, he realized none of it made any sense. It was like the mech was alive and judging him. The idea was absurd, but it was what he felt. Was it some AI that Ves had installed? Could Iron Spirit even represent such a thing? And yet the entire thing was familiar. He heaved himself up and out of the pod. He needed to check something. He took a minute to refit his leg, grumbling at how sore his limb felt as he finally got it on. And then cleaning up for a moment, and he was off. The Larkinson compound was fairly large, larger than most ever realized. It wasn't just a haven for the family, It was a shelter, in the literal sense. The underground sections were kept off limits except in case anyone expected an attack on Rittersberg. The chance was small. It had been centuries since the Vesians had managed it, but if it was, no one wanted complete loss of the family. Cantor limped down the halls to the elevators, the one only really used by the steering committee. Their meetings took place in the central hub. The square staircase was kinda hidden, at least enough to keep most casual people from looking at it. But he'd lived here all his life, and so with a sigh, down he went. Need to install a damned elevator. He grumbled step after step, more than 200 meters below the Earth. More than deep enough with a few armored layers to stop anything short of real orbital bombardment from killing them. He ignored the finery, large hangings, and nonsense. He opened the door to the meeting room's stupid golden doors. Some idiot ancestor, wanting to seem more important than they were, and there stood a mech. Ancient, truly ancient, from around the time mechs first became a thing, 4 centuries old and still kept here. Valiant, the mech of the first ancestor. The man that came to the Bright Republic and helped found it. That had started the entire family, a Rubathan originally if the stories they had were correct, although they were split on anything more accurate than that. But it was different, a feeling not any weaker in its own way than what he had felt from King Artoria. Valiant too gave off that feeling of the mech being alive. I was right. He grumbled, glaring at it. He hobbled over and then settled on the stupid stone benches, just staring at the mech. Well, ancestor, Ves is doing something similar to your own mech. Did he learn it from you? He hadn't thought the boy had been brought down here before. Kids weren't usually welcomed here, not until they hit their majority, less likely to spill the beans to show off to a friend. Not that the family was worried about someone wanting the mech. The thing was 400 years old. Just, it was safer if no one ever knew about it. The feeling wasn't that sense of majesty he'd felt from before. It was just power. An old soldier that had seen it all, done it all, and survived. Cantor smiled. He knew it stretched his cheek into a rictus grin that wasn't pleasant to look at, but they sure were a pair. I'm sorry, Valiant. I wasn't able to live up to the ancestor. I'm just an old broken pilot now. He said to the machine, but unlike with Ves's mech, there was no sense of it paying any attention to him. Cantor, I was wondering who had come down here. The alarm sounded. Sorry, Elder Overin, I had to check on something for myself, he replied, rising up and looking at the older man. 2 generations older, he was still a bit spry, but long since also retired. Now just one of the members of the steering committee. Had some business with Valiant? You aren't having trouble again? No, I'm past that, old man. He jabbed back. He didn't like being reminded of his brush with thinking about ending his life. You heard about Ves? Of course, has any of us not? The boy is a potential genius. Honestly, it came as a bit of a surprise. He always was a bit of a bonehead, yeah. He chuckled, remembering younger Ves, both angry and before that as a kid. He'd never been the smartest cookie. Guess he just needed his mech obsession to refocus. What about him? He made a new mech. Even in the game, just standing next to it, it felt alive, old man. Like I was standing in front of a giant. It was like it attacked me when I started piloting. The feeling, though, it reminded me of Valiant. I had to come down to compare it. Valiant. I heard the rumors from Kana. Melinda mentioned the last mech was odd, that it made her act strange. Yeah, this one does too. I didn't believe her until now, but trust me, it's not a sensation I've ever seen before. Except here. You think he is making a mech similar to Valiant? I always thought the feeling was because our ancestor was an ace. I thought so too, he grumbled. An ace mech pilot, something to be in complete awe of. There were only a few ace pilots in the Republic, and there hadn't been a Larkinson one in a long time. They all tried for it. Every Larkinson child dreamed of being the next ace, of matching their great ancestor. I don't know, but maybe he was inspired by the old mech. At least I've confirmed it's similar enough. Gonna yank that boy's ear off, though. Felt like I was going to have a heart attack when that bitch king started fucking with me. Bitch king? He blinked as he realized what he had said, grimaced and ran a hand across his face. Ugh, it's what it feels like standing in front of a king, or the president. That sort of nervous awe, it pissed me off. That's certainly not something I've ever heard of before. What are you going to do? I'm going to properly test it, Cantor said, grumbling as he moved forward, and show that king how a brighter reacts to tyrants. I still got one size 12 to put up her ass. Mech or not. The old man scoffed more because of how crazy it seemed. Kicking a mech, because it was kingly. Yeah, it sounded stupid to him too. He headed up the stairs, grunting and groaning the whole way, and made it back to his room. It was definitely a relief to take the leg off again and then slide into the pod. He started up Iron Spirit and instantly grabbed the mech and loaded into the training grounds. Once again, that feeling crushed down on him, the urge to kneel to accept a higher power. Fuck off. He cursed it, grabbed the sword in front of him and yanked it from the ground. He'd been a night mech pilot, which wasn't known for their excellent swordsmanship, but he knew how to swing a blade. He swung it a few times, getting a feel for the mech, ignoring the demanding feeling to submit that pressed on him. He refused, and then slowly the feeling pulled back, and instead, she respected it. Stupid mech. He grumbled, which seemed to be the wrong thing to say, as instantly the feeling returned, crushing against him. Then back again, a warning. Grumpy mech, he decided, and that returned him a sense of irritation, but not lashing out. The mech. Focus on the mech, Cantor. This was a normal mech, and he was testing it out for his dumb idiot nephew. The moron made a mech with the fucking attitude of a Vezian. Idiot. And yet, as he practiced, the mech didn't fight him. There was no lashing out. Instead, the feeling synergized. He swung, and every movement left him feeling like he was a king. The king of the battlefield. She packs some punch, he noted, smashing aside one of the wandering AI mechs with a single swing. For a command mech, she hit like a rampaging offensive knight. She was fairly flexible, but not quite to the extent Melinda had tried to tell him the cue was. But there were only a few restrictions in the motions he could swing the blade, and he never had any dead spots. Points where swinging would leave him without any power in the strike. Good, that was a good sign. A damned good sign. His old knight had that problem, up and down, side to side, but God help you if you were trying for any angled swings. Satisfied, after a while running the mech through its paces, each swing seemed to almost come easier, and that odd feeling seemed to hover around him, paying him attention but not pushing. This mech felt fucking alive, like he was dealing with an annoying woman that didn't know personal space. He scoffed, and then checked the listing. Ves had mentioned it wasn't a duelist mech, but the boy was an idiot. He went into a 1v1 to warm up. A lakeside battleground, even had massive stands that looked like something out of ancient terror. The mech across from him was something he recognized. A current gene offensive knight, light shield, and a mace of all things. The mace was rather dangerous, 4 claws at each cardinal direction, tipped with a nasty sharp exotic. It was a fairly high-priced mech, had a cat name or something. Whatever. He moved, his energy reserves were incredible, and he didn't hesitate in using them. The knight moved as well, slower, cautious. Of course it was. It was facing an unknown mech. As he moved, the feeling returned, urging him on to crush this enemy as a king. He shook off the feeling. He was going to fight smart, lead the knight around by its nose until it ran out of power, and then take it out when it was sluggish. The idea instantly rankled, and he nearly jolted as he felt the dislike, like a petulant child. King or not, this is how you win, and a win by taking the least amount of damage is the sort of win a king should be going for. He grumbled at himself as he spoke. He was talking to his fucking mech like a crazy person, but there was a surge, and he didn't feel any pressure. Instead, it was only a pressure forward, a strong hand pushing him to do more. So he charged in, and was just going to sideswipe the knight, force the pilot to react to his movements, when suddenly the enemy knight jolted like he'd been struck. The sense hit him. Arrogance. It was affecting the enemy pilot. He shifted his plan, raising his shoulder and firing all the missiles into the knight, who struggled to even raise his shield to block them, sending debris flying as the explosions hit. It was instinct, and that was what shocked him. The same moment he dislodged the missile pack from his shoulder, he roared, "Kneel, fool!" His voice echoed out, amplified incredibly from the speaker on his shoulder. He didn't know why he said that, but it felt right. And the feeling of the mech he was piloting, it wasn't so much pushing him as being him. He almost missed the timing. It was so distracting as he swung down his blade. The enemy pilot had jolted at the shout, so startled he'd actually dropped his blade. Cantor took the mech in the chest, well-forged blade gouging deep into the enemy mech. The match ended. "The fuck was that?" he nearly shouted as he realized his heart was once more beating fast, and only a smug sense of arrogance pressured onto him. Like a king saying, "What did you think would happen?" He muttered the words, and they weren't even his words. "Ves, I'm going to tear that fucking ear off for this boy." Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 56. Chapter text. "Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I surrender." "Surrender! I want answers," Cantor demanded, and I hissed. I hadn't expected an early morning sneak attack. I'd sat down for breakfast yawning and sleepy when my ear was suddenly attacked. "Okay, what? 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 What the hell is that mech, Ves?" The shouting did nothing to stop the looks from literally the entire family. "Ow, ow, ow, my ear," I demanded, and he finally let go, and I hissed, rubbing my poor flesh. I glared at him, but then noticed he was being serious. "So am I going to get that full report?" I asked, and then flinched when he went for my ear again. "What is going on this morning?" Benjamin called out, and that thankfully saved my poor ear. Cantor grumbled, looking at Benjamin, but he jerked his head at me. "Tried the boy's new mech. It's haunted." "She's not haunted." Now, I'm sure the mech isn't haunted, Cantor." "She's alive, not haunted, completely different." I argued, and both men looked at me, and then Uncle Cantor just gestured at me to Benjamin. "It reminds me of Valiant Ben. Just walking up to the mech makes you realize something is different, and when I started piloting, the mech attacked me." "What? What?" Benjamin and I both responded. Everyone was of course listening in as well, but were keeping quiet to enjoy the show. It's like getting into a wrestling match with a Vesian noble. The aura is powerful. When she finally let off, she was able to completely shock another pilot in a 1v1 into dropping their blade. "Wait, really? I wasn't expecting it to be that powerful in Iron Spirit." I shouted at the kid over that loudspeaker, and he dropped his sword and barely reacted when I cut him down. Cantor explained, and I took that in. "Awesome," I whispered. "That was even more than I expected. King Artoria's majesty is working even better than I expected then." "Ves, this isn't something normal. What the hell is it?" "The mech was fighting me." "She was testing you, not fighting you. She's made to help her pilots, not fight them." "Was she causing issues when you were in combat?" I asked, wanting to clarify if she was. "No," he grumbled, admitting the truth. "Only when I first started piloting her. Once we got moving, what is even happening? How did you do that? And why a Vesian noble?" "She's not Vesian. And more importantly, why does she feel like old Valiant?" "Huh? The ancestors' mech?" "Yeah, she feels similar. I mean, I don't feel like Valiant is a king, but..." "Oh, well. The feeling Valiant gives off is what I'm trying to replicate through design. King Artoria was a massive breakthrough. What happened naturally over years of our ancestor using Valiant, I was able to replicate, sort of. The ancestor was an ace pilot." Benjamin cut in. The conversation was spreading across the entire hall. Everyone was very interested in what I was saying, but fuck it. I was putting out mechs with massive auras. Already I might as well be bit fucking clear. "Yeah, which is why his mech is producing an effect naturally that I have to do massive alterations to a mech to even start replicating," I explained, although neither man seemed to fully get it. "Just, if Valiant can be felt at a distance after being piloted for so long by an ace pilot and carry that extra spark, then why can't any mech?" That's what I kinda stepped into when playing with mechs, and I've been working on replicating it and improving it ever since. The mechs do tend to have an odd feeling, but nothing like this. King Artoria is literally a step above. Every part of that indescribably feeling my mechs give off, if all of it is focused on a single aspect to try and improve synergy. The Majesty system was a massive breakthrough. "Majesty system, he calls it. She's a bitch." "Language," Auntie Loria snapped out, glaring as the kids were all listening. Don't call her that. Artoria is my mech. Perhaps, Cantor, you can clarify a few things for me. And Ves, is this some AI system or… No. Nope. We both said at the same time, and I grinned at Uncle Cantor. He'd said it grudgingly. You understand. It wasn't an AI, I was feeling it outside the damn mech in the game. It's something else. Aura. I've been calling the feeling it gives off as aura, and the personality as the heroic spirit. Heroic spirit? Sure, valiant. We anthropomorphize it, don't we? The mech our ancestor piloted, getting close to it gives off a feeling no one can deny. We humanize it and empathize with it, and in turn, it definitely affects us. All I did was shift that effect to a singular focus. King Artoria is meant to help commanders order troops. How was that part? Did they listen? I didn't go into any large battles, just the 1v1. What? She isn't made for a 1v1, she's a command mech. She performed just fine, kid. Right, she made someone drop their sword. That's so cool. I gushed happily at the idea she was so strong. Which was a mistake, because as I was gushing, Cantor reached out and grabbed my ear. Yeah, and it felt like I was dealing with a Vesian noblewoman beating me over the head. What the hell were you thinking? He roared and reached out again. Ow, 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 ear, ear, I need that. You only need one. Ow! Cantor. Grandpa saved me as Cantor grumbled and let me go. I was thinking that commanding a bunch of teenagers in iron spirit is an impossible task without respect. A king commanding respect can get them to actually do what you say. I answered the question, and the man actually listened, before grumbling but accepting what I had said. Besides, it was a first attempt at a new process. That worked. So I can do something different next time. Do that, he snapped, and then looked around. And what are you all listening for, huh? Uncle Cantor yelled, and everyone jerked back to their food like the entire family hadn't been listening in. Grandpa Benjamin was more amused at that, but he hid it quickly. Cantor, this mech, is it safe? Safe? He asked, then grumbled. Of course it is. It's difficult. I felt a pressure like I've never seen before, Ben. But when it was over, the mech was good. Oh, thank you. That wasn't entirely a compliment, kid. Do we need to worry about the feeling? It's approved by the MTA, I shouted, startling both men that were seemingly content to talk around me. It's fine. Yes. It's weird. Yes, it has a strong effect. It's a strong mech. Thank you. Will you pilot it again? Grandpa Benjamin asked, and Cantor scoffed. And let that bitch win? Language, Auntie Loria called out again, glaring. Cantor just ignored her. Course I will. I still need to do a full report. Good, Ves. Walk with me. I blinked at the request, but instantly followed as Grandpa Benjamin headed out of the dining room. Guess breakfast could wait. We headed down a hall I recognized only from original Ves's time in the compound. Down we went through a long staircase, deep underground, through a set of golden doors, and my attention was locked. I could practically taste it. The aura, a strong X-factor, even if it wasn't as dynamic as King Artoria. Valiant. The mech of our ancestor, the ace pilot that defined our place in the Bright Republic. It was honestly a good excuse, a mech so close to Ves that had a powerful X-factor. This was a chance to really start explaining what I was doing in a way people would understand. Either way, I walked closer to the mech. It was ancient but incredibly well built. Nothing like my Fantasia variants. No, this was a mech made for an ace pilot. Was it a full-on ace mech, or just an expert? I honestly didn't know. Valiant has watched over the Larkinson family since before the ancestor passed. We use the feeling it gives as a reminder to those in charge that they have a duty. Perhaps it's our imagination, but we've rarely had corruption in our steering committee because of it. It probably does help, I agreed. The aura it gives off, it's tied to us in a way, so it influences us. I'd never considered it more than just awe at what I was seeing, but it is more. Is it dangerous? No, it's dispersed. The heroic spirit is resting, I guess you could say. Or more likely it was just a very vague personality, being a natural occurrence. I've never heard of a mech designer doing something like this before. Do you know what it'll mean for you? Yeah, sort of. Design philosophy it's like the mech expert pilots choose once they advance. I started explaining, and if anyone asked, I'd just make shit up for how I knew this. Some designers focus on simple things. Making a sword sharper than anything else. Making a mech run faster. Maybe even more focused, making the best mech engine they can. Yes, I understand that. Then some choose weird stuff. What if someone decided to focus on solar energy for their mech? Sounds useless. Sure, it probably would be, but with years of focus and trial and error, maybe they end up making a mech with a solar laser that's extremely powerful. Or maybe it's weak, but it has nearly infinite energy to keep shooting. Sounds useful. Right. So what about the really weird stuff? Say, someone wants to make a computer that sees the future for the pilots, so they can see what the enemy is doing before they do it. Benjamin nodded slowly, but he didn't seem to get what I was saying. A design philosophy for a mech designer can be anything, no matter how silly it might sound like. I'm just developing my own theory, but I waved at Valiant. That is real. What you are feeling coming off that mech isn't just Larkinson family or anyone that came up to Valiant would feel that. It's something that exists. Just because we don't have the right words to explain it doesn't make it not real. And you managed to reproduce it. And I managed to reproduce it. My mechs all have an aura. I discovered some ways to generate it, and now I'm producing ways to alter it towards a specific feeling. And so you created a king mech. She's meant to yell at little kids to get them to follow a battle plan. I explained, a bit embarrassed. All right, I think I have some understanding now. It's quite an achievement. I've never heard of anyone doing anything like this. Everyone else seemed to have accepted it was something only expert pilots at least could do, but that wasn't it. Anyways, it's something my mechs can do that no one else has. It's going to cause a stir, but people will want my mechs. Will they? I'll be honest, Ves. Cantor's reaction is telling. He's the sort to pilot anything, but he was struggling with your mech. I opened my mouth and then closed it. Ask again in a few weeks. If he's going to keep piloting King Artoria, then he's going to get used to her, and he won't go back. Perhaps. Come on, let's go get some breakfast. That sounds good, I replied, but as he turned to leave, I turned back to Valiant. It was a shame to leave a mech with that much X-factor down here doing nothing. The original Ves had taken spirits from other sources to turn into design spirits. I would want to experiment with such an important thing, but someday, Valiant, I'll help you find new partners. I made it back to my room after a busy breakfast. Everyone was asking questions and wanting to know more about what Cantor had been talking about. King Artoria was causing quite the stir. Oh well, it would just have to wait for now. Heading into my closet, I grabbed more of the candies. Another intelligence candy and a concentration this time. I popped one in my mouth, waited for the effect to fade, and then the next as I pulled up the system and looked things over. Specialization or not? I sighed and finished purchasing another business level. Business Apprentice, 1000 DP. The surge of knowledge was certainly more useful than the last. It was like instincts on what would be best to get a mech to sell, ways to set up the business to work without constantly falling apart, and a large amount of wheeling and dealing, how to talk to people, how to lock them in, and how to avoid getting tricked. Somewhat. But would it help me, a 15-year-old, to set up a business? Yes and no. Yes, in that I knew a bit more on how, but no because I was still 15, and a lot of things were limited until I was a full adult. But as I processed the information, an idea started forming, something that only a teenager could do. Something that if it worked, it felt like the sort of idea someone would take without properly thinking it through, though. I'll wait until later when I buy Journeyman to really figure it all out. Hopefully by then I'll have the experience added to the vigor to sort out the idea. Because a brand was important in business, and people loved young geniuses if I could get that out. Get the recognition that I was more than just a teen designer, but a genius going above and beyond. I could maybe shift that into investments, into early access, into enough money to start building the mechs instead of just designing them. But it was still not something I could do right this minute. Sighing, my head feeling full, I grabbed my stuff and Corey, throwing her over my shoulder and earning a meow and some paw slaps at my rough handling, even if she loved it, and headed out. The porch swing was calling my name. Cantor Larkinson. All right, you great bitch. Some heroic spirit you are. Let's try this again. He grumbled as he flicked into the cockpit of the mech. He wasn't sold on Ves's explanation. It sounded like magic to him, but he could accept that his little cousin knew what he was doing somehow. The training grounds once more appeared, and this time there was no great pressure. The presence seemed content in some ways to let him get things going. Now you want to ease off me, huh? He grunted and went ahead, throwing open the match settings and selecting a 50 versus 50. The smaller matches would be fine to give this bitch a test. He winced a bit as she pressured him for a moment and then relented. A warning? Don't like being called a bitch, don't be one. He replied, and this time he was ready for it. The press down on him was still just as uncomfortable, but at least he knew what it was. Somewhat, and was ready for it. You'll need to do more than that. He grunted aloud as finally the match started. He requested command instantly, and he was in fact the highest-ranked pilot. So it was given to him. His name even had a crown next to it. He blinked as he felt smugness surge from the mech. I guess she liked being in charge. Bossy bitch. Ignoring the feeling, almost like being slapped by a Vesian noblewoman for commenting on her skirts. That had happened once out on deployment. Cantor then opened up comms. Listen up, brats. I'm issuing orders and battle lines. None of you are charging off to die stupidly. He roared, using his best sergeant voice. Of course, most of them did as ordered, but there were always a few. Whatever, old man. Came over the line, and Cantor turned. An urge struck him, and he allowed it, stomping over to the kid that had spoken up, his little skirmish mech already preparing to leave after grabbing some extra supplies from the depot they spawned at. His boots rang across the match metal on stone, but unlike normal, instead of almost dampening the sound, it gave a ringing noise that was pitched to be heard. The moment he approached, he threw out a hand in front of the skirmisher, and suddenly the kid stopped. I said, get in your battle line. Are your ears still filled with sand from your baby's first sandpit? Get to it, soldier. He roared, and even used the loudspeaker to really give it to the kid. The sense of satisfaction from the mech. Well, she liked being a bossy bitch, it seemed. Yes, sir. The little skirmish mech jolted and ran off, heading for the icon he'd already started tagging everyone to form up on. Huh. All right, Ves, I get the concept. But was this aura really all that? Really enough to shift things? All right, here are your orders. I expect discipline from all of you. You might be brats now, but you're future Mech Corps soldiers. So act like it. He roared out. He'd given similar speeches during matches before, and rarely did anyone really listen. The kids that were already going to follow orders cause they were playing the game for training or taking it seriously would already be listening. The ones that didn't wouldn't listen for shit, unless you could get enough people playing along. Sometimes follow the leader was all that worked on younger teens. This time, though, as he passed through the spawned-in mechs, each of them stiffened. He even got a few salutes from some of them as he barked orders and put them into position. He was an old hand at this game. He recognized all the most common mechs and most of the uncommon ones. He got them positions right, skirmishers in between the medium-line mechs, riflemen a bit behind that to support, missiles and artillery platforms further back ready to engage targets. Flyers screening. They were actually listening to him. Well, I'll be damned. You miserable lot of cretins and worthless sacks of flesh calling yourselves pilots might actually someday be worthy to fight in the Corps. But I doubt it. So listen up. Fight like the miserable scop you are, and maybe we'll pull out a win, and we can all go home and fuck your mum. Well, I will anyway. Enemy contact forward focus fire. We're moving. He roared, noticing the blip on scanners. The flyers actually sticking around, not just instantly going off to skirmish and die, was kinda wild. By God, this game might actually have changed for once, from the utter free for all he was used to. He followed behind, updating orders as well as he could, as the counter-ECM started distorting comms and issue. So he flipped on the loudspeaker and just started yelling, "You miserable scum sucker! If I see you break formation at the sight of the enemy again, I'll have your ass back piloting 1-star mechs. What the fuck do you mean you lost an arm? Well, fucking go take one of theirs. Are you a coward? Today is a brighter fucking day, lads. Give 'em hell. He roared as the initial wave of lone wolves were all torn apart by the disciplined advance of his boys. By all that was fucking holy. He was actually kind of proud of this group. If green troops on the field had acted like this, actually fucking listening well, the future was indeed brighter. The surge of combat suddenly picked up, and all communications were cut off as the two sides finally met. The enemy team barely had any cohesion. Like any normal match, they were split up into cliques of friends playing together, groups of lone wolves, and some rare larger groups sticking together mostly out of luck. And his wave washed over all of them. Concentrated artillery wiped out any resistance, while his flying spotters kept updates by shooting at the mechs they saw, and his line of medium mechs surged forward, light skirmishers jumping in and out, using their high mobility to take pot shots of enemy mechs, instead of thinking they can take out a full offensive knight with their piddly weapons. It was actual coherent combat doctrine. Amateurish, but more advanced than anything he'd ever seen in the game. And he knew it wasn't just him. He'd tried to drag a bunch of grumpy teens into a fight like this before. They got bored, or just plain ignored orders. He realized that as the combat happened, his team were looking to him, actually looking to him for orders. It struck him as he stood over the hill, looking over the enemy base camp, watching his boys tear the remaining enemy team apart. He hadn't even had to swing his sword. He just calmly walked from one end of the battlefield to the other, roaring out orders, and they'd simply won. He could feel it. The mech was pleased. And damn all that the Republic stood for, so was Cantor. So this was the power of a king, huh? Fucking Visians. Well, you know what? Brighters might just have their own king now, one of their own making, and one that couldn't become a tyrant. What better king than a mech? What better king that could only be used to help? Commander, we won. He looked at the skirmish mech. Fuck, that was the kid that had told him to piss off at the start. Good job, son. You'll make a damned good pilot if you listen to orders. He told the kid just as the match win screen popped up. Well, fuck. That was actually kind of fun. A feeling met his own. The pride of a battle won and the feeling of duty that came from the mech. So that was her purpose, huh? Well, stick with me and we'll figure out what your limits are. And maybe stop you from being such a bitch. He ignored the pressure that wanted to flatten him into the seat, to make his knees bend. Only one reason he knelt for a woman, and this wasn't it. Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 57. Business Journeyman, 2000 DP. I blinked as I felt the information flood into my mind and noticed the obvious difference. Strength 0.3, Dexterity 0.4, Endurance 0.3, Intelligence 2.0, Creativity 1.5, Concentration 1.5, Neural Aptitude F, Spirituality 0.4, 2.0. Intelligence was vast. It wasn't just additive, I wasn't just twice as intelligent, but it was something else entirely. My brain before had been slow and prone to stalls and low power. My new brain was a finely tuned engine, able to process information at a speed I'd never thought possible. But really what it meant was that as the knowledge of the journeyman's skill flooded through me, I was picking it up, processing it, and storing it away. There was no stunned silence as I slowly processed what was added. I simply accepted it all. I was right. There was a path forward for me as a teenager, and I knew it would take a lot of schmoozing to get it done. Sighing, I leaned back as I felt the feeling fade. There was a part of me that wanted to do this, to go forward, make mechs, make millions, and then billions of credits. And another part of me that really didn't want to deal with all the nonsense. That part, though while not wrong, was also not right. It was inevitable that I would reach that point. The system practically guaranteed it, unless I turned into a hermit. No, the best option was to take advantage of my youth, become the spectacle that drew the eye, because if I was in the limelight, well, the hope was someone couldn't just disappear me. So like many things in life, the only real option was to put my pants on and go do some shit. I just wish it wasn't necessary, because I didn't really want to deal with people. Sighing, I opened the comm system and did some searching. The Ansel University site, of course, kept a track of events, and that gave me everything I needed to slowly dig through a few locations, different sites and events, until I found one that would work. Many events would have restrictions, most of them needing a graduation from university to access, but not all of them. Most didn't bother mentioning age. After all, why would a teenager even apply? How could a teenager apply? Unlike with mech pilots, there were only a few events that tended to get hosted for mech designers. Design competitions which pitted designers against each other, but was often just an excuse to get a few pilots in mechs and smash each other. Design contribution, which was really just two journeyman designers at least working together to make a mech. Kinda like what I did with Marcus. And then finally design discussion. Not exactly a grand event, but this is when two mech designers got together to discuss their philosophy and sort of clash their ideas together. It was a good way to gain perspective and additional insights, but I was just an apprentice doing something like that. Would be stupid. So I only had the most straightforward option, design competition. I needed to get on a stage and show that my work had a quality beyond my age. To prove to the Bright Republic I wasn't just a weird online-only mech designer, but just a young designer that they should invest in. I just wanted to hide in my room and make mechs. Shaking off the thought, I looked at the listings. It wasn't like design competitions were normal, and this was before they had merged the Young Tigers competition into a mixed pilot and designer competition. Of course, that didn't mean mech designers didn't have competitions. The Bright Republic might be a third-rate state, but it was still made up of billions of people and hundreds of worlds. Finding a competition I could actually take part in was a bit harder. Some were limited to journeymen and up. Some were made for specific groups. I certainly didn't want to enter a competition that was connected to underground mech battles after all. Thankfully, the Ansel event calendar wouldn't add those in. But the Ansel calendar was also focused on Ansel, so I continued searching. There. A mech designer competition made for university students so I could apply. It was on Bentheim. Shit. Ugh, I didn't want to go to that planet. But it should get plenty of attention. It was hosted by a senior mech designer, Professor Velton. That name sounded kind of familiar? Oh well, either way, that's all the information on it. Other than the prize pool, well, it wasn't much, but I wasn't there for the money exactly. I needed the experience, and more importantly, the clout, so to speak. My mechs. I wanted to build them, for real. Even in limited numbers, even if they didn't sell, they deserved to exist. I added my information in and sent in an application. Okay, good. I started that process now. Time to design a new mech. Before I even started wondering what heroic spirit to use, my brain was focused on one thing. What did I want to experiment with? With the surge into AX Factor, that opened a lot of potential. I could hone the X Factor towards a single goal with noble phantasms, so what did I want to do? Another emotion? Or try to go crazy with it? I should go crazy. Even if it doesn't work, it's still totally worth it just to try, right, Corey? Meow. That's right. So, a weapon? Or... I shook my head. While the idea of turning the X Factor into something to boost a weapon was alluring, I had no way to do that. Yet. Maybe try to gain a different advantage with the X Factor? The Foresight mech was way too costly. There was no way it would work. Even if it did, it would happen so rarely, and be such a drain on the throne. I was pacing around as Corey watched me, her eyes tracking me back and forth. And yet, my new creativity was showing its benefits. I was rapid fire coming up with ideas and then putting them aside for one reason or another until... How strong can I make the aura? I whispered. Majesty had actually worked wonderfully. I hadn't even expected it to be so disruptive to the enemy. Although maybe I'd hoped a little, and I should remember it was being used against teenagers. But if I focused the aura all into a single area, would it increase the power? The idea instantly connected with a concept, and I was fighting myself with instantly creating the spirit and getting started. But regardless, I could already see her. My fingers itched to get started, but I held back calmly, sitting and focusing. A pair of eyes, each one a noble phantasm. Not fear. That wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't fear that made you stop, but something else. Could I influence it enough to convey something beyond emotion? The original Ves had, but that was because he was grabbing spiritual entities left and right and putting them into his pocket and torturing them. I was trying to keep the throne full of spirits that didn't want to murder me, thank you very much. But there was only one way to really find out, to convey my intentions into the spirits as I formed them, build the mech and hope it worked. It might not. It might only sort of work. But if I could crack another AX factor, no matter what, it would be worth it. Medusa, the eyes of petrification. Each eye increases the effect of your power and freezes the enemy in place at your stare. A tall, beautiful woman. Fast. Faster than anyone expects. A predator on the battlefield. I opened my eyes, and already Medusa was settling into her class on the throne. Her eyes shining, almost staring into me, despite her only being a spirit in the liminal space in my soul. My smile started spreading. I knew exactly what to do. I opened my system and started buying some upgrades. Speed Tuning 2, 400 dp. Speed Tuning 3, 800 dp. Speed Tuning 4, 1600 dp. I bought them slowly, letting the information get absorbed before moving on, and then had to stop before getting Speed Tuning Ves. I simply couldn't afford the 20,000 dp that it cost. Yikes, level 5 subskills were expensive. Either way, I was buzzing. Speed tuning was a simple concept, how to make a mech go a bit faster without massively altering the components. Shifting power to focus on muscles so they wouldn't lose power during combat. How to alter muscles in the leg for much faster twitch-based motion and longer constant movements. Even things like rockets or jets were in there, but I felt like I needed to level propulsion skill a bit to get more out of it. Either way, that was step 1. Medusa as a rider needed to be fast, blisteringly fast, a medium that could absolutely chase down skirmishers if needed. With her eyes halting the pilot's movements, it should let her catch up to anything in a flash. Then the second part, Artificial Muscle Enhancement 2, 400 dp. Artificial Muscle Enhancement 3, 800 dp. Artificial Muscle Enhancement 4, 1600 dp. What was Medusa but an overwhelmingly fast and strong fighter? I couldn't replicate her actual riding skills. Running along chains she herself threw was awesome to see in an anime, but not something a mech was going to do, much less a pilot. But I could give her the sort of internal advantages that came with being a Gorgon. Once more, I took it slow, just letting the knowledge slip in. No need to rush it. I was gathering the tools to prepare for the build. I still had almost 3000 dp, enough to upgrade another similar skill. Impact tuning? I could make Medusa more than capable of just slamming into the enemy full tilt. I'll think about it, in case something else pops up. Either way, I pulled up the class card CA2 and looked at it. Needs to be taller. I decided instantly if I made the legs longer, I could fit much stronger muscles to it. It made me laugh as I realized what I was doing. Normally, to make a fast mech, you go lighter and smaller, or add a flight system, but I'm going larger and bigger and it still might work. Although, her armor will need to be lighter, and even with speed tuning, the engine might not be enough. The engine in the CA1 was a beast of an engine, giving the mech its fabled power, capable of just battering other mechs to pieces, but it was in a matter of speaking, more about torque than the rapid speed I was looking for. I sighed. I couldn't build an engine from scratch that would be even a quarter as good. So there was no point in wishing for what I don't have. Speed tuning would just have to give me the added speed I needed. Someday I'd have the credits to just stop and go look through the MTA listings for the perfect component. But that wasn't today. Medusa, let's get started. Ves, Uncle Cantor still piloting King Artoria? I asked as the man grumbled at me the next morning. I am. I'm getting the hang of her. Did a larger battle, she did well. I got the recording, so come to my room after breakfast. I will. That's awesome. Did you win? Course I did. Ves people are noticing, he said, and I blinked at his sudden aside. Huh? Ves people are noticing your mech. I had 100 messages during the match and after asking me what had just happened. Oh right. Was it positive questions? 50-50. Some people wanted to know what the mech was. Some brats were cussing me out. Fairly normal. I wonder if any more have sold. Haven't seen one. Yeah, but if you keep piloting her, someone is going to want to try. Maybe. Won't matter to me. Just keep an eye on things. Eventually someone is going to try and find out how King Artoria works. Yeah, but that's not a bad thing. I want people to wonder, I said confidently, because if they were wondering, they were thinking about Lark Industries, and if they were thinking of that, then more and more people would hear about me, and maybe I could shift the popularity into an investment. Ha ha ha. My business senses were tingling. Profit, investments, tax reductions. Oh shit, I had millions in my pocket and had to worry about taxes. Fuck. An issue popped up. This is going to be hard, I whispered, looking at the start of Medusa's long legs. Speed tuning was easily telling me how much muscle I could fit into the limbs to maximize ground speed, but all that muscle needed power, and that meant more cabling, which meant less space. And the muscle was already taking up a lot of space. I'd have to make a choice. Disregard a bit of muscle to reduce space, thus slowing the mech, or reduce damage control systems. It felt stupid to do that. A medium-heavy mech based on moving incredibly quickly that had weak legs. Who would even want that? My design sense told me there were a few options here. I could maybe improve the armor with medium-weight armor optimization. That was within my budget easily, and honestly, it was probably a really good choice. Or I could aim for Structural Pathway Configuration 3. It would be 3000 DP, which I didn't even have currently, but I was close enough. I would even if I did nothing fairly soon. I'd still have some points if I bought a few medium-weight armor optimization, which was good, but Structural Pathway Configuration had been insanely powerful from the start. Every time I'd upgraded the sub-skill, I'd come away from it as just better in so many ways. The internals were the literal veins and arteries of a mech, and messing that up usually meant your mech was due for a heart attack, or a stroke, so to speak, fairly quickly in battle. But lightening the entire mech was another upgrade where I couldn't deny its value. I was stuck with the Caesar Augustus for now, and it had medium armor. I spent all my points on business, and now I couldn't afford both upgrades that would substantially upgrade my mech. I never should have bought business. I knew it was evil, a fool, a complete fool. Huh? Meow, Corey told me, as she had walked over and put herself in my way as I was pacing in circles. I reached down as she was wanting to be picked up, and as I brought her up, she slapped me in the face with her paw, stuffing it hard against my cheek. Am I being stupid, Corey? Meow? Yeah, maybe I am. Neither skill really guarantees I'll get what I need, so I should just pick it and move on. Meow. Yeah. I can just lighten her armor a lot already. If Medusa's gaze works, then it won't matter, because the enemy won't be able to attack her anyways. So I should focus on what's inside, try to Jenga her internals into the most optimal form. Meow. Yeah, okay, thanks, Corey. I told her, and she seemed to huff before wiggling, and then I set her down so she walked back to her place on my bed and curled up, looking much happier now that I wasn't pacing around in her view. Okay, I couldn't afford the upgrade just yet, but the DP was flowing in, so instead of focusing on that, I'll work more on her frame. Lengthening the legs was going to cause a lot of trouble to balance it all back out. I started humming as I worked, and I had to stop 30 minutes into it. Not because I was getting bored or something like that. I don't know if I even could anymore with my concentration boosted. No, I just realized I wasn't just guessing or kerbling up the mech anymore. I was using math, measurements, alterations that were actually mathed out, as I shifted her body to match her new longer legs and shifting things around. I was designing a mech instead of just kludging things together. Sure, I'd been doing it for a while, but this was the first time I wasn't making any guesses or hunches or closing my eyes and making a change and just hoping it was right. Medusa from top to bottom was going to be designed, really truly designed. I'd be able to perfectly balance her weight, match her height exactly. It was all perfect. She's going to be amazing. I got a reply back. The Velton Corporation Mech Design Competition welcomes you. I read off and then grinned. They'd accepted. I had a month, but I was in. I read through the entire message, the rules, setup, and timeline. Now for the hard part. I sent a message to Grandpa Benjamin and then distracted myself with schoolwork the rest of the day. As much as I just wanted to spend all day designing Medusa, I still had to follow along with the situations I put myself in. Although the Ansel classes were becoming far easier, I still slowed down and made sure not to make a lot of drastic increases in my work, but yeah, easy. I spent half the time switching between doing the work, then using the time I would have used before to do some Medusa work. Before switching back, it wasn't exactly the most consistent work on Medusa, but a lot of it continued to be just mathing out alterations to make sure everything would work. But finally, as evening came, Benjamin returned home, greeting everyone warmly, but as he passed me, he gave me a jerk of his head. So I followed. "Ves, you said you wanted to speak with me." "I do. I submitted an application yesterday and got a response back." I turned my comm screen around and showed him. "A design competition?" "That's right. I've been thinking about what I need to do to both improve as a designer and get my name out there a bit more. Since I'm way younger than most mech designers, I'll be a definite draw. And if I win, it'll be excellent for my reputation. If I can use that to get some people interested in investing." "Oh, you think people would invest in a teenager?" "No, of course not. But people will invest in a young genius, which if I can make people think I am, I can get the investment I need to start a business." "A bit early." "I know, but I'm designing real mechs, Grandpa. And with King Artoria, my mechs are more than just okay mechs I could probably get some sales of. With the Majesty Aura, people will pay for it. And there is more I can do. I'm working on another design now that, well, it'll be big if I can get it to work." "Ves, I'm not opposed to this at all. I think you getting a chance to show what you can do is a good thing, son. You don't have to sell me on it. I just don't want you to think you need to rush for opening up a business so soon. Take your time and make sure you do it right." "I will. I'm ready for this at least. Just step one. Besides, I still have to win." "I believe in you. Bentheim is a long way, but we have family there. I'll reach out and find a place for you to stay during the competition and have someone make sure you can get around." "Thank you, Grandpa. Just do well and be proud of yourself, regardless of the outcome." Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 58. Ilona Quartz. The match had started like any other. Jump into the game, ignoring the idiots all yelling out orders, grab her team and start planning the tactics she could use. Her team, as usual, ran off, played their games, while she was incorporating real tactics. Ilona had plans. Plans beyond working in the Mech Corps. Someday she'd run her own mercenary company. She wouldn't be under the thumb of the government or the gangs she'd grown up with. No, she had the potential to be a pilot. And she'd realized unless she wanted to always be just a tool, she needed to learn how to lead. So she did. She'd gathered pilots she played with or people she met during the junior Mech Corps training. She'd got them interested and then started leading them in iron spirit. A lot of pilots didn't want to join the Corps, especially not with the war on the horizon. So the idea of a merc company, that was a dream she could offer, and so she had her group. She surged her offensive knight forward, she'd guide her team around the enemy team's front line and hit them from the rear while the idiots acted as a distraction. Nothing ever changed in these games. Sometimes they'd run into another small group acting in concert, but rarely did the largest guilds ever really take to the field, and even they struggled with keeping people working together. Most of them just grabbed the best pilots they could, uncaring whether they were disciplined or not. "Illy, I'm not seeing any enemies." "I was noticing that," she muttered as she stomped along. No hints of random charging skirmish mechs. The sky was clear as well. What was going on? "Oh shit, I think it's that one mech. Look, the enemy team." The shout cut everyone off and Illy watched in shock. Slow, steady, an entire mech platoon, all 50 mechs on the enemy's team walking in concert. Firing in ranks, night mechs holding the line, and flyers overhead overwatching it all. Holy shit, her team had lost. There was no doubt in her mind. Her team had split into at least 4 groups, the fools charging lone wolf style. Her group, the ones that remained behind usually to clean up after the main battle and what could constitute the real first thrust. That first thrust was currently being butchered. Nothing her team could do. Any long-range attack was met with concentrated fire. Any charge to melee was cut down or blocked off by knight mechs or melee mechs dog piling them. Illy? We hold, go low thermal, we might be able to let the force go past, she said instantly, doing what she just ordered herself. We should just fight and start the next match, came the expected grumbled complaint. Hey, I told you before, we treat every match like real combat. Charging would just get us killed. We play it smart. This is what a real battle might be like, she whispered, mostly because who could get that many people working so perfectly together? Then she saw it. The front line had mostly passed them over, and a mech, gold and silver. The flashing light off a crown of all things was what caught her eye. It strode forward, its sword at its side, as if this wasn't a battle. She felt her hands sweat, as for some reason staring at the mech. It was majestic. Like a king strolling across the battlefield, confident in victory because victory had already been gained. It made her angry. Her team, her pilots, weren't weak. Prepare for the charge. We're going after that one. Are you sure? Maybe we should fight a different one. I don't know if I want to fight that one. Hey, wake up, we're going. Back me up like usual. Go, she demanded as her mech powered back up and she started moving. Her mech whined as she got it up to speed, loping across the battleground up and down as her legs kicked her farther and faster forward. They were spotted quickly, and the fight began. She raised her shield, ignoring the press of attacks, trusting her team. Return fire, and the few mechs still around the king were taken out. Yet the closer she got, the harder it was to continue. She wanted to slow down, she wanted to stop. She couldn't stop. She roared and made it, her sword swinging down, but hit only air as the mech sidestepped neatly, and the battle was on. And instantly she realized she had bit off more than she could chew. Her blade lashed out, but the mech's sword pushed it away and lashed out, and her shield parted like paper, losing nearly half of what was left of it after the charge in a single riposte. She stepped back, her knees felt like they were shaking, but whatever this is, it won't work. She charged forward and their blades clashed. She had to wince and pull back. Her blade was bit into with just that strike. It would only last a few more. Still she pushed, even as her team was harried badly, and none could reach her. She lashed out, and when the mech tried to parry, surged forward, shoulder-checking the mech, one of her favorite tricks. But while it worked, she hissed as her sword arm was grabbed and twisted. The other mech was so damn strong. What was this thing? A second-rater or something? Suddenly a pommel was smashed across her mech's sensors, and everything flickered, and she got the sense of flying as her mech was thrown. Her sensors glitched, showing the sky. She was on her back. The king stepped forward, and Ilona hissed as it flourished the sword, shifting it so it was pointed down towards her. A good attempt, kid. You actually scratched the paint. Huh. That voice doesn't match at all, she said as the sword came down and pierced her cockpit. If this was a real battle, full loss. Damn, what mech was that? Despite the confirmation of the competition, that was still a ways in the future, and I still had other things to do. Working for Marcus, building CA1 schoolwork, and of course design. And the design was so much easier. Completing King Artoria had been a long process, difficult to say the least, but Medusa, despite the much more advanced knowledge going into her, was passing by very quickly. It only took a week before I had the DP to purchase the skill I expected I would need. Structural Pathway Configuration 3. 3000 DP. If I was right or not would only come from hindsight, but either way, I was able to alter the internals of Medusa to make some additional room using some different shapes for the internal spaces. It would be a bit more difficult to build or repair her because of it, but not that much. And in exchange, at least 4% additional internal space for musculature, which didn't sound like much, covering the entire mech, but that was actually a lot. I was able to alter the space to make better use of muscles and where they needed to stretch and shift to reduce all unneeded space to add for other things. Having the ability to actually calculate the internal space with the design system, something old me would have just stared blankly at and then ignored, was a very nice little boost to my confidence. Then I moved from the internals to the externals. Armor was light, very light, especially compared to the normal. The compressed armor would help, But I was still banking on speed and the eyes of petrification to do most of the work here. Medusa was no armored knight, she was a brutal medium skirmisher. And as I worked, I could only feel pride. Fast, and while of course I would double-check and find plenty of errors, the clean design work was really showing how far I'd come. Making mechs was the best. Then one day, as I was finishing up another construction of the CA1 and eating my lunch, head in the clouds, Marcus's voice called over the loudspeaker, asking for me. I hurried to finish and pack up and raced up to his office. "You wanted to see me, Marcus?" "Ves, got your message about you leaving for a week or two. What's going on?" "Oh, sorry, did I mention it in the leave request?" I pulled up my own message and it didn't mention it. Shit. "Sorry, I applied for a design competition on Bentheim that week, the one hosted by Velton Corp." "Velton? That senile old woman. Why do you want to do anything with her?" "It's okay." I looked around a bit kinda nervous to mention it like this, but I took a breath. "I don't care about Velton Corp or the reward. It's not really that much. I make more with just one CA1. I admitted, and it was true. "But I need to get my name out there." "Ah, reputation. You want to win the competition and build up notoriety. It's not a bad plan." "Thank you. But if you had talked to me or your Ansel contact, we would have warned you off. Velton isn't all there, and she's trouble. She goes through apprentices like slices of bread," he said, making a cutting motion. "Isn't all there?" I whispered. That didn't sound good. A senior that wasn't all there? Did he mean crazy? A dangerous, powerful senior that ran through apprentices? That was not good. Should I quit? I didn't say that. You already got started. You shouldn't be meek either. Just try to avoid the old woman everyone else does. Velton Corp has been dropping in quality for a while now, and it's very possible the the senior won't even show her face. She's become a recluse for a while now. Oh, okay, so all good? Listen, kid, I'm just telling you the situation so you understand. Whether you walk it is up to you. You'll probably do all right. He admitted simply. I plan on using one of my auras during the competition. I said slowly. I was kinda asking for advice as I did it. Think you can get that working on a quick construction mech? I think so. I have a few options already, like the Majesty Aura, and I'm working on a new mech that has a different one, but I'm not sure how well it'll work. Marcus looked at me for a long while before just shrugged. Then go all out and win Ves. And maybe on my next mech, I'll pull you in to collaborate. Huh, you just want me to work on your internals, I said half cheekily, and he smiled, but it wasn't very honest. Maybe. Realizing I probably said something a bit much, I went serious. Thanks, Marcus. Any suggestions for the competition itself? Design better than the other person. Don't try for anything too grand, though. Putting out a functional mech is much better looking as a designer than failing to complete a design in a time limit. Understood. All right, Ves, I have some work to do. Go on now. Yes, sir. I walked away, leaving Marcus to stare at the blueprints for his mech on the wall. The next few weeks went by in a blue, and then Medusa's weapons. I decided to stick to what I remembered, not knives, but spikes, more like massive nails of material. I even added the chains, whether any pilot would get any use out of them. I don't know. Probably just a waste, but it matched the concept, so I added it anyway. And then the most difficult part, the eyes. Unlike on a normal mech, the eyes wouldn't be a sensor or optical system. They'd be the noble phantasm, the eyes of petrification. The spirits had been growing well from the throne, although I noticed there was a lot of drain in the system currently. Not enough King Artoria mechs had been sold, and the other mechs were struggling a bit to pay for both Artoria and Medusa. And I'd have to figure out something soon to help balance it all out, or make a big enough splash that King Artoria sold. But I needed Medusa to be finished first for a very important reason. During the competition, her spirit was what I was going to use. If I got a chance to pull out a design spirit, I was going to insert Medusa into the contest mech. It was a risk. Would her X-factor be strong enough to matter in a lesser vehicle? Would it work at all? But it was better than using King Artoria and having to deal with the aura impacting everyone. It would certainly grab attention, but it could also be a negative experience with the Majesty aura. Instead, if I could get a focused aura working and show it off as a completely functional weapon system, the petrification aura system, if it worked, it would definitely get some attention. I mean, was it any different than that one journeyman from the story? The Friday Man guy who had, like, luck alteration or something? I vaguely remember his stuff being crazy, but I'd cut a niche in the market with a system no one else could get. But first, I had to do this right. It wasn't about perfect exactly, but about making it functional and simple. The eyes were the main focus of the aura. If I could only make them in lab conditions, they'd be useless for the competition. So, simple materials, limited exotics, only really to ensure the clear-shaped lenses wouldn't break easily. The initial idea was simple, square pupils, slightly purple, but I still remembered the old vision. A flared eye, almost looking like a black hole, a red and black, signifying Medusa had gone completely over to her monster. Beautiful eyes. That could turn monstrous in an instant. I started working, a few adjustments to some lighting and reflections. It was almost destiny. Make the flared Gorgon eye with a single projector wouldn't work well, but with two. Working in tandem, the eyes could activate, could reveal the full power of the noble phantasm, of Medusa, of Aura. I could feel the surge of excitement in me. This could work. I could get it to work, and end up adding to the chance the spirits could in fact petrify the enemy. The systems were simple. A quick search of Ansel, and I had the projector license I would need, and then it was just a few quick alterations. And it would work. The base eyes, even if I could add in the projector, should have some effect. But the final Medusa would be even grander. Even if the competition mech I could make only hit a B plus X factor, if it was honed, it should still be enough of a show. Ves. Huh. Oh geez, is it time? Sorry I got super distracted. I picked up my bags, Corey already laying on the duffel bag. I'd packed my clothes and things I'd need for the trip. I didn't bother nudging her off, just taking the whole thing with the cat getting in the way. It is. Come on, kid. Auntie Keller was my chaperone for the trip. She'd agreed to a free vacation to Bentheim for doing it, so she was fairly chipper. We headed out into a car that Auntie Loria was driving. I was wondering when you were going to get out. Sorry, I've been distracted all morning. I had a breakthrough on my next mech. Oh, did you? Tell me all about it on the drive so I can tease everyone that I know, and they don't. Auntie Loria said, and Keller barked out a laugh. No can do, but it's going to be great. Well, I'll take your word for it. You got everything? Everything. I had half the compound checking to make sure I packed all my stuff, I assured her. And it was to both older women laughing we took off from the compound. Seriously, guys, I don't need a million reminders to grab my toothbrush. I have millions of dollars equivalent in my pockets. I can just buy it if I forget. Which I didn't. I really liked space travel. It was awesome, taking off in a shuttle from a literal spaceport, traveling out of the atmosphere. I was never going to get over this. Someday, I wanted my own ship, and I'd just take pleasure cruises around the moon or something just to do it. The shuttle took us up to a transport, and it was actually a fairly nice one. I'd splurged a little for myself and Auntie Keller, so there was no slow space bus for us. This was a fast transfer business class sort of ship. We quickly slipped from the shuttle through the ship's security and were led to the small private rooms, which were basically our rest stop. Don't unpack anything. You lose something here, it's gone for good. Yes, ma'am. I saluted like I was in the Mech Corps, and she sent me a cheeky grin. Don't salute me, soldier. You're the one paying for all this. Which is still messing with my brain. I'm used to this sort of trip taking a week or more. Well, I have the money, and I might as well. It wasn't really that much. Oh, just 20 or 30 grand. Nothing, she teased, and I just grinned in turn. So new Mech, huh? Oh yeah. Come on, give me some details. I can make bank on the betting pool. There is not a betting pool on what Mech I make. I scoffed at her, and she just sent me the smuggest look. Right? Tell me, and maybe I'll tell you. Nope, I decided, sitting down in the chairs and pulling up my design. I'll be working. Let me know if you need something. I said, sure, I could explore the ship, which would be fun, or just stare out the window at space. Or I could design mechs while sitting by the window and look out into space every once in a while. Of course, I picked the best option. Well, look at you, Keller called out, but the missile ran right past her, ignoring her hug, and scooped me into a crushing embrace. V's! Melinda, air, I gasped. I was just a weak and feeble, lazy mech designer, and she was an active junior mech pilot. Oh, I see how it is. Come all this way and don't even get a hug. Huh? Do I know you? Melinda asked fakely, and Keller gasped. Her jaw dropped. You little brat? I carry you for 8 months and 15 days, and you repay me like this? I still remember hearing stories of you dropping me. Once, and it was on a bed. You were fine, Auntie Keller shrieked, and I just laughed as mother and daughter argued while Melinda kept me tightly wrapped in a hug. It was nice to see Melinda again. Besides, Ves is my favorite Larkinson, so obviously he gets a hug first. Is he your favorite cause you want him to make you a mech? He's my favorite, and he can make me a mech, Melinda repeated, and I just continued laughing because I missed this. Come on, you brat, let's get out of here. Before everyone starts thinking us Larkinsons are crazy. We are crazy. We are kinda crazy, though, I said at the same moment as Melinda. We then grinned and started laughing together, which didn't stop everyone from looking at us like we were crazy. Mech Otaku's touch. Chapter 59. So this is your place, huh? Yep, make yourselves at home. The couch pulls out into a bed. Well, thankfully, I'll leave that to Ves. I'm only here for a few hours before my transfer flight. You two will be good? Yes, Mom. Yes, Auntie Keller. Good. Let me steal my daughter for a bit, Ves. Why don't you get comfortable? Sure. All right, see you, Ves. The two headed out, and I wandered to the couch, Corey peeking out of my duffel bag. Melinda had been delighted at the sight of Corey and had petted her until she decided enough was enough. Yeah, it's safe to come out now, I told her, and she just meowed and wiggled until she could hop out. Then she looked around, her tail flickering and ears twitching. Bit different from back home, huh? This is just an apartment Melinda is renting during her stay on Bentheim. Although I was pretty sure she stayed on planet from now on. I guess this was more her home than just a rental. Now I could unpack. I pulled up my comm and flopped on the couch as I pulled up the design. It was really getting there, but I still had a few things I needed to change. For one, couldn't just leave the Gorgon eyes revealed always. I considered a visor or something, but I kinda liked mech cloth, even if it was a bit extravagant. Then again, my mech was in the far premium price point anyways. Creating a blindfold with the mech cloth and the attachment points. I made sure there was a way to rip the blindfold away even if the hands were busy. Which gave me another idea. I couldn't do hair, they're just sensor hair like the original Fantasia used was so old, it might as well be completely useless. It would just add weight to the mech, and power draw that would be completely pointless. Even if I left it unpowered, it would still be expensive since no one made the stuff anymore. It would be a waste of good exotics to make it, and it was finicky to start with. So, something else instead. A hood. Medusa Alta had used a hood, although she still had the long hair as well. Medusa Alta. Now there was an idea. Should I configure Medusa to be a spearman mech? I considered it, but no, the main punch of Medusa was always going to be her incredible speed and noble phantasm. Very much like a rider. Well, that or assassin. Let's be honest, I was going to market her as an assassin, picking off any and all targets that were stupid enough to go alone. Ves? Yes? I asked, looking up as Melinda walked in, looking around and seeing me on the couch. What are you doing? Designing. I'm almost done with my next mech. I gushed to Melinda, and she sent me that smile that meant she thought I was cute. The same smile she'd given me as a kid all the time. I only just kept my own smile in turn, as I remembered she hadn't really met me before as such. You eaten yet? No? Come on, I know a place that serves the best food in town, you'll like it. Sure. I picked up Corey as I moved to follow, and she looked at me. You're taking the cat? The cat has defensive updates in case something happens. Corey comes with, especially on Bentheim. Melinda laughed and shrugged, heading out. It's not that bad. It's bad enough, I said mostly under my breath. You'll see, the city is wonderful anyways. I know all the best spots, the guard knows where everything is, and part of my job is to learn it. That's amazing, Melinda. You'll have to show me the sights. Leave it to Big Sis, she said, pumping an arm, and I just laughed. Thankfully, she had her own transport, a small ground vehicle, and soon we were off. As I looked out the window, Corey yawned and just curled up in my lap. That shop there, they sell the cheapest comms in the city, not stolen. They refurbish it. The sun is amazing with tech. Oh, cool. And that one? She kept talking, and I listened in as I looked around. We weren't in the worst parts of Bentheim, but the place did have a sort of cyberpunk feeling. Neon signs and industrial areas. The richest planet in the whole Republic, but also the most industrialized, and it suffered a bit for it. As long as Melinda was happy, it was fine, I guess. Besides, I know she didn't have any problems here, so this is just where she was meant to be, until it will be completely destroyed. I sighed quietly. I'd have to do something if I could. Anything. Either way, I shook it off. A not too long drive, and we pulled into a rain-splattered parking lot that was colored in rainbows from the rain and the lights of all the buildings. Come on, you'll like this, she said, grinning, as we headed up a flight of kinda rickety stairs and then into a door that only just looked like some sort of shop and not some random commercial store. Inside, I instantly perked up. Welcome to the best mech bar on Bentheim. All the guard come here to kick back after shift. The food is good, and the entertainment is the best, she said, grinning as I looked around. Along the walls, set up like massive windows, were actually views into mech arenas. They were just high-end screens, but the quality was so good, it was like we were in a VIP box watching mech matches. And the matches weren't like they were normally transmitted. These felt live and more real somehow. Maybe the more simple view, no sports heads talking or anything, just a camera pointed at two mechs in an arena. Mel, good to see you. Bruce, Melinda greeted back, laughing, as an older guy raised a drink to her. Come on, she dragged me over. Bruce, meet my little brother Ves. Ves, this is Corporal Bruce. He's one of the youth guard officers. Nice to meet you, I said, and the man smiled from behind his massive cop mustache. So this is little Ves? Melinda talks about you all the time. Little? I asked, looking at her. I was taller than her. You'll always be little to me, Vesey. Don't call me Vesey, I grumbled at her, but took the seat and looked at the match that Bruce had been watching. Good match so far. The Blood Claws put on a good show, he said, smiling, and I couldn't help but whip around. That's an underground match. Course it is. But you're the guard. Yep, and we keep an eye on things, from a safe distance, he offered with an exaggerated wink. Don't tease him, Bruce. Ves, we access their feeds. Or rather, the bar does through a subscription. It's a good way to keep an eye on the gang's goings-on, and well. She looked a little embarrassed. The entertainment is good, Bruce laughed, and Melinda sighed. I just laughed at her. Everyone is going to be shocked. The goody two-shoes Melinda is watching underground mech fights. I'm not. It's for work, she demanded, and then pushed me, rocking me in the seat. I just laughed the whole while, nodding at Bruce, who winked at me as Melinda huffily pretended to ignore us. A waitress came down, and I ordered some food that Melinda suggested and watched the screens. The battles were more real than the ordered matches I'd seen at the arena on Rittersberg. This was a brutal, no-hold-barred blood sport. Deaths happened. They weren't usually part of the plan, but they happened anyway. Geez. I got 20 on the Crimson Blade, Bruce said as we all got settled, and Melinda looked at Bruce in annoyance. And illegal underground mech betting. Wow, I really didn't know you, Melinda. I said without even tearing my eyes from the screen, and she just groaned. Just don't tell anyone, Vesey. Who do you think is going to win? She asked me, trying to change the subject, and I grinned. The Crimson Blade is good, but the other mech is faking the damage. I'd put money on that silver one. What? Bruce asked, sitting up, looking suddenly worried, and Melinda didn't hesitate to slap down 20 bright credits. I'll take that bet. I just snickered at guard Melinda betting. She liked to pretend to be uptight and good, but she had a wild side. At 20 credits richer, Melinda took me home after food and a few stops at some cool stops. I pulled out the couch into the bed and settled in. A few days for the competition, more than enough time to finalize Medusa. With the cloth finished and the systems for her blindfold in place, all I really had to do was do the final checks. I'd been running simulations, but I really hammered them. Non-stop anytime I wasn't hanging out with Melinda or doing my classwork, because I still had to do that as part of the deal to come with Grandpa Benjamin. And then I figured, why not? What do you think system? Did I manage it? I asked, and watched as the system processed. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Caesar Augustus, CA2HSR. Crap. Shit, I already did HSR. I forgot all about the scheme. HSRY, or maybe HSR2. No, that's stupid. HSRI. Yeah, I guess I have to. Fuck. Okay, so Caesar Augustus, CA2, HSRI Medusa. Design evaluation, Caesar Augustus, CA2, HSRI Medusa. Variant name, Caesar Augustus, CA2, HSRI Medusa. Base model, Caesar Augustus. Original manufacturer, National Aeromotives. Weight classification, medium. Recommended role, medium skirmisher. Armor, A to B minus. Carrying capacity, C, aesthetics, B implies A. Endurance, B implies A. Energy efficiency, B, flexibility, F implies C+. Firepower, F implies C+. Integrity, A. Mobility, B. Spotting, C minus equals B. X factor, F minus to A minus. Project involvement, 100%. Deviance, 35.72%. Performance improvement, 106.98%. Overall evaluation, a last-gen landbound medium skirmisher. Reduced top-of-the-line armor and an odd weapon choice creates an altogether fragile mech for its size. But the tuning alterations have created a mech that can keep up with some light skirmishers. The X factor has been honed in a particular path, moving well beyond what it should be. The spirit of Medusa, a Gorgon, is locked behind the blindfold. A terrible sight to unveil to this mech's enemies. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a 10% performance improvement. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. I exhaled. It had worked. Well, I mean, it achieved the AX factor. Whether the Gorgon eyes would actually work was another matter, but really, did it matter? 50,000 points. Yes, I cried out, arms shooting to the sky as I laughed and started running in circles. Meow. I did it, Corey. I did it, I roared, lifting her up and holding her above my head and swinging her around much to her dislike. We spun and danced for a bit as I let the energy I'd been holding in just release. Not quite half the time for King Artoria. Well, the second version of her anyways. She'd taken months to put together if you counted both times, but now, I pushed out a fairly polished mech so fast. I stopped and just breathed, holding Corey close for a moment, which she allowed me only with narrowed eyes. It was all coming together. I could build her and put her up for sale, and if I used the Gorgon Eye system during the competition, then hundreds, thousands of people would hear about it, would get to see it with their own eyes, and someone somewhere would ask, hey, if that kid can do that in a competition, what can he do with an investment? That was the goal. My heart was beating because of excited I just was, and I groaned as I slowly climbed back onto the couch bed. Corey finally batting me in the cheek a few times for grabbing her up, but she settled close and I just exhaled. I have a massive bounty, a mech to make and a plan for the future. Life was good. I took a while to just relax, and then I could make Medusa now. Or I could upgrade some skills. I mean, why shouldn't I? They were my points. I shook it off, but it was actually a good idea. Plus, I could do something extra. I quickly bought 2 candies, creative and concentration candies, 1,500 DP each. Honestly, I didn't need to buy up all the candies at once because I wasn't worried about accidentally buying too many skills or something. I popped the candies back to back, letting the change flow over me before I pulled up the skill store. I already knew exactly what I was going to buy to prepare for the competition. 3D printer proficiency 4, 1,600 DP, assembler proficiency 4, 1,600 DP. I didn't buy them both right away. First one, letting the information process and letting me absorb what I had learned before picking the second. They were both dense and yet starting to thin out a bit. It was the tricks only the long-time user would ever learn. Hundreds of years of experience distilled into what I could use. Then I looked at the next levels. 3D printer proficiency 5, 20,000 DP. Assembler proficiency 5, 20,000 DP. The temptation was there for sure. What kind of fool would I be not to try and absolutely max out my assembly ability to push a build of a mech beyond the normal? A masterwork was... I really wanted one. For multiple reasons, a masterwork would be a massive boon to make, expanding my ability to make mechs in general in a mystical sense. And it would be a boon for any pilot I could get into one. A masterwork mech already had an advantage in helping a pilot break through. It's why the MTA wanted them so badly. They upgraded them and handed them out to their pilots to try and create more expert pilots and up under their control. But for me, if I could get a pilot to gain resonance and breakthrough, even to an expert candidate, it would be a massive boon to my throne. The energy would flood in, equal to thousands of normal pilots. But I sighed. That was a dream for the future. I knew it was theoretically possible. I even knew I had some advantages with it. With a strong enough X factor involved, it would increase the chance. Plus, I had Corey and her gems. I petted her absent-mindedly, multiple slight pushes towards a mech I make, transforming into a masterwork. But that's all it was. Small pushes. I'd still have to create the path to that myself. And I hadn't even created a single actual mech for myself yet. But I would. Hey Ves, I'm home. Ves, have you gotten up out of bed at all today? Ah. All right, stinky boy, get up and take a shower, and I'll take you out to get some food, and comb your hair, she demanded at me, and I wilted. It wasn't that I was sleeping in. I was just working. Melinda. The day of the competition. I'd already finished the Medusa build in Iron Spirit, which I was very proud of, and I was just holding on to it. The MTA had gotten back to me quickly, accepting both Medusa and the Gorgon eyes left and right as separate components, which was a massive relief. And so Melinda bustled me into the car. She'd taken the day off work to come watch, despite my protests, and then we were off. You don't have to come, it's going to be boring. Vezi, I'm already driving you there. Relax, I have my comm. I'll watch something if it gets that boring. Fine, I whispered, a bit heated that she was going to watch me, and then there it was. The Velton Corp Arena, which, well, it wasn't what I'd call the largest mech arena ever, but it would do. Today the parking lot was actually fairly empty. Unlike the future Young Tigers competition, people just didn't come to sit in on mech designer stuff much, which is probably why they added the design portion to the Young Tigers, just to guarantee an audience would show up. Either way, this was mostly a mech designer thing, or those in the circles. Factory owners might show up to try and hire some young mech designers, probably as techs more than anything. Some came because they liked design, but weren't designers themselves. Either way, we parked and headed inside. Very quickly, Melinda and I split off. Take care, Ves, and don't get anxious. You can do it. I'll do my best and make you and everyone proud. That's the spirit. A Larkinson never retreats, she shouted at me as I was already walking away. They absolutely did, but only when the time calls for it, as the saying goes. I took a breath and exhaled and walked up to the woman waiting at the contestant entrance. Hello, I'm Ves Larkinson, here to compete. I greeted and she looked at me, her styled Velton uniform crisp as she looked me up and down. Hello? Is there some sort of mistake? She asked, looking at me in confusion, and I just sighed. What a great start. We do apologize, Mr. Larkinson. Your age simply tripped some of our checks. I understand, I said simply, following after the man that was leading me to the waiting area for the young mech designers. It had taken a few minutes and showing off my Ansel registration before things had cleared up, and I was finally allowed through the gate and access to the competition. It didn't matter. A minor issue that would be swept away after this. This was my debut to most of the Bright Republic after all. Since completing Medusa, I'd been preparing. I bought another set of creative and concentration candies, losing another 3,200 DP. But that wasn't where I stopped. Jury rigging 2, 300 DP. Jury rigging 3, 600 DP. Jury rigging 4, 1200 DP. I'd bought the skills slowly over the evening and night, unable to calm down. I'd honestly barely slept. But it didn't matter, I was ready. I'd looked over my sheet before leaving and was confident there wasn't anyone around my age, even half as skilled as I was. There was a bit of guilt, though. The other designers would be young trying to get their start. I could only hope through the competition that I'd be able to help them show off their designs at least a little. But I had to harden my heart. This was for my mechs. I needed to be overwhelming, to be so out of left field that I don't just become something interesting, but become a phenomenon. Still, my character sheet told the tale. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 38,609. Attributes, strength, 0.3. Dexterity, 0.4. Endurance, 0.3. Intelligence, 2.0. Creativity, 1.7. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, F. Spirituality, 0.4. Assembly, journeyman, 3D printer proficiency 4. Assembler proficiency 4. Business, journeyman. Computer science, novice. Electrical engineering, journeyman. Structural pathway configuration 3. Mathematics, journeyman. Mechanics, journeyman. Speed tuning 4. Jury rigging 4. Artificial muscle enhancement 4. Metallurgy, journeyman. Melee weapon honing 1. Alloy compression 2. Metaphysics, novice. Spiritual weapon creation 1. Spirit component synergy 1. Physics, journeyman. Impact mitigation 1. Lightweight armor optimization 1. Directed energy weapon optimization 1. Melee weapon optimization 1. Medium weight armor optimization 1. Propulsion, apprentice. If I had more time, I'd have tried to level propulsion, but I'd just have to avoid making flight mechs during the competition. I was led into not some private room, but out onto the stadium field. The other designers idled around, some in cliques, probably people they knew, others were glaring at each other, and some were on their comms. Studying? It's a bit late for that. Cramming last minute. Well, I had kinda did that with my skills too, but trying to clear your mind would probably do better. No one approached me, but my obvious youth compared to the rest, with my gangly teenager limbs, earned me a couple of confused looks. I just stayed calm and breathed, trying to look calm and collected, even if I was feeling antsy. Looking up into the stands around us, it was actually a bit of a relief at how empty most of them were. Not good for trying to make a name for myself, but less people meant less pressure in a paradoxical way. Finally, with a few more designers coming in, and again only earning some weird looks, there was a noise and a man came out from another entrance and moved into position. His face flashed across the screens above us. Greetings one and all to today's event. Hosted by Velton Corp, the Eternal Steel Mech Design Competition. He spoke enthusiastically, and the crowd clapped above us at his call, but it barely sounded out across the entire stadium. As I'm sure many of you are wondering, today's event will be special. We will start with a design period, where our mech designers will work their hardest to prove their skill. After this period is over, the real excitement begins. The mechs will be matched with a pilot from our very own Velton Pilot Preparatory Mech Academy. This time the crowd clapped a bit louder, I noticed. Rude. Then a series of duels will commence, with time in between for the designers to do some repairs onto their machines. If the mech can't continue or is completely destroyed in the match, that's it for our future designers. I see, so that's how this was going to go. The final mech standing will be our winner today. But don't forget that all designers have a chance for a far grander price, an apprenticeship with our very own Professor Velton. He cheered happily like a clapping seal, but I only felt uncomfortable. Hopefully she won't ask me. Now then, designers, as you are the stars for the day, let me tell you just what you are working with. I listened in as he went over the equipment all of us would be provided with, 6 hours to make a mech. No wonder they had us showing up so early. And I suddenly realized why so few people were here. Everyone was just waiting for the battle portion if they were going to show up. Sorry, Melinda, today was going to be boring for you. Either way, around the stadium were multiple 3D printers and assembly systems, and each one of us would be assigned one of the berths. Forget everything else. Build mech. Your 6 hours. Begins now, designers, he called out suddenly, and everyone was kind of frozen for a moment. Ah, one of those. I turned and headed for my berth calmly, not rushing like some of the others did the moment they heard it was time. Deep breaths. Medusa. Are you ready? I asked and felt those eyes staring at the back of my head, the power making my spine tingle as they had an effect on me, even from the liminal space. Okay, let's make you a substandard body, to make everyone realize what you could do. Hopefully it was stunning enemy pilots, because I still hadn't exactly tested it. I opened the design program that was installed on everything and started looking through the parts, double-checking just a few things before nodding. It had everything I would need to recreate the Gorgon Eye. Medusa prototype, I whispered and then started working. First was selecting the size of the mech, with only 6 hours. The smart choice would be a light mech, but I liked mediums more. I went looking and found a set of medium legs that would work. All of the components were a bit old, from 2 or 3 generations back, probably absolutely bottom of the barrel in cost as well. Or since this wasn't the first time Velton had hosted a design competition, probably been used for years. Either way, the internals would need to be completely redone, but I set to work, building Medusa from bottom up. I couldn't go through and completely redefine the entire internals like I normally would like, but I could make some changes, a few calculations, and I altered the muscles in the legs to give it more burst speed. And mostly just moved on for now. The armor system was something I browsed through on the side before finally finding a formula I could work with. Was it good? No, but it wasn't ultra-heavy like most of the formulas seemed to skew towards. It gave solid all-around protection against the most common damage types. It also came in a sort of dark grey color, which was nice. I went to work, selecting another torso component, which was more for a lighter mech, but I fit it on and altered the waist to better accommodate what would need to pass through it. Reactor and engine type, then power cells. I checked the fuel types for a moment, but none of them had the output I needed, so power cells would be needed to mitigate. The reactor was anemic. All of them were. I guess they didn't want anyone to have too much power here. But I needed to move on. 6 hours involved design and construction. I selected what I could, and I'd just have to tune it best I could after. Luckily, for the most part, the components were already completed, and my main job was fitting everything together, which jury rigging 4 was exactly what I needed. Once I had the mech outline done, I just started to hammer through it, alter muscles, increase damage control areas. It didn't need to be perfect, just good enough. Armor was slapped on, although somewhat lightly except around the cockpit. A live student was going to be in the dang things. Of course, I had to add in the most important thing. The crowd above us were watching, able to see into the berths, and from the commentator that would pop up every once in a while, were getting details on what we were building, although as a designer, I couldn't hear or see it. They were fuzzing out the audio from time to time, as the commentator was obviously talking mechs. The guy had been a journeyman after all, creating 2 Gorgon eyes out of the 3D printer, as the first thing I did was fairly simple, and I worked on that while also continuing to make adjustments. No, that cable had to be rerouted. No, that armor piece was impacting the hip. I needed to give it some alterations. No, the arms needed more power. Pump that muscle up. I kept an eye on the countdown in the corner of the screen. Marcus had said it. If I didn't have a mech built, it would be far more embarrassing than losing in the first match. With how in-depth I had purchased 3D printing and assembly, I could practically count to the second how long it would take to build the mech I was working on. As a medium, it would take a bit longer than someone using a light, which would mean the light mechs might be better designed internally. At least that was probably what most people were thinking. My fingers blazed across the keyboard, only stopping to hurriedly move back when I misclicked something. Needed to boost my dexterity. Either way, I worked hard, finalized the design within 4 hours. Then I switched to building. The berth I was in was good tech. The assembly machinery was competent and quick, and the parts I had to work with relatively simple. Come on, Medusa, let's put you together, I whispered as I went to work, forming her piece by piece, really forming her, out of actual materials. My own mech, something I designed and was building. I could practically feel my heart hammering in my chest, harder and harder as I worked. As I put together the mech, worked on the internals, and was very thankful I'd given myself some leeway. All the skills I had or not, even all the internalized experience from the skills, I still had a few problems crop up that I needed to adjust for. And then, with plenty of time to spare, I pulled out the final necessary component for the mech and installed it through the assembly system. And then I looked at the eyes. One last part was needed. I didn't have mech cloth, but I could still build a blindfold for the eyes. Was it needed? Would it do anything? Fuck if I know, but Medusa needed a blindfold anyways. It was just her. So I altered a bit of armor that would cover the installation points of the Gorgon eyes and added a simple opening and closing system. I really hope they didn't actually turn a student to stone. Sure, it would probably make them sell even more, but I'd be crushed. Was using an experimental Noble Phantasm-based weapon system in a design challenge smart? No. But I was going to do it anyway. I installed the eye covers, and I could hear the commentator mention that I was doing something weird, but I ignored it. Now one side of the blindfold opened. Install the right Gorgon eye, then close that down and install the second. The moment I did, I shivered down my spine as I was literally on top of the mech's face, looking into Medusa's eyes. I felt the power start to grow. The pupils stared into me, and I felt like I couldn't. I had work to do. I shook it off and stepped back, quickly closed the blindfold and, well, without seeing the eye directly, "It does help," I whispered, relieved. I wasn't sure if it would. Not perfectly. If this build was anything like the real version, the X-Factor felt a bit different. It wasn't quite as omnipresent as the aura, but I could still feel the sensation emanating from behind the face guard. Was there something I could do to hone the X-Factor even more? It still felt like it was spreading out from the mech too much. The eyes were supposed to be pinpoint. Look at the enemy, and they work. My brain was strong now. I could remember things better, even things from before. Ves had discovered how to muffle the X-Factor glow he'd mentioned. The area the spirits were resting on top of. Something esoteric like that, bringing it up and sort of covering the spirit or something. I shook it off. Focus. I needed a weapon first. I hurried to the system and pulled up the weapons I had chosen, a pair of daggers that would do nicely, and started printing them. Time was running shorter as I worked. How long had I been staring into Medusa's eye? Crap. With the daggers done, and in her grip, I had 10 minutes. I breathed out. My timing was still good. 10 minutes was a long time, though. I could make a few modifications. I looked at Medusa and mentally reached out. The mech was complete, and she was settled inside it. Walking over, I pressed my hand against it. I need to cover the X-Factor everywhere, except through the eyes. Strengthen the output, like pressurizing water. If I could keep it from leaking, it would be stronger coming out of one spot. Right? I struggled to really get it. Something about what the spirits were standing on. It was metaphysics that frankly was hard to grasp. I just started to maybe grasp the concept. Visualizing it as best I could. Could I do this? I wasn't a journeyman, but if I could figure it out. Was there a shifting? I don't know, but it felt like the spray was slightly neutralized when finally a buzzer sounded out. And that's it? Take your hands off your mechs and machines. I did as ordered, frowning for a moment, but instead of being sad, I looked up at Medusa prototype. Heh 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 heh. Melinda Larkinson, she'd tried to stay focused, but 6 hours of mostly watching Ves use a program was a bit much. She still did her best to keep an eye on his progress and compared it to the others. She couldn't tell much. They all seemed to be using a mishmash of components. But if as a mech pilot she had to make a decision, Ves's mech certainly looked more complete than some of the others. He'd seemed to get distracted a few times during the process. She'd have to tug his ear and tell him to stay focused in the future. But honestly, it was looking good. And now, viewers both in the stadium and at home, we begin the event you've all been waiting for. She noticed he at least had the decency not to call it the main event. Even if it kinda was. Honestly, while there had been introductions for the designers, Melinda couldn't remember any of their names. The mechs were what grabbed attention, and it was like the designers were just kinda there. She felt bad for thinking it, but it was kinda true. The poor designers were just kind of the sideshow. Still, now they would get to enjoy a show for their hard work. Come on, Ves, you better have done it. The berths went down around all the mechs, and Melinda watched as the designers looked at their competition. Almost all of them were light mechs, although none of them seemed to have gone for something outrageous, except for one. Ranged skirmishers, melee skirmishers, one mech that was covered in missile pods. She could see what he was thinking with that one, and then taller than all the others, even though there were two other medium mechs, was Ves's mech. Ves, we need to get you a girlfriend. Probably one with long legs, because that was all the mech was. A fairly small torso and longer arms gave the mech a gangly look, much like the teenager standing in front of it. Seriously, Melinda was going to talk to Auntie Loria or something to try and set Ves up, because the amount of women mechs he was making, and the mech did have a feminine look, despite the fact it was made out of random components. Even in a design competition, he had still altered her hips. But the blindfold thing was weird. She and most of the crowd had been confused when he started it, and even the commentator had been wondering what was going on. The eyes themselves didn't seem to do anything according to the journeyman hosting this. But Melinda knew about Ves's weird aura components. Was that what he was doing? If so, good luck, little brother. Then finally everything was settled and a tournament bracket was set up. Melinda inched forward, finally fully putting her comm to the side. The stadium had been filling up over the last hour, and she was kinda thankful she'd gotten here so early. She had great seats to watch as the mech pilots were introduced. Most of them were competent, it seemed, the top 10 pilots of the Junior Mech Academy. That should cause some nice fights. And no need to worry for the safety of our pilots. Not only are the cockpit components extra armored, the stadium has top-of-the-line emitters for safety. We do host mech arena matches here after all. Don't forget to tune in Friday night for Gunroll vs. Hothead. Don't miss it. Melinda just rolled her eyes at the call-out, but things got moving not long after that. The pilots were issued to a mech, and Ves seemed to get one of the bottom pilots if Melinda picked up on the rankings correctly. Ves. The pilots and designers talked for a bit, and then it was time. The pilots each walked over and got in their mechs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we see how our designers did in the first half. Pilots, sync to your mechs, he roared out, and 10 mechs activated. Melinda and most of the audience winced as one of the mechs made a shearing noise of metal ripping itself apart and just toppled over as it tried to step forward. Otherwise, the rest moved forward some more quickly and cleanly than others. Melinda was watching Ves's mech and smiled as it stepped forward as simply as any mech off a factory line. Then the matches were read out and Melinda grinned. Ves was up first. Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 61. Martin Johansson, someone still had it out for him. He was never going to live this down. So what if he was listed as the worst pilot of the top 10? He was still in the top 10. But really, not only did they put him with the kid that looked like he was barely out of diapers, he had to pilot a girly mech, which was double gross. And they were making him fight first. He'd been ready to fight hard, to prove he deserved to be among the top students. Now he was just hoping he didn't instantly get destroyed. Carla, that was who he was facing, who would have fit much better with a girly mech, so why him? He shivered as he stepped forward, maneuvering the mech forward. That chill down his spine was still there. Ever since he'd stood in front of the mech, he felt uncomfortable, like it was dangerous, and then he'd had to get in it. What if the designer had screwed with the neural interface and it would melt his brain? Or worse, damage his ability to pilot? The longer he piloted the mech, the more it felt like the mech was going to eat him or something. There was a sense of danger, and he was getting more and more uncomfortable. Someone or something staring at the back of his neck, just reaching to cut his flesh. The mech at least seemed to move like normal. There were no issues, unlike poor Rankin. His mech tore itself apart. Well, he at least couldn't be blamed for the performance today. If he offered to hand the mech over, would they accept? No, he knew they wouldn't because this was punishment. The arena folded over and settled into a battle setting. The ground below shifted, giving the sense of terrain, and even some trees were shot up from below, settling in. A bit of cover, a bit of terrain, but still a mech arena. His first opponent was Seeker, and she had a rifle, so he only had one chance. Well, other than whatever the kid was talking about with the secret weapon. He hadn't been listening. Dweeb sticking him with a girly mech. Secret weapon, my arse. The only thing secret was how the kid was even allowed in. Match, begin! The call went out, and Martin moved, running sideways and just in time, as Seeker hadn't hesitated in starting to fire. The rifle retorted loudly, ballistics smashing everything behind him as Martin ran for his life. And surprisingly, Seeker, despite her usual accuracy, was missing. A round clashed into his shoulder just as he thought that and tore out some armor, but otherwise, the mech held. Good, he should just keep running. Yeah, running sounded good. He just had to keep moving until she ran out of ammo then. The mech, despite being a girly mech, was fairly quick at least. Yet, his neck was shivering and he felt like someone was trying to kill him. What is up with this mech? Was there something wrong with the neural interface? He was scared, he realized, and it felt like his heart was beating faster than normal. Why was he so scared? Why was he so terrified? This sucked. And pilot Johansson continues to flee around. Is there something wrong with the mech's weapon systems? What weapon systems? It has some crappy daggers, and I don't even have a gun. He screamed as Seeker started firing again, and he jolted trying to find somewhere to run. He just had to get away. He had to escape. There had to be a way, 'cause otherwise he was going to die. He was going to die. This mech was going to kill him. He didn't want to be a pilot anymore. He just wanted to be a good big brother for his sister. Oh, he was panicking. He realized it almost from a distance because he felt calm again. He was still freaking out, and yet he wasn't. There was almost no cover left, and running around in circles to avoid Seeker wasn't working. His mech was faster, but he was wasting energy, and he couldn't win like this. There was something. He turned as Seeker came around the corner, and despite being terrified, despite knowing he was going to die and wanting to just gibber in the corner, it was suddenly different. That fear wasn't pointed at his neck, but instead outward. He could feel it then. A niggle in the neural interface, part of the mech shifting in an almost distracting way. It felt like was twitching his eyelids open and shut, but his eyes were open. The panic attack he'd been suffering made sure of that, but he had no time to worry about that as Seeker turned the corner, her little skirmisher mech bolting out, gun raised. He opened his eyes. The click-clack of something shifting on his mech activated, and suddenly he couldn't move. Like a snake slithering across the back of his neck, he knew without a doubt, if he moved, he would die. Die, 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 die. 100 times stronger than he'd felt before. The pressure on his mind threatened to crush him, and yet, it pushed him forward, a caress against his neck that told him to move or die. The fact he wasn't already dead surprised him. Seeker was standing in front of him. Rifle pointed, and yet neither of them were moving. Until he did. He stalked forward in quiet steps, unable to move faster, because his hands were shaking, his mind quailing under what was happening. He reached out and cut down. The knives in his hands cut off both arms from the mech in a single thunderous strike. He could taste it. Like he'd just bitten into something, fangs piercing down. He could taste it. How? The battle was suddenly called and his mech shut down, an auto shut off that led him sitting there in the pod, heavy breathing. Ah! Well, I wanted to make a splash, I muttered. Medusa might have taken on a bit more of a predator vibe. And at least I knew how her stun would work. Spiritual fear. Like the Doom Guard. I hadn't wanted that. I'd hoped for something more petrifying, but Medusa was a predator, and quite a content one at the moment, it seems. I'd felt her grow during the match. Every movement, every feeling her pilot had given her had been something to learn and grow from. And I got the sense she hadn't liked her pilot much at first. Or still really, but at least she had ensured we won. Opening the Breaker Gorgon had, well, some consequences. The match was won, but people were freaking out. The stands were in an uproar. I guess the only good thing was those hit by it had been petrified in fear. Unable to run, unable to panic and hurt themselves. It had kept the controller of the match from reacting until it was too late. Honed X Factor, experiment successful. But probably not usable in crowded places. Going to need to update the blindfold to be stronger while restraining the leakage even more. because I think the pilot was suffering from it from the start, enough to be basically in a panic attack the whole time. Honestly, I wasn't sure what the problem was. When Medusa was paying attention to me, her eyes locked on me, it just felt like, well, maybe a snake pressing against the back of your neck. A threat, sure, but Medusa wasn't evil. I guess with the X Factor update, I think she just liked scaring people. I got a definite sense of amusement from her as she froze both the enemy mech pilot and the crowd behind it. Mr. Larkinson? Oh, sorry, I was thinking about my Gorgon Eye aura. It was a bit different from how I was planning. Indeed, the journeyman that had hosted the event was glaring at me. But a better explanation will be needed. Half the stadium is up in arms. Sure, I can explain it if you like, I offered, and there was some consideration before he sighed. Come with me. He turned and headed up to the platform that rose out of the arena, the same one he'd been on when announcing. He brought me up there and then looked at me darkly for a moment before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand we've just had a terrible shock. I can assure you I was right there with you. But we have the mech designer who made this attack here to explain what is going on. So let's hear it for Mr. Ves Larkinson, 15 years old, from Ansel University. Thank you, I offered, hearing my voice echo through the stadium. I really hated public speaking. I am sorry that any of you were struck by my prototype Medusa's weapon system. There are no lasting effects, but the fear effect was slightly less coherent than it normally would be. For those wondering, the effect is a proprietary component that I developed, alongside my existing and planned release of mechs. As you saw, it is quite effective even when introduced into a rushed design. If you felt strongly about this effect, please remember what it will do to the enemies of the Bright Republic. Thank you. I looked back at the journeyman, who I could see his eye was twitching. I expected an explanation, not a sales pitch. He said to me, his voice not transmitted. Why not both? I instantly replied, then turned serious. Sorry that it hit you. I noticed some leakage with the system once I finished installing it, and I was trying to narrow the effect down when I ran out of time. Well, introducing such a dangerous system in a crowd of people shows a negligence unbecoming of a mech designer. It's non-lethal, I reminded him, but oh well. I shrugged. What's done is done. There was an intermission, and I wasn't even allowed to start fixing the Medusa prototype when finally the entire ambience of the stadium shifted. What came down wasn't the same journeyman, but a much older woman. She hovered over, not even walking as she found a spot on the stands, and looked up. I am Professor Velton of the Velton Corp, CEO, founder, and senior mech designer. As the final judge of all events during this design competition, I am acting in my capacity. While impressive and certainly a powerful system that would have taken Mr. Larkinson to the end of this competition, the danger and unknown properties of this system mean I can't condone it being allowed further during this event. For the sake of the peace of mind of the audience and contestants. Thank you. Bummer, I noticed the large screen was suddenly on my face. Oh, they were expecting me to respond. I cleared my throat, which echoed around the stadium. As I said before, I'm sorry for anyone that was struck by the system. I will of course disable the Gorgon Eye system inside the Medusa prototype. I grinned at the screen and even waved for Melinda. It didn't matter. A weapon system made by an apprentice that caused this much of a wave. Even if it was a bit of negative press, everyone would be talking about it. Everyone would want to find out about a system that was so powerful that they had to ban it in the middle of a competition. Honestly, as bad as this was, I don't think I could have planned a better outcome. I could hear the chatter of the stadium. Everyone was discussing what had happened and what was being done. I'm sure many were still upset. But they could either leave or continue to watch the matches, and if I knew anything about people in this day and age, it was that they were mech-obsessed. They'd probably all stay. But I turned towards Medusa and had to turn off the noble phantasm. That would heavily diminish her aura as well, probably drop her X factor to C at best. I sighed at the idea, but finally the ruling was completed, and I was let back into the mech berth. The pilot was there shivering a bit. Someone had even given him a blanket and some hot cocoa. Okay, I think I definitely underestimated how powerful the Gorgon Eye was going to be. I whispered, which didn't bode well for the fact the full version of Medusa was likely to be even stronger. I hadn't been able to install the projectors and light refraction to create the actual imagery of the black and red eye that would probably boost the effect a little. And I knew I'd have to modify the mech's foundations to increase the honing of it, which would make it even stronger. Hey Medusa, I might have made you a bit too scary, okay? Try to be friendly with your pilots at least. She didn't respond, but I got the sense she was staring at my neck. Medusa, are you obsessed with necks or something? That might make people a little uncomfortable. It didn't stop. Oh well, King Artoria was a king, and Medusa was a gorgon. King's gonna king, and gorgon's gonna gorgon. Hi, it's Martin, right? Fuck you, kid. He gasped, glaring at me, and I winced. Okay, listen, I did warn you about Medusa before you got in. Warned me? No warning would have prepared me for that shit. He cursed at me, and I winced, raising my hands as he stood up. He was bigger than me, stupid pilots and their stupid training. Whatever, I got to be lazy and special. So who really wins? The system worked at least. Sure, you might have been a bit panicking, but you won, easily. Easily? That was the hardest win of my life. I'll fucking take the loss before doing that again. I'm not getting back in there. I'm turning off the Gorgon eyes. The entire thing will feel much weaker. You'll be able to see before you have to get in. Fucking. They made me sit here, and that fucking thing is glaring at me. I know it is. She just stares at people's necks for some reason. 'Cause she wants to bite into them and eat me, he shrieked a bit hysterically. I slowly shifted my eyes to look at the mech, at the blindfold that hid the Gorgon eyes. She could definitely see me in some way. The sensors on the mech were still on, and I sent her only physical body a judging look. Where did she get eating people thing? I didn't add that in as part of my image of her. So I ain't getting in that thing. Listen, give me a few minutes to turn off the system, and then we can talk, okay? I offered before heading away from the freaking out pilot. Well, just grasp for the victories here, Ves. No way people wouldn't be interested in this, after all the drama here today. I sighed and just got to work, using the system to start removing the damaged armor pieces and replacing them, and as I did, it wasn't hard. Sure, the noble phantasms, the two eyes, had been attached to the physical copies, but there was nothing keeping them there. Sorry, girls. I think the eyes were girls. It felt like it. Oh, I can call them Stheno and Uriale. Did you like that idea, Medusa? She was staring at my neck. Okay, going to assume that you do. Sorry, girls, can you disconnect from the eyes here? We need to pull back a bit. And I felt it. Like a pressure, the sense of Medusa around the mech dissipated, leaving any wonder why people were freaking out about it at all. Holy shit! Martin the pilot jerked up when he felt it disappear, and he slowly relaxed as well, dropping back on his seat and jerkily drinking the cup of whatever they had given him. Then slowly I finished repairing the mech. It wasn't too bad, barely a few minutes before I was finished. So, Martin, do you still want to win? Fuck you, kid, he grumbled at me, and I rolled my eyes. The boy was like 17 at best. Calling me a kid was dumb. Medusa is strong, fast, and still more than capable of tearing the other mechs in this competition apart. I fucked up, that's my fault. If you want to quit, I get it. But I bet you get a reward for winning this too, I said, and he turned to look at me. It won't keep trying to eat me. No, there might be some very mild aftershocks, but the system is off. Go out there and show them what you can do as a pilot, and what my mech design can do from a purely engineering side. You're a kid. You think you can beat some of those graduates? I know I can. The question is, can you? I asked pointedly, and he shifted back into a glare. While we talked, the next match started long after it was supposed to. I just looked out and nodded for him to do the same. You were struggling, but you still piloted her. Do you think either of those mechs have half the performance Medusa does? No, he said, and that was that. Melinda Larkinson. When this is over, Ves, I'm going to tear your ear off. She cursed. She'd been in the blast of that attack, and it had been awful. Her body locking up, the feel of a predator coming to eat her. And she had piloted some of Ves's mechs before. She'd felt the aura from Ku, and it had been nothing like that. The discussion all around her, though, it was all about Ves. Not a single person watching the matches that finally continued were talking about the battles happening now. They were all talking about the battle that would happen later. Would Ves's mech be able to keep up while disabling one of the weapon systems? Half were curious because they wanted to know. The other half just wanted Ves to fail for what happened. But there were a few that were interested because Ves had just done something crazy. Melinda had seen a lot of mech matches, she'd seen a lot of underground equipment, electro-shock rods to try and literally shock pilots to death, gravity chains to try and capture and crush them, but nothing like that. Nothing where the mech just stares at another mech and the pilot just can't move. She was going to have to make a report about this and make Ves fess up a way to resist the effect, because the guard would not be happy with this Gorgon Eye aura forcing their pilots to stop moving. The matches moved on, and Melinda was starting to get nervous. Ves's next match was next, and as the two mechs stepped out, the enemy mech had a hammer weapon. It was small, built for light mechs, but in its first match it had been fairly quick to charge in and smash into the enemy. Could Ves's mech be okay without the Gorgon Eyes? More people were chatting as the match started. The two mechs were separated by a wall, and Medusa went right, and the other mech went left. They ended up on the opposite side of the barrier, staring at each other for a moment, before thankfully they both picked the same side and charged at each other. It was a relief, as one of the matches had shifted into endurance, as one of the mechs had just tried to flee from the other. So Melinda watched with bated breath as the two got closer and closer, and the two mechs clashed. Medusa jerked to the side to try and avoid the hammer swing, and it did, but that put Medusa on the back foot as the hammer swung back around. And Medusa simply bulldozed in, slamming into the mech before it could complete the swing, and using its much larger size to shoulder-check the light skirmisher, the daggers flashed out and dug deep into the light mech's armor, sending entire chunks of armor flying away with each slash. But the skirmisher wasn't done. Its hammer came down, caught in the grip of Medusa, who had thrown away a dagger and almost contemptuously caught the hammer with one arm. A moment later, a shriek ran out as Medusa kicked out with one leg and used the other grab the armor mainly holding that hammer, and both weapon and arm went flying one way, and the mech went the other. Medusa picked up the hammer, which looked kinda small in the long-armed mech's grip. If your mech was this strong, you probably didn't need the fear eye thing. Ves, you idiot. We award Mr. Larkinson first place as mech designer for this competition. Thank you for such a thrilling show today, the journeyman offered. Although he sounded happy at the outcome, he really didn't look very happy. Oh well, I took the little trophy and the 500,000 bright credits for the win, but as I waved, it was the audience I cared about the most. For those interested in my mech, please reach out to my access inbox through Ansel about any business requests, investment opportunities, or more. And for those young Iron Spirit players, the full release of my Medusa design with Gorgon Eye system will be released shortly, so please check out Lark Industries. I spoke out over the journeyman, once more ignoring the glare he was giving me for selling myself a bit. Well, this had certainly gone well. Mech Otaku's Touch, Chapter 62. Ow, Melinda. What were you thinking? I didn't know it would hit the audience, I argued, because that was the truth. Then why were you selling it after instead of apologizing a lot? I did apologize, I argued back, fighting off her fingers that were searching for my ear. But what good would it do to keep repeating it over and over? Better to at least get something out of the fuck-up. Language. I'm 15, I can cuss if I want. Hey. I jerked back from her searching fingers, which was fairly hard. Melinda was a pilot and as such much stronger and faster than my wimpy mech designer body. Finally, she gave up and sighed, her shoulders slumping. Ves, I'm happy you won, and you did a great job. But using a weapon that hit a group of people is more serious than just shrugging it off. I didn't. I took a breath, getting through to Melinda while irritated wasn't going to help. Let's get out of here and we can talk about it, okay? Fine. She agreed, and we both left the meeting room. I'd been pushed into. There was some worry from the sponsor that I might get mobbed while leaving, so I was held back. As they didn't want that sort of publicity, they'd outright said that to me, so after finding Melinda, they had her bring her vehicle to a loading bay away from the parking areas to pick me up. Ugh, A few minutes later, and a cold exit, Velton Corp was certainly not happy with what had happened today. Oh well, I wasn't entirely either, to be fair. Hitting the crowd, I knew the aura wouldn't be stopped by a simple energy barrier, and I had felt Medusa's aura leaking a bit too much. Either way, no one got hurt, it was done, and I'd done what I could to get some benefit from the massive clusterfuck. I did feel really bad though, feeling predatory fear like that. Ugh, I needed to talk to Medusa. She wasn't supposed to be a fear mech. Was that the only way the aura could be implemented with the concepts of paralyzing? Was that where I had gone wrong? Should I have used petrifying as the concept? Could Medusa even change it now? Should I want her to change it? Probably not. It was effective, and as a weapon system it certainly worked. You were selling your stuff when you got up there like you hadn't just hit a crowd of people. That's why I'm mad. I know, I said as we pulled out of the parking lot, finally back into normal traffic. The entire reason I came here was to sell my mechs, Melinda. Besides, what would have been better, getting hit by the effect and having the owner crying about it, or saying sorry and explaining it, was a weapon system going to be sold to your people against your enemy. Using that was a good idea. Okay, I get where you're going, Ves, but I don't want you to blow off what happened so easily. I'm not. I was pretending to be in control while in front of thousands of people instead of screaming at myself for fucking up. Happy? No. Are you okay? She asked, seemingly realizing the persona I'd put on in front of the crowd wasn't actually how I felt. No, this was a complete shit show. I might have gotten what I wanted out of it, but it was still bad. Medusa wasn't. The fear effect isn't what I wanted. Really? Yeah, I was trying more for a stun, just a feeling of your body locking up. Not fear. It can be overcome and ignored, and with some work, the pilot of Medusa shouldn't be impacted. But this time he was, and that was a complete disaster. Her aura was supposed to be focused, only active, when she was using her ability. Ves, what even is this aura thing? I felt it. And I've used Q before, but like, is it a sonic thing or? No, I already explained this, Melinda. It's closer to resonance from an expert pilot than just some device. I'm using similar principles, I offered, but even that wasn't a good explanation. I've never heard of anyone able to replicate resonance before. It's not exactly the same thing. At all. It's similar but nowhere near as… I trailed off and just shrugged. So what are you going to do? She asked me, and I looked up from the car window, staring out into the traffic. What do you mean? About this. You won, I mean. Oh, I'm going to open a company, I said after a while. I'll start looking for loans, not through the banks, although I'll check with them. I just need enough starter capital to buy a 3D printer, and some space, and enough to build a mech or two. Then I'll make a few. Probably a Medusa or King Artoria first. Unless it takes a while. I might design a new mech before then. A company, huh? A lot of people aren't going to be happy with you after today. It's publicity, Melinda. I was going for something a bit more positive, but people will be interested regardless. No one has anything like my auras on the market right now. Just don't do something stupid again, Ves. Be more responsible when dealing with mechs, okay? I know, I agreed, feeling myself pouting at how it had all turned on its head. I'd hoped to win and have the crowds cheering, not half of them rather upset with me. Fuck, I didn't want that kind of reputation. I wasn't original Ves. Hi, Grandpa, I offered, wincing at the call as I sat on Melinda's pull-out couch. Ves, I heard about what happened. It was on the news. You okay, son? I wasn't expecting to hear the sales pitch after what I heard happened. I winced. He wasn't sounding judgmental exactly, but he was. I decided to make the best out of the situation and try to calm people down. Better they know it's a weapon going to be used against the Vesians, and be confident in that, than just some total fuck-up that can be used against them. Not sure that's the best reasoning, but I know why you were there to start with. Is it bad? Oh, it's definitely in the news cycle, he said, and I winced. I really didn't want to check the news. But perhaps you are right. News of your fear attack is making waves. People are interested in how effective it was. It's not easy to completely stun a mech pilot. Yeah, well, they were teenagers. It'll still work against normal pilots, but if they have good discipline, they can resist it. How good? Grandpa? Answer the question, Ves. He said, half smiling, and I frowned. Good, I'm absolutely confident an expert candidate would fight through it, and an expert pilot would be completely immune. Everything else, you'd need a strong will as a normal pilot to still move. And even then, it's not like it's suddenly gone. The effect is constant, so if their will can't overcome the effect, they will freeze. Right. I see. You said the mech, Medusa. You have a full version? Yeah, complete and ready. I was going to finish building the Iron Spirit version and putting it up soon. Hold off on that, he said suddenly, and I blinked. Grandpa? Trust me, just hold off on that for a few days. Ves, I'm proud of you for succeeding, but perhaps a more serious, longer apology next time. A lot of people on Bentheim are unhappy. But you won, and no one can argue that you did it completely. Good job. Thanks, Grandpa, I said, feeling a bit warm at his acknowledgement. I have to go. We'll talk soon. Yes, Grandpa. And the call ended. I sighed, flopping back. Then Melinda walked in, no doubt listening in, and threw a jacket at me. Come on, we're going out to celebrate. What? Ves, you're still a kid, and just because there was a problem doesn't mean I'm not proud of you for totally demolishing that competition. So come on, put the jacket on and take this hat. We're going to get some food. A hat? Ves, you're on the news right now for causing a mass panic attack. I don't want someone swarming you. Wear the hat. Yes, ma'am. I was on the news. Awesome. I was on the news for my mech hitting civilians with a fear beam, as the news was calling it. Super not good. The news was talking about how effective and powerful this fear beam was. Awesome. Again, it was targeted at civilians. Super not good. Well, this whole thing had become a bit of a mixed bag. I spent the next few days not going crazy into mechs, mostly because I was heading back to Rittersberg afterwards, and Melinda decided that meant it was time for us to just hang out. It was nice. I missed her, and at the same time was really happy to hang out with her for the first time. Such was the weird life of a reincarnator, I suppose. Either way, time flew, and soon I was landing back on Rittersberg, which was a bit of a relief since no one on the planet wanted to beat my face in. Unlike Bentheim. Yikes. Ves. Hi, Auntie Loria. I'm back, I greeted as she waved for me at the station terminal. Well, war criminal, welcome back. Oh, not you too, I whined, and she just laughed as she threw an arm over my shoulder and pulled me along. Don't worry, I'm just teasing. It's not a war crime in your case, just a normal one. It wasn't intentional, I cried out, and she laughed even louder. How was Melinda? Doing good, busy. She's really into the planetary guard thing. I don't think she's joined the regular corps, and I don't think she's coming home. Yeah, probably not. She's found her place. Now tell me what happened. I've only heard the story second-hand. So I went through the entire competition explaining the Medusa system issue. Well, it sounds like you got a bit too eager to show off that weapon. I needed to show it off. Honestly, I was planning for it to only affect the enemy mech. One mech at a time sort of thing, not everyone in a cone. Live and learn, she said simply, and I just nodded. And then I settled back into the compound. Everyone wanted to hear what happened. The kids were just excited that I had won, and it was a fairly nice evening settling back in. Ves, welcome home. Gramda, thanks. Welcome home yourself. How was work? Fairly normal. Mind if I sit? I quickly moved aside as he settled onto the porch swing. You did well, even with the unfortunate incident. Thank you. I've been hearing a lot of talk. People are interested in what you can do. The Mech Corps heard about your weapon, but they aren't bought in. Yet. Oh, I asked, sitting up because this had become much more serious. The Mech Corps has plenty of mech designers working and many weapon systems. But there are far more that never get any sort of design or system introduction into our logistics. But there is a process. Grandpa? You think I don't believe Cantor's opinion? I've heard him talk about your aura and how effective it is. And I know that stunt at the competition wasn't an accident. Hitting the civilians was. I know, but you still used it, and it was effective. That wasn't a trick. The Mech Corps have restrictions on what equipment is introduced to the system, of course. Of course, they only buy mechs or equipment that fits the budget and is effective. Right, of course you understand. But there is a testing department, where new mechs or equipment can be submitted to see if we'll take them. You think I can get in? I think your aura mechs are something different, and different is very good, especially if it's cheap. I snorted at his response. That could work. That could really work. What are the requirements? Can I offer the system as a component? It might not be as strong. I happen to have the submission requirements right here. Funny how this ended up on my desk today. He flicked his comm at me, and I got a beep as the file was sent. Grandpa, don't thank me, son. I have nothing to do or say with the Equipment Submission and Logistics Center. You'll have no benefit coming from me. I wouldn't ask for that. I know. More importantly, one of the rules does require a mech for components. You'll need to have a real mech for the submission. Well, then I'm back at square one. Not exactly, he rumbled, just holding back his amusement as I shifted from the submission form to looking at him. Grandpa? You did call out for investors during your competition. Do you think no one was interested? I checked my Ansel inbox. I didn't have anything. It was interesting to have them try to contact you there, but Ansel is a university, not a business address. All of that was forwarded to my own contacts as your guardian. Believe me, son, there is interest out there. I spoke with a few Larkinsons and our lawyers. Grandpa? And then I spoke to the Ritterberg First Bank. Grandpa? He was grinning as I started freaking out. What did you do? I set up a meeting with everyone to hash out the creation of your LLC and get your company off the ground. But I was hesitant before. I still am, Ves. You're 15, and I don't think you properly understand the amount of work involved in running a business. But I spoke with Marcus, as well as your Ansel liaison. Max? Indeed, they both spoke highly of you. Max assured me your work was well beyond a graduate, and Marcus rather bluntly told me that you were more than capable of building and designing a mech. He looked at me, his eyes fierce. I'll help you get this chance, Ves. So I have to ask. Are you ready? Yes, I said instantly, cutting him off. I know there is more than just the design, but I can do this. I'm ready for this. My aura systems alone will guarantee sales, but my mechs aren't badly made. They'll sell even with a high price point, and I can work on a cheaper line as well for something more mass-producible. I'm ready. Then tomorrow we have a meeting between everyone. Who is everyone? I asked, and he grinned. First the bank, as I said, the family lawyers, and us. Then a second meeting in the afternoon where a few of the better offers that reached out to you through the messages requesting to purchase a mech. If they are just looking to purchase a mech, I'll need the printer and materials before I can hope to do that. I'll need the price, and then we should get that all sorted before the meeting. I'll have it. Good lad. It was easier said than done, honestly. Mech materials really only came from two sources. Directly from the MTA, which had about a 20% markup on the standard costs, but were always 100% reliable, and from dealers in the Republic, which were much cheaper, but of course you sometimes had to have real deals hashed out to get into their contacts. I spent the night networking, calling Max and Marcus, asking for advice on setting up material deals. Both offered me a lot of advice and contacts, and then I made calls and discussed prices and deals for everything I would need. Not having an exact number of purchases on hand made that a bit harder, but at least they seemed to take me seriously when I introduced myself and told them who gave me their number. Business was really hard. I wanted to just curl up and make mechs, but this was a part of it. I came up with a price for raw materials that I could use to estimate how much I could then pump a Medusa up to get sales. Honestly, the mech was already crazy expensive, not quite as much as a Caesar Augustus, sure, but still a hefty price point compared to standard mechs sold in the Republic. But I was banking on the aura system to draw interest and the high quality in general. The mech would sell, I was confident, I just had to make it. Of course, that wasn't all I had to do. I needed to find a printer that would work, and an armor compressor. Crap. I started looking and realized it was simply outside of my price range. I would have to either find some rental, maybe from Marcus. No, he used his, for both mechs he produced. At somewhat twice the cost of a high-end 3D printer, there was no way I could get a loan for that much. I was still a mostly unknown, maybe in a year or so when I started selling mechs by the truckload, but where else could I get a compressor? Maybe through Ansel. They might be willing to do some sort of rental. Probably not. Besides, if they even had one, maybe through the Ansel network. I could ask Marcus and see, but it wasn't really a good answer. Then, I only had one other choice that might work. I pulled up my comm and sat up on my bed. Opening the system, I blinked. It had been a busy couple days, and other than working on Medusa and completing the Iron Spirit build, I hadn't really checked it. Welcome, user. You have 2 impending messages awaiting your perusal. Do you wish to display them? Oh yes, please, I whispered, accepting the pop-up. You have assembled a mech design out of a list of pre-prepared components. Design evaluation, Medusa prototype. Model name, Medusa prototype. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Weight classification, medium. Recommended role, assassin. Armor, C. Carrying capacity, D. Aesthetics, C+. Endurance, C+. Energy efficiency, B. Flexibility, C. Firepower, B. Integrity, B. Mobility, B-. Spotting, C-. X factor, a minus. Cost efficiency, A. Project involvement, 100%. Original component. Composition, 5%. Overall evaluation, a shoddy mech made with restrictions. Nonetheless, the mech achieved complete victory through its power and construction, and the overwhelming X factor. However, this mech would not compete well against any other budget model. The spirit of Medusa, a Gorgon, is locked behind the blindfold. A terrible sight to unveil to this mech's enemies. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design with no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. I was just breathless for a moment. The system gave me double design points. I expected a harshly reduced DP reward. I whispered, not quite expecting a result, but hoping to hear something. But it was just quiet. I guess. It technically counted. I forgot it was totally reasonable to make the same mech over and over as a design philosophy. So why hadn't I gotten full rewards when doing remodels before? Maybe because they were more like fixes for previous errors. I shook it off. Medusa prototype had been completely unique, and I'd gotten her X factor to a go. So she'd gotten the points. The temptation to join other design competitions was there, but I shook my head. Focus on what was happening. Still, that was a lot of DP 89,845. In fact, had it jumped up over 200 as well just on its own? I guess. The competition had brought more attention to Lark Industries. I shook it off and focused. Second message. You have received an event mission. Please check the missions page for details. I did, and it popped up. Event mission. Mission, Velton Design Competition. Difficulty, B rank. Prerequisites, quality for competition. Description. The Velton competition is your first public stage, where you can exhibit your talents as a mech designer. Do not cower from the challenges you face, but instead embrace them. A mech designer must be bold under pressure and fearless when performing in public. Crush your rivals and achieve a supreme result by winning first place. Reward, variable depending on your final rank. There were a few updates as I went through the competition from the system, congratulating me, which was nice of it, but for winning first place, you have received 2,000 design points and a silver reward ticket. Honestly, 2,000 DP would have been amazing a little bit ago, but for now it was just nice to have. Design points, 91,845. Yeah, that was a lot. I could almost afford a senior skill upgrade. Well, depending on if it had a quest, I couldn't exactly go do quests right now. Either way, it was a lot of rewards for a day's work. But I backed out of it and looked at the store page. I needed to find out how much a compressor would be. Mech Otaku's Touch, Chapter 63. So, Corey, I have some options I need your input on. Meow. Right, so the only compressor that is in my price range is the San Tech. It's not from the Friday Men or the Hexers, so it's probably some weird brand from the other side of the galaxy. But according to the stats, it should do everything I need. Meow. Right, but it's also 75,000 DP. That's a lot. It's practically more than I've even added. I could make myself almost twice as skilled right now with that. But I wouldn't have an armor compressor. Meow. I could just wait, I argued, sighing to myself. I didn't want to wait. I would need a compressor regardless, but I was rushing. I knew I was. Sure, they were like 1 billion bright credits, but that wouldn't be out of my price range forever. The problem was, who was I selling to? The Mech Corps. They didn't use compressed armor unless they did for expert mechs. I didn't know any design that used it. Heck, the original Ves hadn't known what it was until he came across it during the Friday Man competition. So, I should give it up. I should. It was the smart thing to do. But I would have to figure out something else. I only had the one armor system, and the CA1's armor was completely worthless if it wasn't compressed. I'd be paying 30 times the cost of normal armor for something half as effective. The entire armor design needed to be compressed to get the efficiency out of it. I'd have to completely remake any design I wanted to build in this case, but I already knew I'd have to do that. Didn't I? Medusa was at an absolute pinnacle price point for mechs in the Bright Republic. Twice as much as standard mech costs, and that was if I sold it at cost. Which I couldn't do. That'd be stupid. Sandtech Fuller Armor Compressor, Mark IV, 75,000 design points. The temptation was there. To just get it now. I could buy it and have it, and all this problem would go away, but I closed the store page, sighing as I sat down next to Corey instead of pacing. I have to do something else. I can't sell absolute premium mechs before I even create a brand. No one will buy. I told Corey, who blinked at me, but that didn't mean I wouldn't try. I need a cheaper mech, I whispered. Well, to be more accurate, I needed one mech I could use as a showpiece to reveal the aura systems, and then I needed to make mechs for the Mech Corps. I looked across the room and just sighed. Medusa, for all that I designed you to be real, you're just a dream for now. I whispered to myself. The reality of the situation crushed any hopeful dreams I had. I could still sell her on Iron Spirit, but for now that was likely as far as it would get. But I still needed to make her. The fear effect, well, despite not being exactly what I wanted, did still cause the desired result. It wasn't quite as insane as the Doomguard that the original Ves had made. Probably. But I wasn't trying to make an insane weapon that caused issues with allies and enemies. A targeted, focused stun effect, basically. Fear or not. If an enemy stopped moving, it didn't matter, they were dead. That was the goal. I just needed a complete Medusa to tweak the aura to make sure I got it right. And I needed a mech to show off to the Mech Corps, and it had to be a full system, and I needed to get ready for a big meeting between me and bankers and lawyers to get this all set up. I felt anxious at the idea, but also excited. This was it. My business would start. Mechs would be made. It was time to really show what I could do. I looked at the system and popped open the section that had my silver ticket. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, I whispered, looking at the other ticket I had. A chance for an armor license and 200 tons. Would it be the same as the original Ves had gotten, the super cheap crap armor? I mean, I sighed. I didn't want to use bottom-of-the-barrel cheap armor for my mechs. Then again, I also didn't know until I used it. Either way, I pulled at the silver ticket, and instantly a sort of pachinko machine was there. I shook my head and pulled the lever. Gambling was so dumb. The ball rolled down and out came a little ball. I grabbed it and after a moment popped it open. Congratulations, you have received one inventorized ticket. I blinked, looking it over. Oh, I know what this is. The system technically had an inventory system, but it was only for goods that was given to me that could already slip into it. Or I could use a ticket to be able to shift things into the inventory. Honestly, I shrugged. This was actually fairly useful, even if it wasn't going to blow me away. I activated the ticket on my comm, the same comm that carried the system itself. A moment later, it vanished from my wrist, and then with an instinctive flick of my hand, it was back around my wrist as I pulled it out of the inventory. I flicked my wrist a few times, just enjoying the sight of something appearing and disappearing. Neat. Meow? Oh, just something useful. At least I can hide my comm whenever I want now. I'll always have it, I suppose. I looked at the armor license ticket and just sighed for now. I don't remember if the 200 tons of armor just appears or not, so I'll wait until I have an actual mech works before popping it. I sighed, a bit disheartened that I couldn't bring myself to buy the compressor for so much. Come on, Corey, let's go watch some of my shows instead of feeling sorry for ourselves, okay? Meow, she replied as if saying, speak for yourself, but I picked her up and we settled back onto the bed, where I activated the hollow emitter and a show started playing. Just relax, Ves. Just because a massively important meeting is tomorrow doesn't mean you need to stress about it. You sleep at all, son? Only a little. I admit, as Grandpa Benjamin looked me over. He smiled a bit amused at my response as he nodded and waved me to follow. Anxious? Yes, despite knowing I shouldn't be. Well, that's normal. Your father is like that. Gets himself worked up on the eve of every battle. He performs extremely well in surprise engagements, but he dwells on it too much if he has time to prepare. Oh, yeah, me too. Don't worry, Ves. That's why I'm here, and our lawyers. It might seem big to you, but we do this all the time. We'll make sure everything works out. We'll get you the credits you need to buy that 3D printer you requested, and we'll get enough extra to start making some mechs. Yeah, I swallowed a bit awkwardly, and then it was time. We entered a business room right there in the compound, where a bunch of men and women were already waiting. Some I recognized. The family lawyer, two of the elders, each of them looking at me seriously, which I returned. And then a team of 3. Bankers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Benjamin greeted warmly as he moved through the room, and despite some of them being bankers apparently, they treated Benjamin like a VIP, which I guess he was. Soon we were all settled around the table as paperwork was spread to everyone and discussion began. There was long lengths of silence as the bankers read through the reports, confirming or asking questions about part of it, and I tried to seem engaged, but mostly just stayed silent, as the lawyers and Grandpa seemed to have it all well in hand. And then finally, almost before I expected, there were handshakes, and one of the bankers looked at me, a woman in a pencil skirt and with a smile that told me she must practice it in the mirror. Mr. Larkinson, I saw the reports on the Velton competition, winning first place and using a weapon no one can explain. The Rittersberg First Bank looks forward to your future endeavors and hopes you'll keep us in mind for any future loans. I will. Excellent. And that was basically it. I looked at Grandpa as the bankers were escorted out. The lawyers and elders were chatting. Well done, Ves. You looked like a serious young man, which was important. I expected a bit more. I don't know. Normally there would be, but between your father and your own account with the Larkinson Trust investments, it was more than enough to ensure the bank made this easy. I see. A heavy hand fell on my shoulder and I looked up into Benjamin's eyes. This is a serious moment, Ves. I believe in you, as does the family. Are you ready for what happens next? This was the easy part, I'm afraid. Yes, and it wasn't the easy part. The easy part is the next bit. It's what happens after that's hard. I said seriously to his chuckles. Ves. I turned to see Elder Billingsley Larkinson. Yes, sir? I spoke out against this move. Even with your own investments and your father and grandfather's contribution, it's still a massive loan to get your business started. A loan that could have waited. He began, and I felt my spine straightening as he was not sounding pleased. But the decision didn't come down to me, so listen well, Ves. If you fail, fail softly so it only impacts you, because the family is partially responsible for your failure now. Be the man that everyone is treating you as. I will. Good. He nodded at Grandfather and walked out. Raymond is always serious about the trust. He's right, I can't fail, so I won't. I need to complete the order for the 3D printer and materials. I also need to speak with Marcus. If you need help, ask me. I will, Grandpa, but I can do this. Absolutely not. I'll pay. Ves, that armor compactor is worth more than you can know. At least 1 billion bright credits to get one shipped from the Friday men. Okay, so you do know, Marcus replied back, looking me over as he crossed his arms. I'll pay for the rental, time and space. I only need to compress the armor. My own printer is on its way to a small workshop that I'm renting from the family. and I was relieved that some of the Larkinson holdings were an old mech shop that basically wasn't in use anymore. I was renting it for a steal, but it was all coming together. Ves, you know I can use it, and I'll do it at night so I don't disturb your workflow. I just need to make one mech Marcus. My next mech will be with normal armor systems. I'm trying to submit my Medusa to the mech core. He looked at me, his face firm, but he wasn't responding instantly. He was considering. I don't think they'll accept a mech with compressed armor. I know, I just need to tempt them with the aura system. I need a complete mech, and I only really have the one design ready to go. It could take me a month or more to come with a cheaper mech. Or I could just be crazy and make compressed armor mechs and sell them on the market. I knew Marcus sold his shield guard. It wasn't impossible, but I needed a mech first. You're going to owe me something. Someday I'll call it in, and you'll help me design a mech. No complaints about it. Deal, I said instantly, as if that was something I wouldn't have done for free. All right, kid, let's hash out what time you can come by. Do you even have a transport for the armor? Not yet, but I can get one. Do you have someone to drive them? You can't. He said, and I opened my mouth and closed it. Dang it. No. You sure you got this, Uncle Cantor? Kid, I've driven more vehicles than you've ever set foot in. He grumbled as we climbed into the large transport vehicle. I'd basically just bought. I'd need one eventually anyways to move mechs when I moved to sell it, so I had another chunk of my credits slip through. It's fine. I had enough to make at least 2 compressed armor mechs on top of the printer. I could do this. We drove the truck to my workshop, and I tapped my feet as I sat beside Cantor as my nerves were getting to me. So what mech are you making first? Medusa. Her aura is perfect for the mech core. True enough. Freezing someone in place with fear is a nasty trick. Not a King Artoria. No, although I considered her as a good second mech if I have enough. She'd draw a lot of attention. If you do, give me a run with her for real. I kinda want to see how different she feels in person, so to speak. I will, I confirmed, grinning, and then he continued. Probably good you don't make her, though. She'd get uppity. She already has an attitude. You have a good relationship with her. I said, Cantor was probably the first person to talk about his mech like this. Like she was alive. Pfft. She's a pain in the ass, but that aura of yours is interesting. I don't hate it. I'll build her for you someday. As if I need her nagging me in the ear all day. He grumbled, but I could tell he didn't hate the idea. The drive took a while, and finally we ended up at the workshop. Pulling into an industrial section of one of the nearest cities, the entire road was clogged with random industrial parks. I think one of them was even a mech foundry as well, producing something or another. The place was kinda huge, as all mech workshops were, as they had to be large enough to fit mechs coming and going. We pulled up, and I saw a half-dozen cars in the parking area up front. What's going on? Stupid boy, you think the Larkinsons wouldn't help out? The front mech bay door was open, and we rumbled inside, as Cantor found a spot, and I saw members of the family wandering around. Some with mops or bags. They were cleaning it up. I slipped out and looked around. There he is. Auntie Loria was there, along with her kids, although some were helping, most were just pushing wet mops around, racing each other as they played. It helped anyways. Auntie, what are you all doing here? Helping you out, of course. This place hasn't been in use in like 6 years. It was going to need a quick cleaning at least. Thank you. You're welcome, kid. I figure you babysat the kids enough we can at least handle this. That your new rig? Yeah. It's big. I suppose it has to be. You ready? I am, just waiting on the 3D printer delivery and then the materials. Then it sounds like you have some time to clean up. You'll want to check over everything. The place is a mess upstairs. Someone was sleeping in the offices. She pointed to the semi-rusty stairs that led up to an office with wide windows overlooking the entire mech hangar. Yeah, I said, looking around and then getting serious. Yeah, I will, I said, and got to work, grabbing a bag and heading up there. Time to make this place livable. The whole cleanup crew ended up becoming a pseudo-block party after a certain point as food was brought in, and some of the uncles brought over some grills. Who knows how long into the future compared to Earth we were, but uncles were always going to stick around a fire spinning meat with a beer in their hands to chat. It was like human instinct or something. Either way, I was thankful for it. This place was a mess, and cleaning it up now would save me a lot of trouble in the future. And then, the next day, as I paced back and forth on the shop floor, it arrived. The large truck had a gravity loader, which, considering how expensive the 3D printers could be, made perfect sense. It was slowly lowered down, with shock absorbers placed down to ensure there was not even a ruffle as it settled, and I ran around it, hooking it up and running diagnostics. Eventually, I had no choice but to sign for it. Watching the truck leave, I was now substantially poorer and I had a loan repayment, but "It's mine," I whispered, looking at the printer. It was beautiful, although that was probably more because of what it would allow me than the machine itself. All the work so far, all the time dedicated, and here it was, the real start to the whole show. There was this, and nothing more. This was the real start line. The materials to make a full Medusa would be arriving soon as well, thankfully at more normal prices than what the MTA would have forced me to pay. But considering Marcus was already ordering all the pieces, I'd just bought the materials through the same contact at that price. Once I got her built, I could alter her connection and hopefully make sure nothing leaked until she released her blindfold and then released all of her power. My hands were sweaty and I felt wired, unable to stand still as I paced back and forth. Corey slowly followed behind me as I moved in a small circle. I should do something. With a flick of my wrist, I had my comm and I opened the system. I took a breath and pulled the armor ticket out. I finally had space, and maybe a license would give me something useful. Playing along with the silly gambling thing, which made me inwardly cringe, finally my reward was listed out. "Okay, I know for a fact now, you're cheesing the rewards," I whispered, wanting to groan. Marlin Solutions 1004-HRF 5th Generation Armor. 10-year license. It was the same utterly crap but super-duper cheap armor Ves had gotten in the original. Between Corey, the CA1, and now this, the system was definitely giving me specific things. I ran a hand down my face as I realized it wasn't as useless as I thought. I could make some seriously budget mechs with it. But only if I actually had some budget licenses. Mixing the CA1 components with this armor was dumb. Ves was dumb for having done it. There I said it. This armor was meant for absolute bare minimum bullshit, and I heard a truck pull up, and I swallowed as I put the comm away. The truck was loaded with the materials for Medusa, every single piece. It was right there. I ran a hand over my forehead. Was I overheating? It felt like I was overheating. I was going to make a mech. A real mech, mine. Not one for Marcus or in a competition, but my mech. But first, I needed to sign for the delivery. Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 64. What was a mech? Just a miserable little pile of secrets? No, they were everything. A tool, a partner, hope and horror. The reasons the MTA had pushed mechs upon humanity wasn't just because of the natural urge to replace your weak body with steel, see your enemies driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. That was just the bonus. No, it was because in a world without energy, it was a way to gain that energy. To turn humans into gods, while facing the most dangerous, horrible enemies in the galaxy. It was also a fairly large pile of exotics, minerals, plastics, and carbons lined up in secured parcels sitting in my workshop. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, I whispered to myself, staring at them, like staring at that special edition one-of-a-kind Gundam kit sitting in the box and getting nervous at putting it together. What if I mess up? I easily ignored Corey, whopping me on the cheek and forehead as she climbed up to my shoulders to get me to stop freaking out. Sorry, Corey, going to need a bit more than a smack to get me to cool off. I need to be ready. Meow. I know, I whispered back, even if I couldn't accept Corey's demands for me to act normal. A mech stood in front of me, or rather the start of one. I wasn't ready. How could I build her knowing I could mess it up? I looked at my wrist, which was empty for a moment, and then the next it wasn't. Was I panic buying? Yes. Was I going to do it anyway? Yes. 3D printer proficiency 5, 20,000 DP. Assembler proficiency 5, 20,000 DP. I looked at the cost and then slowly dropped until I was sitting on the concrete floor. Meow? No, I haven't calmed down, but I need to sit, or else I might fall over. You'll watch over me, right, Corey? I'm not sure how I'll handle this upgrade. Meow. Good girl. I hit the first purchase, and instantly it was a flood. I grit my teeth. It wasn't so dense. Instead, it was deep. Each piece of knowledge was heavy with weight and experience. The experience imposed on me was almost impossible to absorb. It was so heavy with age. Yet absorb it I did. Slowly. Oof. I winced as I finally managed to blink my eyes open. Meow. I blinked, hearing the call from right behind my ear, and I turned, realizing I wasn't resting my head against concrete. Did you save me, Corey? Meow. She wasn't happy. My head had been resting on her back as she acted like a not very soft pillow. I groaned as I sat up, whatever freakout I'd been going through long over, as I rubbed my cheeks and processed what I had absorbed. It was a lot. I couldn't even properly phrase it, but I was sure I could tease out the most accurate parts I could from the printer. Meow. I know, I won't do it again. I told Corey, who was meowing at me in irritation. Thank you. I told her, and she stopped meowing before climbing into my lap and purring almost angrily at me. But I wasn't going to stay sitting on the concrete. I sat up and stretched with a groan, heading up to the office, which was mostly empty, but it did have an old couch that had been mostly knocked free of dust. I sat on it and bought the second update. Once more, it overwhelmed me, and I don't know how long I sat there processing the knowledge. Meow, Corey told me, and I reached up and pet her ears, showing her I was aware enough to respond. Note to self, Tier 5 is serious shit, I whispered. Even with my brain upgrade, it still was a lot to take in. 40,000 DP gone, but it had to be worth it. I needed to make Medusa as good as I could, good enough that it would be noticeable. I had no hope for a masterwork, not on my first mech, but I still wanted to do my best. I got up and checked the time. I'd lost a few hours and just bustled around the office. An old fridge in the corner held some of the leftovers from the party everyone had held, and I grabbed some food and a drink, sitting down on the couch and blinking slowly as I ate, and tried to regain my focus. Okay, so I needed to start. I had to get this done. I'd told everyone I would, and I was no longer freaking out. Time to get this done. I finished eating, took a break to use the bathroom, and then came down. I breathed in and out. The old assembly system in the workshop was still active, and I'd cleaned it up with the family. So it was time. I had it in my head, the design step by step, and I'd done a practice run with Medusa in Iron Spirit. I could do this, I walked over to the controls on the assembly systems, lowering the arms as it started grabbing materials and bringing them over to the printer. Deep breath. I started running the materials into the printer. Instinct let me slowly feed it in perfect time for the printer's cycle system, as it broke down the materials and started configuring the now raw elements and exotics into shape. Slowly, the first bit of Medusa was then grabbed by the removal arm and settled into place. One piece done, I ran a cycle on the printer, clearing it of any detritus in the shaping arms, and beginning to process the next piece. I focused even with Corey at my feet, watching as I ran through piece after piece, and yet I was only just starting to work. The bare beginnings of her left leg skeleton assembled slowly with careful movements. I wiped my forehead and did a second clearing cycle, and then checked the printer. No issues with the parts so far, but after checking the printer, a piece of detritus had gotten stuck during a clearing cycle. With a bit of work, I cleared it, and found the issue on how it had gotten lodged in between two of the processing teeth. A small adjustment in the manufacturing process programmed into the machine right there, and that wouldn't happen again. Some of the exotics in the skeleton hadn't cleared due to a slight magnetism. I went back to work, slowly forming more of the leg, piece by piece. That night, after a nap to make sure I was rested, Uncle Cantor drove the truck over to Marcus's workshop. There was no way I could borrow his compressor for the night and bring it back. That would just be asking for trouble, so instead I was bringing the armor components I'd forged during the day over. Marcus was, to my surprise, waiting for me when I arrived. "I thought you'd have gone home already." "Maybe I wanted to see," he said with a shrug, and I nodded. That was fine with me. Bringing in the truck, I took over the assembly arms and delighted in how much easier they were to control than the old ones at my workshop. Either way, I scooped up the armor plates, checked them a second time, then brought them to the compressor. Running it through the machine under Marcus's watchful eye, I came out with a much thinner piece of armor. Perfect, I whispered. No imperfections. The armor was exactly what it should be. There was no reason it wouldn't be, other than the altered shapes and thickness. It was still just the same armor I'd been producing and compressing for the CA1 that Marcus and I built constantly. Marcus said nothing as I shifted the armor back onto the truck's secure system and then moved to the next part. I wouldn't get the entire armor system done tonight, not without working until the sun came out, but I could get a lot of the work done. I skipped school, and Marcus understood I wasn't going to be working at his shop for a while, as I focused entirely on the build. The only reason I didn't sleep at the shop was because Uncle Cantor had grabbed me by the scruff and dragged me to his car to drive me home every night. So I still slept in my bed and ate with the family, but once that was done, I was off. Cantor dropping me off, and then coming back in the evenings once Marcus's shop was closed to drive us over. And slowly the parts fitted together: skeleton and structural components, joints and motivators, musculature and internal cabling and sensors. Then brace points and armor. And up we went, fitting the completed engine into the bay, double then triple checking the reactor was functional and embedded correctly. Although it wasn't fueled, of course. The power cells were, on the other hand, as I ran checks as I installed them in the correct interior locations. The high-energy cells were very high-end, but the Medusa didn't need many of them, as the lack of additional energy systems kept her energy efficient. Then the cockpit was installed. The internal controls, each piece, each button, fabricated by the printer and installed piece by piece. I could feel my heart beating, my hands shaking, although only when I wasn't working. It was so close. The sensor systems, optical systems, targeting computers all slipped into place, secured with perfect focus. No piece of this mech would slide out of place or fail due to a bad build. I was guided by centuries of experience and ageless wisdom, and I was only a journeyman at assembly. Someday I'd be a senior or a master, and the mechs would sing even more under my hands. Because Medusa was singing, I could practically hear her as the build grew closer and closer to completion. Her spirit infusing into the build, and her predatory anticipation licked at the back of my neck. Every internal component was installed, every piece of armor was installed, and finally out from the 3D printer were the last pieces. Two massive eyes glaring at everything and nothing as I brought them up. The assembler arms brought them up, and first one then the other slipped into place. I climbed up and handled the connections myself, even though the assembler arms could do it. I checked the power connectors and cabling as I slowly hooked in the first eyes. That predatory hunger peaked. The square purple irises seemed to glow despite not having any lighting, as I stood there on her, looking into them. "Almost Medusa," I whispered, and the sense of the aura swirled around me. I climbed over and started on the next eye. Each piece caused a crescendo in the aura as it grew more and more powerful. And then it was done. The aura rolled through me, and I could feel how it made every instinct I had to go still. To not move, because if I moved, the predator would see me. But I wasn't done, heart-hammering. I climbed down, back onto the gantry and then down to the floor, clearing everything away. Medusa stared at me, her aura at full blast. Or at least at full blast so far. I pushed a button on a controller and the Gorgon breaker closed down. Instantly the power diminished but didn't fade. "Medusa, help me hone your gaze," I thought as I walked over and pressed my hand against her foot. When the Gorgon breaker blindfold was on, you needed to be as innocent as a rabbit, harmless to everyone, only to reveal yourself when it was time. It took some work. I'd only had moments to examine it, to try and fix it with Medusa prototype. But now? I pressed in with that nascent spiritual sense, the feeling that seemed almost stronger under her aura, like I had a limb made of shadow, and now her aura was casting a massive spotlight, giving me an actual sense of proprioception. Medusa was there, a spirit of a beautiful woman, her eyes locked on me as always, both eyes shimmering and shining, but she was standing. It wasn't really a thing, it was more like the connection she had to the material. I just needed to shift the base, and I felt it not with my spiritual sense, but with my body. The shift in her aura. I could do it. I wasn't a journeyman, my spiritual strength was weak, but Medusa reached out herself and shifted the base along with me, helping. Then slowly, almost like a shell, or maybe a cage, the material covered the spirit. I pulled my hand back. I couldn't feel it at all. Or at least I don't think I could. Was I feeling nothing, or had my senses been blown open by Medusa's open stare? No, it felt quiet, peaceful, no sense of the dangerous predator standing in front of me. The only thing Medusa had left open was her eyes, both eyes staring out through the shell that covered her, ready to be used. And yet the power didn't vanish. Instead of exuding out like an aura, it was locked inside the flesh. Or rather the metal. Before I continued, I raced up to the cockpit and slipped inside. It still felt blocked, but it was there. Inside every inch of the mech, her aura bouncing around trapped inside. All that spiritual energy, what would that do? Would it change something with the mech? Or could I use it? Medusa was still producing the energy, and the energy was trapped inside the body. Would it increase the power of her aura over time? More than just having pilots, would I mean? I'd have to test it, and the only way to do that would be to have a mech to test it on. I sighed, easing into the seat, sitting in the cockpit. I couldn't pilot. If I tried, I'd just fry my brain, and yet I wanted to. I shook the thought off. I'd just have to live vicariously through the spirits and pilots. Satisfied at least that I'd fixed the aura leakage issue, I climbed out of the cockpit and back down the gantry to the floor. My hands were sweaty, but I had to test it. "Okay, Medusa, show me those beautiful eyes of yours," I whispered, and with a flick of the control, the breaker gorgon opened. I couldn't help but whistle at the feeling surged through me. If I wasn't connected to her through the throne, if my spirit wasn't already so high, I would be stuck immobile, unable to move or resist, staring back into the eyes that threatened to lock me in place. Oh, I should probably make some sort of safety feature, huh? I licked my lips as I held up the controller. "Okay, Medusa. If this works, Medusa Gorgon," I whispered as I activated the hollow emitters installed above and below those eyes, and in a rush light thickened, shifting to black and red, and I flinched back as the massive eye of a Gorgon was staring at me. It flickered, waving lightly just as I had designed, and there was no doubt in my mind. It worked. I don't really know how exactly. There was nothing there that should empower the aura, but giving it such a striking visual had increased the power of the aura. At least a little. Of course, as powerful as it was now, I'm not even sure it was necessary, but that doesn't mean I wasn't going to do it. It looked awe-striking. A mech. A mechanical monster glaring down at me with an eldritch eye. If focusing the aura entirely through the eyes had shifted her power from, say, 75% to 95%, then the Gorgon eye added another 2 to 3% power. It was like more was able to be expressed through the structure. I'd created a monster. Finally, with a sigh, I closed the breaker Gorgon, and both emitter and aura cut off, leaving me almost cold in the room without the overpowering sense washing over me. Meow. I blinked, looking at Corey, who was currently hiding behind the stairs. "Corey, oh poor kitty, that shouldn't have impacted you. Did Medusa scare you? Come here." I gestured for her and picked her up as she slowly came out from under the stairs, petting and holding her close. Mechanical or not, Corey was more than just a robot. She was some weird cultivator construct after all. "That's a good girl. That's a good girl," I whispered, looking up. Medusa only had her cloth attachments to finish and, well, maybe one final touch. I headed into the office and grabbed the box I'd brought with me, the box full of Corey's gems, the first mech. She deserved to be treated well. I'd have to remove the gem later, as I needed to have her inspected by the MTA, but I looked through the dozen gems Corey had created so far. None of them were overly powerful or were capable of shifting the mech truly. But I looked at the gem that would increase the strength of armor by 0.5% and just shook my head. That wasn't terrible for a mech with a bit more armor on it. Instead, peridot of minor force increases musculature output by 0.5%. It wasn't much, but Medusa was already a mech whose strength was important. And it wasn't like I had some gem to improve spirit or something. This would do. I put the box away, and since Corey had calmed down, finished my work, taking the length of cloth which was already colored how I wanted and cut it into the correct way. Then, using the assembler arms, the cloth was brought up and over Medusa's head. It covered her, gave her a rogue look, but more importantly, it covered her eyes a little, enough it might catch someone off guard when she released her breaker Gorgon. But really, I just thought it looked cool. Completed, I looked her over. She was the best I could do, a mech I could honestly say I was proud of. I headed up to the cockpit, hands sweaty, and then settled in. A few moments, and the gem was installed in the column, behind the pilot. I sighed as I waited and hoped, but then I had no choice but to let it go. Medusa wasn't a masterwork. I flopped in the chair, I'd hoped. I'd absolutely gone all out on this build, but there was just a gap there, experience and preparation that I was nowhere near matching yet. I shook it off, stood up and took out the gem and brought it with me to put it away. I'd reinstall it once the MTA had their inspection, and maybe I should give in to a bit of paranoia. I could get the stamp that hides it from even the MTA. I'd probably have to get it eventually anyways. I sighed and checked the store, and after a bit of browsing I found it. Small anonymizing stamp, 10,000 DP. Hide the special characteristics of an item. Huh? I asked, looking at the store. I had the money, and I wasn't as paranoid as the original Ves, but I still think hiding something like Corey's gems and what they could do was a good idea. I bought the stupid stamp, and then since I had it stamped, I replaced the gem back into the cockpit. There. Ugh, that was so stupid, but probably necessary. Mech Otaku's Touch. Chapter 65. Cantor Larkinson. The kid did it. A few days of long, quiet periods between driving the kid around, which somehow he'd been pulled into. Sure, he was one of the few that knew how to drive a transport around. He'd done it a little during the war, and then a little after before he'd finally just given up. He shook those thoughts away. He wasn't that man anymore. But still, the kid had said he had all the armor completed the night before, so Cantor expected some call during the day telling him it was done. But he hadn't gotten one, so he'd headed over as everyone was looking at him to watch out for Ves. Ugh, helped the kid out a few times, and suddenly he's the one playing uncle to Rincole's son. He activated the scanner and walked in through the office doors, and then stopped. The windows let him see it. A mech and Ves sitting splayed out in front of her like he was sitting at a picnic. His feet rocking back and forth as he just leaned back and stared at the mech. Cantor remembered the feeling of his first mech. The one actually assigned to him before the constant turnaround in the mech corps had disabused him of the idea of his own mech. So, yeah, he got it. He went to open the door, and the soundproofing finally broke. Hue hue hu he hu he hu he hui. The laughter echoed around the warehouse, and Cantor realized the kid was laughing up a storm staring up at the mech. He grimaced as he stepped in. So she's finished? He called out pointedly, and the boy jolted before just leaning back and looking upside down towards him. Uncle Cantor, come look, she's done. He confirmed, and Cantor snorted at the kid's dopey smile. How long had Ves just been sitting here giggling to himself? Never mind, he didn't want to know. He walked up and looked her over. She feels normal. Yep, I figured out how to hide the aura. Medusa's aura only activates when you reveal her eyes. He called out, pointing up at the shadowed face. What's with the hood? Cool points. The kid said instantly, and Cantor snorted. You know that shit is a pain in the ass in real life, right? Mech Corps won't accept that. It's fine. Medusa isn't for the Mech Corps, she's for the open market. The Mech Corps won't pay for a mech that expensive. I'm just trying to show them what a Gorgon Eye system can do, and then they'll make a deal. You seem confident. You want to see? He asked slyly, shifting once more, tilting his head, and giving a disturbing grin. Can't be worse than the bitch. Fine. Best to test it against a veteran anyways. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. He said simply, and then wormed out a controller from his pocket, raising it up, and Cantor heard the noise. The blindfold, armor and cloth? Bit of both from the look of it opened and… He froze. His heart felt like it jolted, no longer pumping, and every muscle in his body locked up. The eyes stared at him, and Cantor knew, without a single hesitation, that if the mech had a choice, she'd devour him, literally eat him and chew him up. The feel of something crawling along the back of his neck, no. That was psychosomatic, nothing was there, but even if there was, he couldn't. He couldn't move. Couldn't shift a finger. Just stare into those eyes. It was completely unlike King Artoria, and yet it was similar, just so much more focused. The pressure on him was intense. He could break against King Artoria, push through, but here, no. He could do it here too. He forced himself to breathe, his chest to shift, and he slowly forced his hand to move, to do something. It came up and covered his eyes, and any hope that would be enough to break the lock was banished. He still couldn't break. It was over. With the sound of metal closing, the blindfold came down, and Cantor was left standing there shaking. You were able to move. Man, I was hoping it would be strong enough to really lock someone in place. No, he whispered, struggling with the word, as he took short, sharp breaths before stopping himself and trying to breathe deeply. I wasn't really moving. I couldn't break through. Couldn't? Yeah, it was… Is that what the crowd felt at your competition? He asked, turning to the boy who looked abashed at the words. No wonder the news was freaking out. No, that was more like 70 or 75%, he revealed, and Cantor froze. You froze the whole stadium with only 75%. So it's at 100 now. Cantor cursed internally. That was the most horrific thing. Even as the Vazian missiles closed in, as he knew hitting the ejection seat was too late, he'd still pulled it, and it had saved his life through pure luck. But he'd been more confident then than he was right now. Well, it's more like 95%, Ves offered, and then the kid started rambling. Basically, all the aura that naturally seeps out of my mechs is honed into a single narrow beam. And that makes it stronger. Well, think of it like a flashlight. What's going to make you flinch more? A wide flashlight that covers an entire room, or a super bright but very narrow flashlight when it gets shone in your eyes? Okay, I get the idea. So you could only get 95% of the aura pointed forward. Well, take any numbers. Ves wobbled his hand back and forth. I'm guesstimating, but yeah, kinda. I figured out how to keep the aura in the mech. Also, there is the Gorgon Eye mode, which pushes the feeling up another couple percent. So like 98% power instead of 95. You can make that stronger? Yeah, it's part of the system. Cantor felt his mouth go dry. But if you were in King Artoria, you'd probably be mostly okay. The auras should clash and resist each other. Kid, I don't know if you should put that thing in Iron Spirit. He finally stated, and watched as the boy's face shifted, first into argumentative and then sulking. Really? Yeah, it's probably a bit too much. Damn, he whispered, and Cantor didn't tell him to watch his language. I already made the first one and was just holding off. Well, maybe hold off entirely. That was too much for me, kid. Not even talking about kids still in diapers. Uncle Cantor, most of the pilots using it would be my age or higher, he said flatly, and Cantor slowly grinned. So? Fuck you, I'm not in diapers, asshole. Heh. He just chuckled at the kid's outrage. Thankfully, that eldritch feeling that had washed over him was vanishing the longer he was no longer under it. He looked up into the hooded head, the mask hiding the mech's eyes. So that's what you're going to hand over to the mech corps? Yeah, after the MTA looks at it anyway. I hope they'll accept the Medusa system. Without some cash influx soon, those loans are going to get bigger and bigger. Kid, I don't think you have anything to worry about. If you run into any trouble from the corps, use the magic words. Magic words? Do you even have a pilot that can resist my weapon? He explained, and Ves processed what he said. You think that'll work? Watching a veteran mech pilot get completely stalled out by a look? Yeah, kid. I think you'll sell it. Well, I need to get her to the MTA. But I do have some tests I wanted to do now that I finally have a real mech. Think you can pilot her for a minute? Me? Just to activate her, I want to fiddle with the aura system while a pilot is actually in it. I might be completely blocking her off from the pilot right now, and I don't want to do that. Can you do it with the bitch? Please don't call King Artoria that. And yes, it's just a shifting of the nevermind. Yes. Then I'll help out, but you have to shut the bitch up for me. I'm not doing that. Just once. He offered, half grinning as he imagined how outraged she'd get. It would increase the outward power of her aura. Maybe make it more like a cone. No, she's best as an all-arounder, but I don't want to alter the connection to the other mechs. Just do it with my version. I don't know if I can, he said after a moment, and Cantor looked at the kid. The aura thing. You can only change all of them. I don't know. His instant response filled Cantor with all the more questions. Ves's thing. It was weird. The mechs were alive in a way, he acknowledged that, and mostly just tried to ignore it. The benefits were obvious, but what the hell was Ves actually doing? What was the aura? What? He shook it off. He was a pilot, not a designer, and Ves seemed confident. And the MTA hadn't already grabbed him for doing something wrong, so they seemed to accept it. All right, I'll get in. What do you need me to do? I'll be up with you. Just tell me any changes you feel. Does the aura get stronger or weaker? Or does it feel good or bad? That sort of thing. All right. Ves practically rushed up the gantry to get to the mech cockpit as Cantor followed slowly. Seriously, the kid was practically buzzing. He had finished an actual mech. Cantor wasn't going to call him out on it. Slipping into the cockpit, it was just a cockpit. He got situated, put on the sensors, and looked at the kid. Main reactor is empty, but you should get a full startup with backup power. Roger, he acknowledged as he flipped to backup and then started initiating startup. A faint rumble as the engine shifted into idle, enough power to do some minor movements. But that was it. And no sense of the aura. No King Artoria poking into his brain, just quiet. I don't feel anything. Nothing? Not even a faint presence? No. Okay, I'm making some adjustments. Stand by. The kid wasn't touching any control system, wasn't flipping switches or altering numbers. He just sat at the front of the cockpit on the entrance dock and had his hand pressed against the interior and closed his eyes. Then he felt it, like a snake brushing up against his mind. I feel her. He muttered, that fear response. It wasn't really there. Instead, it was like when King Artoria was more in tune with him, when the aura wasn't pressuring him. How's it going? He greeted her, something he had started doing with King Artoria, but usually with his pet name for her added on. The sense of a snake shifting and looking at him. That's no good. Threatening me isn't going to help. He explained audibly, noticing Ves's head twitching towards him, but the boy's eyes remained closed. The aura was growing stronger in the cockpit, and the presence firmer. I can feel her better now. He trailed off, a sense from her. I don't know. Hey, I'm your pilot. You're supposed to help me and attack my enemies, not attack everyone and anyone. He grumbled at the feeling, like dealing with the bitch at the start all over again. A hunger feeling. No more like amusement, like a cat batting at a rat or something. She was projecting it. If you're bored, then making sure your pilot can use you is more important than messing with everyone you can. A pilot that can't trust his mech can't exactly launch with her. He responded, and he knew that despite everything, the thing was understanding him. It felt odd to talk to the mech like it was alive, but they reacted, they responded. They slapped him upside the head when he called them a bitch. Whatever Ves was doing, his mechs were responding to him. There, how is that? Ves called out, and Cantor looked back over. The feeling of being watched was there, but the threat was gone, and instead he had a similar feeling to King Artoria. I can feel her. She doesn't want to eat me anymore. Really? That's great. I was worried she'd end up ruining the relationship with her pilots like that. I heard you talk to her. Is she able to respond? How does it feel? Easy, kid. Yeah, I can talk to her, and they seem to understand me. I don't get words from them. More like a feeling or a pressure. Gotcha. Well, I opened the cockpit to enough access that you can feel her, and she shouldn't be able to hit the pilot with a fear effect. I figure that would be kinda dumb. Definitely. he drawled out, and then Ves perked up. But I need to test it. Can you activate the Gorgon breaker for me? Sure. He found the mental control marked with that and flipped it on, and he could hear and feel the blindfold opening. Instantly, her attention was off him. Just like when he was in combat with King Arturia, the feeling of the aura came away, and they were just working together. It was like wherever he looked, she followed. Working together. That feels nice. What? Ves asked, perking up. She focuses on what I'm looking at. None of the blowback or pressure on me. It's like we're both working together. Perfect, he whispered, and Ves's grin shifted into one of utter delight. Then Medusa is ready for her partners. Oh, but no iron spirit. Crap. Cantor just shrugged. Kid would figure it out. I played with Medusa for about an hour, while Cantor answered my questions about how a pilot reacted to altering the aura in real time. Medusa seemed thankfully interested in the process, and Cantor reported she was less aggressive even as I upped the aura power in the cockpit. Then he dropped an even bigger bombshell. The bitch was like that at first, too. She was aggressive and heavy-handed when I first tried to use her, but she lightened up over time. Like, she wasn't sure what to do. Right, I whispered in response. I'd done the best I could, but in the end the spirits were still children in a way, barely even self-aware. They took on experience from their pilots. So Medusa had been so overwhelming at first to the pilots because she hadn't known better. And I don't think she liked the pilot from the competition very much. Heck, neither did I. I couldn't even remember his name anymore. Either way, I finally had to stop playing even if it was fascinating information. I wonder how much a spirit would change with just a single pilot, or if a single pilot could teach them lots of things. Would an expert pilot in one of my mechs boost their ability in some way? I knew the spirits could help teach their pilots in some measurable way. I needed to borrow Uncle Ark. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible at the moment, so after everything I settled Medusa on the back of the truck, and after securing her, Cantor and I drove out to the MTA facility. I was kinda excited, honestly. They had to approve Medusa. I know they did, she was perfect and amazing. But it was still kinda exciting, and then I'd submit her to the Mech Corps inspectors. This was the start of a long process. Thankfully, the MTA was well used to this, and they quickly took Medusa and disappeared her into their testing facility while Cantor and I waited. Both of us got bored waiting in the lot and ended up across the way in a small restaurant. Cantor was calm and collected, but I could feel my feet tapping and my hand constantly playing with the silverware while we ate, the anxiety mounting. Then finally we got the update and we went back. Entering into the MTA building, as Cantor waited outside, I walked inside, got my number, and was instantly pulled to one of the empty receptionists. Ves Larkinson, Mech evaluation for the Caesar Augustus, CA2HSR. I Medusa is complete. She offered, and my comm beeped with a message alert. She also handed me an actual paper form. The mech has been accepted. She replied as simply as the rest, as if this was just the norm for her. Thank you. I took the paperwork and was directed to a loading bay where we'd pick up Medusa once again. I'd done it. With this, no one could argue that I wasn't building real mechs. And so you brought it here? I flinched a bit at the look I was getting, but Cantor was just standing there with a smug look, completely ignoring the judgment. It sounded like a good idea at the time, and Uncle Cantor said it was okay. Auntie Loria just sighed as she rubbed her forehead. Medusa was still on the truck, but well, we'd brought her to the compound instead of the workshop. I'd been excited, and Uncle Cantor and I had agreed it was a harmless idea. Definitely harmless. Zero problems. None. Maybe a small issue, but practically irrelevant. Whoa! I want to pilot it. No may... The children were absolutely shrieking at each other as they circled Medusa as she lay flat on the transport truck. Okay, maybe a teeny tiny minor issue. You realize we aren't going to get them to calm down all night now. And what if one of them gets inside? It's locked down, and the reactor has no fuel. It's fine. Cantor offered, scoffing, and Loria glared. And if one of the children who can't actually pilot a mech decides to prove they can do it before they're 10 and have been tested? Or one of the older kids that wants to prove they can do it anyways? I coughed fakely as Auntie Lauria made some fairly good reasonings. Sounds like a good lesson then, Uncle Cantor said, sounding uncaring, but he was also looking behind him to see how far the kids had gotten to climb on top of the mech. I'll go double-check the cockpit locks and make sure the kids don't fall, I offered weakly, and Lauria just glared at me. So that's what I did. But Ves! The shriek of little Tala as he did his best to break into the cockpit. No, buddy, you can't pilot the mech, I told him firmly, picking him up despite his wiggling protests and maneuvering him back down to the grass. But I can. Nope. I can, another voice called out. No, you can't. No one is piloting the mech. But I want to. I wouldn't mind giving her a try. A much older voice called out, and I glared at Phila, who was grinning like a shark. The teenaged Larkinson wasn't actually asking, she was stirring the pot. Okay, maybe bringing the mech to the compound was a maybe small, kinda just a little bad idea. Mech Otaku's touch. Chapter 66. She's a beautiful mech, Ves. Thanks, Grandpa, I said quite happily as eventually the patriarch of the Larkinson family came home. There was a bit of a party going on. Instead of coming home and heading inside and doing what any of the family does, everyone got distracted by the mech sitting out front. And so at this point, with the setting sun, the entire family was running around the yard while the other half was checking out the mech. It was flattering and kinda contagious as members of the family walked over and slapped my back, asked for specs, and questions about how much I was going to sell it for and more. Medusa's aura hidden away wasn't able to bother anyone, and in fact seemed a bit of a draw, as eventually I'd opened the cockpit to let some of the older Larkinson pilots check it out and comment on the weird feeling. The fact the mech was on her back made getting in and out a bit harder. But there wasn't a pilot alive that didn't train in getting into their mech, regardless of the position. There was even training for getting into a mech that's belly down, as sometimes you might need to do that in an emergency. It was neat to hear and explained some of the handholds in the fairly standard cockpit design I'd picked. Although all the pilots were happy to give me advice on their preferred cockpit setup. To even get your MTA approval, that's a big step. Yeah, and Uncle Cantor helped me fix the aura issues as well. It's even more powerful when it's on, and it won't affect anyone when it's not. Impressive, Benjamin said, looking back up at the mech, and he had that twinkle in his eye that every pilot got when looking at mechs. Although he couldn't actually pilot anymore. Have you filled out the paperwork for the core inspection? Yes, with the MTA approval, I sent it in on the way home, I replied, and Benjamin smirked, looking pleased. Good lad. I won't be able to be there. I don't want anyone calling nepotism. I understand. But as long as that aura works like you said, you'll do fine. Uncle Cantor tested it. He couldn't move away no matter what he did, and it's even more powerful than it was at the competition. Is that so? He rumbled, looking at the mech. Then it sounds like you'll catch everyone's attention. I hope so. He dropped a warm hand on my shoulder. No matter what, Ves, just keep moving forward. Yes, sir. Now my eyes are constantly wandering to that grill, so I'll talk to you later. Good job. I grinned as Grandpa Benjamin wandered over to get some of what the other uncles were cooking. It really was like another party, back to back for the Larkinson family. And who knows, the mech corps could get back to me in a few days, and we might just have a third party. I flopped onto my bed, Corey running around a bit in the room as I settled in. What a day. Finally completing my first mech and the MTA inspection, and just everything. I flicked my wrist, pulling my comm out of my inventory, and pulled up my system page. The obvious change came from my upgrade to an apprentice. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, apprentice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 42,015. Attributes, strength, 0.3. Dexterity 0.4, endurance 0.3, intelligence 2.0, creativity 1.7, concentration 1.7, neural aptitude F, spirituality 0.4, assembly, journeyman, 3D printer proficiency 5, assembler proficiency 5, business, journeyman, computer science, novice, electrical engineering, journeyman, structural pathway configuration 3, Mathematics, Journeyman. Mechanics, Journeyman, Speed Tuning 4, Jury Rigging 4, Artificial Muscle Enhancement 4. Metallurgy, Journeyman, Melee Weapon Honing 1, Alloy Compression 2. Metaphysics, Novice, Spiritual Weapon Creation 1, Spirit Component Synergy 1. Physics, Journeyman, Impact Mitigation 1, Lightweight Armor Optimization 1, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 1, Melee Weapon Optimization 1, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 1. Propulsion, Apprentice. I'd made it up a new step, at least according to the system. I didn't feel any different. There wasn't a sudden change in my mind or spirit or something. I think Apprentice was just a title upgrade. But that's okay. It was a nice accomplishment, even if I was already well past it according to my skills. Of course, as I looked it all over, I started getting itchy. I should upgrade my medium-weight armor optimization. I whispered. All the mechs I was making were medium, and upgrading that would pay dividends. I should upgrade my melee weapon optimization. And honing, and ugh. I wanted to upgrade it all. I certainly had the points, but with all the focus on Medusa right now and hopefully getting her sold to the Mech Corps, I just wasn't sure what project to take up next. I didn't want to start a mech only to get stopped halfway through because of something the Mech Corps needed. So instead I just took a breath and relaxed. A few days of focusing on business stuff wasn't a terrible idea. I did have loan payments now and responsibility for the business. Okay, so I technically have enough to buy the materials for a second Medusa, between the 3D printer loan and the money made from selling the CA1. It wasn't a terrible idea to start preparing for a second build, but honestly I wanted to sell the first Medusa, or at least get through the Mech Corps inspection first. But I was feeling antsy despite everything. I wanted to be better. I'll buy the next concentration and creativity candy. I decided, mostly talking to Corey and myself than anything, and she yawned at me in response. Yeah, it was kinda boring. Should I get something better too? A skill? A sub-skill? Meow. As long as I get something useful, regardless of what mech I make next, that's fine, right? Meow. I looked at the list. Creativity Candy, 1700 DP. Concentration Candy, 1700 DP. Medium Weight Armor Optimization 2, 600 DP. There. Very cheap, but overall a very useful little upgrade. I easily handled the information download, and once I was sure it was over, I took one candy and then the other, as they finished. By the time it was over, I was yawning and curled up with Corey and finally managing to fall asleep. While you expect government work to be slow, the Equipment Submission and Logistics Center, or ESLC, was surprisingly quick. I got a message back the next day confirming a slot where I would go to have my mech inspected. Just like that. I expected it to take a little longer. Well, I did mention to the department head that you would be making a submission sometime soon, Grandpa Benjamin said as he sipped on his morning tea, and I could see the amusement in his eyes he was trying to hide. What about no nepotism? I assure you there is nothing of the sort. I'm not part of the department's leadership, and I have nothing to do with them. I simply informed them that the weapon system they were hearing about would be submitted soon. Thanks, Grandpa. I did nothing, but now it's on your shoulders. Are you ready, son? They're going to ask questions you might not have the answers to. I'll do my best, and the system speaks for itself, I think. Very well, I can't go with, but Kanto has confirmed he'll chaperone. Now, Ves, go finish your breakfast. You're bouncing around so much, you're making me dizzy. I blinked as I realized I was definitely squirming a bit. I took a breath to calm down and did just that, going back to my spot and eating quickly. This was it. I could end up making enough bright credits to fund all my work from now on, or I could get nothing and, well, just continue on as I was. I know people would want the Medusa. I just had to keep that in mind. Be ready, Ves. It was time to put on my businessman hat and get this done. You finished, boy? I'm done, Uncle Cantor. I agreed, and he nodded, looking me over. I'd worn my slightly fancier clothes, and he nodded pleased enough at what he saw. We need to get you a real suit soon. Something to show you're not just a kid. I might look more like a kid wearing that. Not if it's a good tailored suit, kid, trust me. He said, rumbling out a laugh. I'll add it to the list. I agreed, and he chuffed at me. Then we headed out. Medusa was still laying out on the truck, and I was heading for the cab when Cantor walked up to the truck bed and yelled, "Any of you brats hiding anywhere on this truck and mech better get out now, or I'll tan your ass." He roared, and I flinched myself at how harsh his voice became. And then a few heads popped out. "Are you fucking kidding me? Hey, get out of there. Are you It's dangerous. We're about to drive across the city. Come on," I yelled, resisting the urge to start calling the kids dumbasses. "I'm kinda stuck." A voice came from the cockpit and Cantor looked at me. I sighed and climbed up and looked in. Kelly. "Hi, Uncle Ves. I like your clothes." "Kelly, come on, let's go." "I could pilot for you. You're going to show off your mech, right?" she asked, but she did raise her hands, and I grabbed her and helped pull her out of the cockpit and up onto Medusa's chest. "Kelly, one day I'm sure you'll be an amazing pilot. But hiding inside a mech to pilot it without permission is the sort of thing that gets you in mega trouble. The kind of trouble you won't ever get to pilot over." "Sorry. I know. Come on, let's get you down." I helped her down the mech, not sure how the little girl had climbed her way inside, and then noticed the others all racing inside to escape from judgment. "How do you know?" I asked Cantor as Kelly raced off, Loria at the door glaring at the kids. "Of course they'd try to come along. It's a mech." I happened to remember a smaller brat trying to hide in his father's luggage so he could go with him to the mech corps. He trailed off looking at me. Oh shit. My face flushed a bit. I was like 4. Ugh, I groaned, rushing around the truck to get in the cab. I was not going to be embarrassed by memories that weren't even really mine. Well, they were mine, and God, that was so embarrassing. I was handling this well. We'd driven far, to a mech corps inspection yard, making it with plenty of time for our inspection time. It was a full-on military base, really. We were stopped, our paperwork examined, and there was even a mech corps mech doing patrol around the base. Which was awesome. Military mechs. I could feel my military otaku and mecha otaku powers combine into ultimate otaku power as I watched it walk past us. Although the mech was inspecting Medusa, as his scanners were definitely pointed at her. Heh, even mech pilots were interested in new mechs. We stopped a second time in front of a hangar, and a few men in uniform approached us with clipboards and guards. "Please release the locks on the mechs and prepare for scans," the men said, and so Uncle Cantor did as we were told as we stepped out and were gathered up. "Mr. Larkinson?" "And Lieutenant Larkinson." "Just Mr. or Cantor if you have to, Sergeant. I'm retired." Cantor grumbled and the man nodded. "Understood, sir. Welcome to the inspection hangar. Once we have confirmed everything is good, we'll move the mech inside with our operators." "Understood?" "Yes," I agreed, and the sergeant looked at me and nodded, as Cantor also looked at me. "Good, we'll do our initial inspections. While we do so, the brass have a room inside for you. Please follow me." We did so, heading into the hangar and up into a second-floor room, which I realized looked out over the entire mech field. I guess this is where people watched the inspections. I took a breath as we stepped inside and straightened my spine. It wasn't empty. 10 men stood around, most of them higher ranking than I would have liked. Or maybe I wanted high ranks. I don't know. Either way, time to be a businessman. "Good morning, gentlemen." A man turned around to greet us, and I noticed the tabs on his collar. "A general?" "General, thank you for having me." I greeted back, deciding to act with some swagger instead of just trying to hide. Act like a businessman, be confident, you were selling something they wanted, they just hadn't realized it yet. "Ah, Mr. Larkinson, I'm General Herhausen." "A pleasure, sir. Please call me Ves," I offered, smiling, and then couldn't help but glance out the window. "And there's my girl now," I said, pointedly shifting the introductions as everyone looked. Medusa was walking forward, stepping out onto the field with confident steps, as the pilot was obviously testing her. "A fine mech, Ves." "A fine mech, and at such a young age, you do the Republic proud." "I'm honored to hear that, sir. Just doing what any Larkinson would do." "Indeed. Come, let me introduce you to the rest." He ran through a few names there were just here as aides and the like, but one of the introductions was more important. "This is Colonel Aries Huntington, liaison with the Domestic Designer Support Program." I've heard of the DDSP. Nice to meet you, Colonel. Mr. Larkinson, he said grumpily, the man's face a perpetual frown, and I had to wonder for a man whose job it was to try and retain mech designers from leaving the Republic, shouldn't they pick someone that actually is personable? Oh well, either way, that was a big chance. The DDSP could be a massive ticket to keeping my business going if I could get their support. Grants, better tax rates, even material supply from military stores. I could access it all with the DDSP's help. Or as he looked at my mech and seemed to scoff, I could be ignored despite being a young genius. She's lightly armored. She is, I said, turning to look at another man who'd been watching Medusa being running through some difficult terrain setups. Although the armor on this version is compressed, you'll find despite it being light, it'll be more heavily armored than most medium mechs made in the Republic. Expensive, far too expensive, the General replied, and I nodded. Okay, it was time to mingle and start pumping up my mech. Of course it is, I laughed, waving at her. While of course the Mech Corps seek excellent mechs, they are trying to supply mechs for every regiment, brigade and defense posting in the Republic. The Caesar Augustus CA-2HSRI Medusa is a premium high-end model meant to sell large mercenary or supporters. It wouldn't sell well as is to the Mech Corps. And yet you dragged it here to show it off. Colonel Huntington grumbled, looking at me like I was a fool. Do you enjoy wasting the time of the Mech Corps, Mr. Larkinson? Waste, Colonel? That's a strong statement before we even get started. I countered, don't insult anyone, Ves, but try to be cool. I used a moment walking around the crowd to stand between the window and the Colonel as he looked down at me. I brought the Medusa because she's the first off-the-line mech carrying my weapon system, which is required by the inspection rules. If you wish to save time, I'd love to alter the rules and just allow me to submit my components. But until then, we do it the proper way. Right? I asked, pushing him on the last statement. Indeed, it's no waste to see new mechs, and the components our mech designers create here at the ESLC. We enjoy looking into the equipment submitted, Colonel. The General said almost jolly, but instantly the Colonel realized he'd made a bit of a misstep. Of course, I was simply pointing out the absurdity of a beyond premium mech. I agree with you, Colonel, I said, waving at Medusa. But when life gives you a mech license, you make do. Of course, the real reason we're all here is a very specific system installed on this mech, something that I'm sure many of you are curious about. The fear beam. One of the aides spoke, and many nodded or looked up confused. While a fine enough descriptor for the effect, it's not really a beam at all. But yes, the Gorgon Eye Aura System. By Lark Industries, of course. I added business knowledge urging me to try my best to create the brand, highly effective against a crowd of civilians. A mutter called out, and I shook my head. While I do regret the experience everyone at the competition had with the slapdash prototype I built. As you can see, no negative experience is happening now to anyone around us, nor the pilot. I'm sure if you contact him, you might get confirmation on that. Ha, the boy has us there, all right. I do want to know. The General spoke out, and with a flick of his hand, a comm system activated. Well, Colonel, how is the mech? The General asked, and I quieted down as the comm showed a face cam of the pilot. She's fine enough. I haven't noticed any issues with the construction or the controls. She moves quicker than I expected, but for such an expensive bird. I suppose that's normal. Well, Mr. Larkinson, it seems your mech is indeed showing its quality. Thank you, General. Colonel, may I ask, I'm sure you're feeling the aura system in the cockpit. What do you think? Aura system? Is that what the weird noise I'm getting is? It's not noise, but yes. Medusa is communicating with you. If you let her, she'll assist. Assist how? The man instantly asked, and I noticed the General was also looking at me. The mech has an integrated pseudo-personality. She's also looking out through sensors and noticing things just like you are. If someone were to attack you while you were distracted, you might feel a momentary warning or sense of danger. That's the barest level before you activate the system fully. Your mech records data? The Mech Corps can't accept any system that might keep a record of operations. The General asked, serious and firm. No, sir. I instantly replied to the General's question. I promise you there is no data retention, no record at all. The personality of the mech is simply active to induce the aura weapon. The only computer systems are the standard mech computers used in any Bright Republic mech. And this pseudo-personality, how does it work if it's not storing data? Medusa, in this case, is entirely based through three parts of the mech: the main build of the mech, and the two eyes, which are the emitter and honing system for the aura. I explained. I was lying about a lot, mostly making shit up to sound like I knew what I was talking about, but at the same time, people were more accepting of just random goofy mech magic than they should be. If the mech is damaged, if one or both of the eyes are damaged, the weapon system would be severely limited, but it would retain some effect, I said instantly, and that was noted by some of the aides. I noticed the pilot hadn't responded further, just continuing the tests, but the comm showed him sort of looking around a bit. Come on, Medusa. I asked you to be a good girl for today. Show this pilot the benefits of having an X factor. The military men were all chattering quietly to themselves, as I noticed the general had sort of taken on the spot of talking to me directly. I don't much like the idea of a terror weapon, Ves, hitting a crowd of people. He didn't finish his sentence because he didn't need to. An accident, that's been fixed. Medusa's beam, if you like to call it that, has been substantially narrowed. It was always designed to only impact what the mech was focusing on, to avoid friendly fire incidents. I'll say this, Ves. I've heard a lot about that day, about how striking it was, but I'm not sold. Scaring the piss out of a bunch of civilians isn't the same thing as having a weapon system for war. I resisted glancing at Cantor. He'd already given me the answer to this one. Sir, General, if I may, I don't think you have a pilot on base right now that can fight against the Gorgon Eye aura. I'd confidently bet my chance today that anyone outside of an expert would be completely stunned and thus vulnerable against the system. Is that so? He asked, and I knew I had their interest. The attention of the room judging my words and many looking doubtful. Sir, I've increased the power of the paralyzing effect since the competition. But of course, what do I know? I'm just a mech designer from a family of pilots. Send out a second mech, perhaps your bravest pilot, willing to make a mockery of me, and let's see. The general looked at me for a while before grinning. We don't usually make bets during our inspection, Mr. Larkinson, but I like your gumption. Colonel, we're skipping the next few tests for now to examine the mech's weapon systems. Get a second test pilot out there, he demanded. And I finally glanced at Cantor. He sent me a nod, and I did my best to not show how nervous I was as I swallowed and looked out the large windows. Come on, we could do this. It was time to show the power of a fully operational Lark Industries mech. Chapter text. Colonel Aries Huntington, Domestic Designer Support Program Liaison. The Larkinson kid was just as annoying as his uncle. Ark Larkinson might be a venerable expert pilot, but he was also absolutely incompetent when it came to tactics. And yet, he was given command despite his inexperience over Ares. Shipped down to a shit assignment purely because Ares was willing to point out the truth. I'll do it, he called out, as the general called for a second test pilot, and everyone turned to him, even the boy. Colonel? Mr. Larkinson seems confident, and I've seen my share of combat over the last war. As the DDSP liaison, I'd like to face this weapon system and give an accurate evaluation of it, he said, sipping at the drink that had been passed around. The general was looking at him. As usual, General Herhausen had a sharp mind, and he was judging Ares's reasoning silently before he smiled. I approve. The colonel is an excellent pilot, and he'll be honest about the effects. Of course. If you like, I don't mind, the boy confirmed, as if he had any right to okay any decision. Civilians. Excellent. Colonel, don't keep us waiting. I'll inform the techs to have a mech ready for you. The general offered, and he saluted and headed out. Finally, a chance to do something. He'd proved this kid was overestimating himself. The Larkinson name was overrated, and Ares was sick of hearing about them. All he had to do was resist a fear weapon and report exactly how useful the trick made by a 15-year-old really was. And then this entire farce could be over, and he could get back to his job trying to keep mech designers in the Republic. Considering how many disappeared within a year of graduation, it was a constant chore to find the children and offer them incentives that would actually keep them in the Republic. He'd given up mostly on actually trying to incentivize the majority. Instead, he picked out a few that stayed after that first year to focus on. Better to waste funds on young designers that weren't instantly pulled away than throw money into a pit competing with second-rate states. The Friday Coalition were quite happy to brain drain many of the best and brightest from the Republic. Trying to compete with them, he'd learned, was pointless, even if that was what his job was supposed to be. At least he had multiple young apprentices and journeymen on the payroll that the DDSP supports to have something to show for it. Even if they weren't often the best of the best, better to have something. He shook off his wandering mind as he entered the mech hangars and walked up to the mech he was being pointed towards. It was a fairly standard guard mech for the Republic. He hadn't been in this generation of the mech, but he'd piloted the previous generation at the start of the war, until he'd proven his skill. He entered the cockpit, settled in, and started up the mech, feeling himself grow into the proper fit as he maneuvered his hands, feeling the pull of the fingers as he flexed them. They'd fixed the light pull in the pinky, it seems. Good. He grabbed the rifle waiting for him and walked out, onto the base where the overpriced boondoggle was standing. It had a cloth hood of all things. The cloth shifted lightly in the breeze as the mech waited. Stupidly nonsensical, mech cloth was pretentious Vesian garbage. "Ah, very good, Colonel," the general's voice came over the comm. "We're all very excited to see what happens." "Yes, sir. I'll be in position shortly." He maneuvered up to the position, having a clear line of sight to a massive block of solid metals to back any attack. The pockmarked wall showed that it did its duty quite often. Then he stopped. "All right, Colonels, here is how we are going to do this. Activate the beam, and Colonel Huntington is to charge towards the Medusa and touch it. That'll give us an idea of how much disruption in the piloting we see." "Understood." "Yes, sir." Area confirmed and took a breath and firmed up his will. Some kind of fear weapon wouldn't work on him. He'd seen fear. He'd beaten terror. "Colonel, please activate the full Gorgon system when you begin. So you'll push the Gorgon breaker and then hit the switch next to it. That will set the system to full power." The boy called out, and Area felt his eye twitch. This wasn't his test. Civilians should be quiet and hope the ESLC accepts their equipment. "Very good. Let's see what it can do at full blast before we pull back," the general added over the line. If that was the general's order, Ares prepared himself as the two mechs faced each other. Then an alarm rang out, informing everyone the testing area was now live for weapon testing. Ares dug the mech's foot into the soft sandy ground as he waited. Then the Medusa mech shifted, and under the hood the blindfold opened. He had a moment to see the two purple eyes when everything suddenly grew heavy. He gasped, his heart feeling like it was skipping a beat, when everything went wrong. Around the mech's head something shifted, coiled around, and suddenly he was staring into a black and red eye. A projection. He had a moment to think, and then everything in him locked up. A beast had its mouth around the back of his neck. He couldn't move. It felt like even his blood wasn't pumping as everything went cold and dark. He couldn't move. He couldn't move. He couldn't move. The surety that he would die if he moved rushed into him, and so everything went still. He couldn't move. His body, his mech's body, both were locked in place. Even his mind felt like it was stalled. Every time he tried to focus, his mind went back to the feeling of the threat wrapped around him, like a coiling snake baring its fangs after wrapping around his neck. He couldn't move. He couldn't move. There was something, a burst of voices on his comm, but they just came in as static. He couldn't process them. That eye, the massive, hauntingly predatory eye, stared into his soul, and he couldn't even tear his eyes away to use the mental controls to try and do something. Look away? He couldn't move. Close the optic system? He couldn't move. Fire his gun to kill the monster that was holding him in place? He couldn't move. Then it was over. His blood rushing past his ears meant all he could hear for a moment as the massive eye disappeared. As the blindfold once more ran up and he bent forward, his body surging in adrenaline as he could move, but all he wanted to do was breathe. Large gasps of air, sweat running down his forehead as he bent forward in the seat. What? What was that? That mech. It wasn't a machine, it was a monster. No one could resist that. It was impossible. I carefully didn't smile brightly like a big goobery idiot as we watched the test. Instead, I kept a slight tilt to my chin and the faintest little smirk. I didn't bother looking at the general, just watching the absolute motionless mechs staring at each other. I could see the men growing cautious when the sound to begin had rang out and now ended long ago. "Colonel?" the general asked cautiously. Some of the aides and military men were looking at Medusa and the hologram eye that they could just see the side of. There was just the faintest hint of the aura. Good to know, even though I was honing it forward as best I could, I was still having spray, let's say, come out of the sides. Either way, it was a benefit, as everyone was very mildly affected and cautious because of it. Either way, the screen showing Colonel Huntington, he wasn't moving. He was shaking like crazy, and I could see his face growing red, but he was still breathing, even if it was harsh gasps. And the general took this all in. "Colonel, respond." Nothing. The general swallowed, looking at me, and only then did I look at him. I looked, and our eyes caught. Now I just had to figure out how to respond. Well, Tony Stark was a good example. Probably. I turned around, trying to remember how the line went. Thankfully, my brain was fairly big now. Is it better to be feared or respected? I say, is it too much to ask for both? I said as I turned back to the people around us. With that in mind, I humbly present the newest of Lark Industries' aura systems, the Gorgon Eye. I felt confident. This had gone exactly how I expected. I could see the people looking from the still immobile mechs to me, then back. "Colonel, that's enough. Shut it down." "Yes, sir." The voice of the other pilot was definitely shocked, but he didn't sound like he was strained by Medusa. So it was working. Suddenly the hologram disappeared and the blindfold dropped. And Colonel Huntington gasped through the comm, breathing deeply, shivering in his seat. Completely disabled. "Colonel, are you all right?" the general asked, and after a moment the man's voice came over comms. "I'm alive." "General," he whispered haggardly, and I could see the tension in the other military men considering what just happened. A confident veteran completely stalled out in a moment. Left completely at the mercy of another mech. It was very suddenly much more serious. "Well, lad, catch your breath if you need some time to tell us what happened." "No, I can do it now. I was unable to move or resist the feeling that if I moved, I would die. It overpowered any sense. Even though I know if I didn't move, my mech would be a sitting duck, I couldn't overcome it," he said bitterly, and I did feel a little bad. "If it helps, Colonel, continued training against the aura does help those learn to resist it." I offered kindly, then looked at the general. "So it's entirely possible to train our soldiers to resist it in any extreme cases, while leaving our enemies only dealing with the aura in surprise." I spoke as calmly as I could, trying to sound like everything was completely under control. That for me, this wasn't a massive deal, and instead I was just confidently showing another weapon in my catalogue. "Come on, just accept it. You definitely want this weapon." "Well, Ves, this is certainly an impressive performance, for more than I expected." "Colonel, will you be up for additional testing?" "I will. Don't think I'm beaten yet." Colonel Huntington offered grumpily, some of his voice coming back to him now that he'd had a chance to catch his breath. "Then we have plenty more tests to run." "Distance?" I repeated the question, feeling a spike of nervousness. "Yes, your aura weapon has some impressive effects so close, but how far does it range? And does the power of the aura diminish with range?" I didn't swallow, as that would show I was nervous and didn't have the fucking answer. Instead, I smiled. "I'm afraid exact range has changed quite a bit after the alterations, and I simply don't have data for it in space, as the Medusa was designed as a ground-based mech. But the power of the aura does decrease through distance, hence why I've worked hard on this design, creating a visual layer." "I'm looking more for hard numbers, son," the military aide said, sounding displeased, and I had to make a decision. "I'm afraid I just don't have the exact numbers, sir. And to be completely honest, the numbers would change depending on the quality of the system." A weapon system that's not reliable is difficult." "I don't like the sound of that either," the general offered, having been watching the testing continue on as we all were. "Colonels, we're going to do some distance testing of the effect." He called out, and both pilots responded. It seemed Colonel Huntington had gotten obstinate and refused to stop facing the Medusa. Either way, I'd been asked plenty of questions until now, but I still had my trump card. Of course, any weapon system built in a mass-produced method will show some degradation. I'm sure even the greatest of the Republic's mechs find issues like that, but the aura will still be very effective. True, but what makes you think we would be mass-producing this weapon system instead of using it as an elite weapon? The aide argued, an older man with a stern military back. But I think he was more like a shipman than a mech pilot. I looked him dead in the eye then, as he looked down his nose at me. I was sure he was probably quite used to sending military men running for cover. But I wasn't a soldier or a military man, I was a businessman. I was the Tony Stark. I had to be cheeky and fun, but utterly enthralling. Something none of them could do without. Sir, perhaps there was some confusion. How much do you think the Gorgon Eye aura system costs exactly? I asked the room, and suddenly, as if even talking about money sent them running. The accountants seemed to perk up. Other than you saying the mech itself was overly premium, I hadn't narrowed that down yet, the general said, looking away as the mechs continued to do some distance testing themselves. The system itself requires only 3 components, as I said earlier. The mech itself is built to contain the system, which requires nearly no additional costs, as long as I'm one of the mech designers, I said firmly, letting my voice be heard across the room. And the left and right eye, along with the holographic display for the full Gorgon eye. The eyes are junk exotics, and the holographic display is extremely cheap. This did tear the general away from looking out the window matching my eyes as I ignored the aide's stare. He wasn't important, the general was. How much? For the materials required? To build both eyes, 20,000. Perhaps 30 if the junk exotics get more expensive during wartime, I said simply. An absolute pittance, practically nothing. A mech would spend more than that in ammunition if it used ballistic rounds. Of course, that's not including the licensing fee to use the system, which would bring up the price, I added blandly. While supplying all the thousands of mechs in the Bright Republic, even at 20,000, would be a hefty enough number. It was literally nothing. Pocket change for the Republic, a drop in the puddle of their wartime expenditure. I knew. And now the general knew it. Of course, the license fee is what I was always aiming for. I could never hope to make any money off supplying the system myself to the Republic. You are serious? I can show you the exact order request I used while crafting the Medusa if you'd like, I said, and then before he could approve or deny, I pulled up my comm and with a few swipes sent him the manifest. Sir, one of the accountant types called out, and the general then sent it to him, but he was reading it over. You say you need to be part of the design team. We can't just install this on any mech, the general asked, and I slumped a bit. It might have a slight effect, but I'll be honest with you, General. No, it wouldn't give you anywhere near what the system can truly do. Maybe if you team up multiple mechs all staring down the enemy at the same time, there might be some synergistic effects. But I have to be part of the design of the mech to give it the power for the aura system. I believe you mentioned there were no power requirements. No, I said there was no draw on the mech's reactor or power cells, other than the holographic system, of course. The aura system draws power through a synergistic effect. The eyes properly produced will give off part of the aura, but it needs to draw on the mech itself to truly power the system. I'm interested, the general said finally, and the whole room looked to him. I'm interested in this weapon system. I'll need additional testing, including seeing what we get from a build outside of your own hands. I completely understand. The ESLC has to ensure every component used is worth the cost. I agreed, and he nodded at me. Exactly that. I'll be greenlighting this for additional tests. We'll need at least another week, perhaps 2. Then, General Herhausen, you'll have your extra weeks, I said immediately. This was great. The fact it wasn't instantly a no meant they were definitely interested, and that meant that it wasn't just going to be ignored and thrown back in my face. It was a bit of a blur, as I was spoken to by most of the men in the room, murmurs of interest about the system, even one saying the Medusa herself was an excellent mech. And then it seemed it was over. I was given paperwork from one of the aides, and then we all just kinda left. Cantor followed after me as we headed out of the building, back into the hangar where the now empty truck was sitting, and the general walked us back to it. then stopped. General, I expected today to be a bit of a Vesian gala, Mr. Larkinson. When Director Larkinson made some murmurs about his grandson submitting a component to the ESLC, I expected, well, the normal trouble this sort of request becomes. It's not normal for a Larkinson to try and abuse nepotism. He didn't. No, he's done it right, stepping back only really requesting the documents. But even just that was enough to give you a push, young man. I practiced a speech I'd have to give to let you down so you wouldn't go crying to your grandfather, and a firm explanation to him about why I refused your inspection. I waited quietly because no speech was forthcoming. He smirked as he noticed that I had noticed. You completely stalled out a veteran pilot. If Colonel Huntington had been that frozen in combat, he'd be dead. I'm going to need to know everything about your aura system to be able to explain just how effective it is to the other brass. Mr. Larkinson, Ves, I'll be very much looking forward to that report. If it can be used effectively on the battlefield, well, I'll be hearing the name Ves Larkinson quite a bit in the future. You will, sir. This is only the first of my products. In the future, Lark Industries will service an array of products to the Mech Corps. I'm sure of it. I look forward to seeing that happen. Did I do okay? I asked after finally calming down. I'd slipped into the truck and Cantor had started driving us, and I think I just dropped my head into my knees and breathed for a while. You were fine, kid. You got them all interested, spoke confidently. Hell. I was wanting to buy the damn thing by the end. He said, smirking, and I knew he was joking, but it was nice to hear. I need to make a way to get the system transferable to any mech. Do you? He asked, and I looked at him. He smirked at my confused look. Yes, if I can have it installed into every mech. Just imagine how many Vesians would get taken out by the auras. You missed something. A bit of context, I think. Not all weapons are something you want to install everywhere. Sometimes you need to limit it, to make sure it can't fall into enemy hands. You mean the Vesians stealing the aura system? Exactly. Right now you said even if someone took the components and installed them in a mech, it might not work, right? Diminished, greatly diminished, in fact. That's not a negative to your weapon. It's a positive. It means the Vesians have to take the entire mech as a whole and try to use it to get your system. And they will. They always do. We steal from the Vesians. They steal from us. What if they can't steal from us? I whispered. Medusa, my spirits were alive. If a mech was stolen, I could probably get that to turn off the aura. What are you thinking, kid? Think I could sell to the general a security system? A guarantee that if a Vesian steals one of the aura systems, the aura will stop working? Not sure. It sounds like something I'd want, but I'm not a general. Yeah, they'd probably want a control for it, and I don't think I can supply that. Make something up? Huh. Maybe. I could probably make a control Medusa, one that could input a mech registration and tell the Medusa spirit which auras to turn off. I know the spirits could respond to electrical impulses. A button attached to nothing would still get a reaction from them. Could they register what mech they were attached to if given a serial number? I could do that. How aware was Medusa and the other spirits about their mech? I needed to do some tests, but my mech was now with the ESLC for the next 2-ish weeks. So much more to learn, so much more to do. Maybe another mech build. Or maybe a new design. I sighed, half laughing as I looked out the window. Whatever I chose, I knew it would be fun.